Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! Yeah. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, if you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron sharpens the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. All right. When that's done, we move into the 30-minute Q&A. I'm going to put the Q&A in the chat there. But keep in mind that the super chats, the PayPals, the Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get answered. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. Once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the doors for a chaos and chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups, or that's if the debaters choose to stick around as well, because that part is optional for them, but it's always where things get wild. Today's debate prompt is the U.S. should not be fighting Iran in 2026. And for today's debaters, okay, for the affirmative, we have Trench Deacon. If you've ever been on an open panel, you probably already know the name. And if you don't, you're about to find out the hard way, okay? Because this is someone who doesn't wait for permission to speak. He takes the floor, okay? And if your argument has even the slightest crack in it, he's kicking the door off the hinges, all right? Loud? Absolutely. Opinionated? Without question, but most importantly, he's consistent, fearless, and always ready to stand on what he says. Politics isn't just discussion for him, it's combat. And tonight he's coming ready to swing. And you can find his link in the description below. All right. And for the negative, we have Tareyak, known for tackling the hottest cultural flashpoints, throwing down in political debates, and making frequent appearances in open panels across the platform. All right. He brings sharp takes with a twist of internet chaos. An aspiring professional memester, always ready and mastered the art of turning viral moments into conversation starters. And if that isn't enough, he also hosts a spin the wheel show where viewers can pay to roll the dice and ignite some truly fire discussions. Okay, whether it's policy, culture, or pure panel madness, Tareyak always comes ready to stir the pot and keep the chat alive. And you can find his link in the description below. With that being said, we are going to get right into opening statements. So, Trench, whenever you are ready with your opening statement, just go ahead and start, and I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Good evening, everybody out there in YouTube land. I realize I have a kind of an uphill battle. I'm taking on a position that's not super popular, but I like to just offer a counter solution than just going all in sometimes, especially when we're talking about something as serious as war, or more importantly, the issue of the matter, deploying ground troops. First and foremost, I want to get it out of the way before it's used against me later. I'm still a Trump guy. I vote for Trump. If anything tonight, what I'm saying, I want to say it in a way that if the president himself watched, he'd know that I'm not being a hater. It's just coming from a place of concern, and that I want Mega to win. I want Mega to win perpetually. And I feel like our current actions have been off of the Make America Great platform. Starting with, I guess, national security risk. First and foremost, I don't think that Iran poses a strategic national security risk for America. Are they a strategic risk for, let's say, Israel or certain European or even Middle Eastern or Eastern allies? Well, yeah, they could possibly be a risk for them. But is that an America problem? I don't know. If we are going to be the Hessian mercenaries of the world, this Team America world police, then what is in it for us outside of spending precious American blood and treasure? If we are going to be the Hessian mercenaries, then where's the fruit? Where's the benefit to the American people if they're going to get all of this military expertise, assistance, so on? Especially considering since Trump exposed, the cracks in NATO, where other nations aren't paying their fair share in dues. They're not running that 2% GDP minimum investment towards their own military industrial complexes and investing in their own state militaries. So before I trail too far off, just back to national security and strategic risk. I don't think even if Iran has capable international, by that I mean able to cross the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean, if they have ballistic missile programs that can even reach the United States, I don't see them as a strategic risk per se, considering the amount of advanced knowledge we would have over such a launch and our ability to intercept, so long as our munitions aren't being depleted, which we are seeing in real time is a strategic threat right now. We have gone through so many of our advanced munitions in this latest go round that we're having to borrow from other strategic theaters of interest, to include Taiwan and to include Ukraine, of which Ukraine still has a big order of modern ballistics that they need filled, along with a slew of other NATO allies that are also on the waiting list to receive munitions that we simply don't have the infrastructure to produce. Like, even when it comes to small arms, which we have plenty of, we have to beg the Russians for bullion, for lead bullion to make conventional munitions, because we shut down most of the American manufacturing. We do not have a wartime economy or a wartime manufacturing setup like Russia does. What's going on is we've kind of kicked over an anthill. It's not that the United States military can't just trample the uniformed official government assets of the Iranian nation state. This can happen, and we've proven it with the complete and utter decapitation of the command structure. But what we're seeing is a loose, autonomous machine still capable of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which has effectively happened, and which is something that has been game theoried out, which I find to be the first blow to MAGA, Make America Great Again. Donald Trump had all of these great one-liners about how stupid and how much there was a lack of foresight getting bogged down in some of these Middle Eastern wars, of which there is no clear objective. That gets me to like the second point of this. What is our strategic objective? We've heard several different things, from Rubio to the Secretary of War to the Secretary of National Intelligence. We're getting conflicting stories between these four parts of the cabinet. And that's what's making my position difficult, because I want better out of MAGA. This is a platform of open transparency, but it feels like we're getting, smoke and mirrors. When the director of intelligence says, well, Iran doesn't have nuclear capabilities, but, oddly enough, Tulsi Gabbard, she seems like a serious person and someone loyal to the team. So she's kind of jumped on the sword while saying that, testifying twice to the Congress in a year's time that Iran doesn't have nuclear capabilities. That, she's taken quite the lashing from the Congress while remaining loyal to MAGA. So, I feel her pain. You have Mark Rubio coming out and saying, we preemptively attacked Iran because Israel was going to attack. If this is how we make our national policy when it comes to moving war, this doesn't seem like a sanguine thing to do. And where was the Donald Trump that we saw? Even though I disagreed with military intervention when we blew up the nuclear facility, because I personally believe Israel has stealth fighters and Israel has bunker busters that they are capable of pulling off attacks like this themselves. I was against the attack, but results were results. Apparently, stuff got done. The war machine was set back. And things were supposed to be better. But more importantly, Donald Trump issued leverage against the Israeli nation. He said, you guys need to calm down. I'm trying to work up a peace plan. And the leverage to use it was simple as like the type of assistance you get, how many weapons you get, how much aid you get, how is the U.S. going to respond if military action is indeed needed that you're capable of. Because as it is right now, the 31st MEU is off the coast. That's the 31st Marine Corps Expeditionary Unit. This is America's 911 as far as Marines are concerned, and maritime operations, because some of these possible targets are going to be allies, which there's going to be Marine casualties if these guys hit the ground. It's inevitable. And then the 82nd Airborne, All America. That's America's other 911. That's the Army asset. So these are the paratroopers and air assault boys. So like all these assets are in position. And because they're all in position, it's going to be increasingly more difficult to get things to fucking step down, because all this resource that's trained to fight like it's the last war is like right there. Like if there is a time for cooler heads to prevail, it is like right now. And lastly, the last 40 seconds, I'd say that we have to be sober about our limits of power. One of the things that pulls empires apart is getting stretched thin with too many campaigns at once. We have unfinished business with the Russians in the Ukraine that's still going on, that we're still funding. And by the way, we are dependent on Russian resource. Now we've allowed the Russians to sell oil because of the shutdown in the Hormuz. So at what point in time do we become the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail? Next, we have to keep our eye on Asia with Taiwan, and now the Middle East. This is just, it's a lot. There are limits of power.
All righty. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to hand the mic over to Tareyak. Tareyak, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Thank you, Easy, for hosting this. Thanks, Trench, for showing up. What way do I want to begin this? I was kind of expecting Trench to kind of go the whole Israeli route and just to kind of dismiss that and blow that out of the water. America holds all the cards in the relationship with Israel. All America has to do is to say, we're going home, we're not going to protect you, and Israel's fucked. This whole thing that somehow Bibi has blackmail over Trump, again, falls flat in its face, because 8 months ago, Israel already fired missiles into Iran, and there was no, we have to do preemptive strikes. Yes, Marco Rubio did lie to you, saying that we have to do preemptive measures and all that stuff, but the reason why he's lying, and he's doing that, is to circumvent Congress, because Congress would have struck down a war with Iran. So the only way to do things is to do it overtly. Now, the next argument, or the key argument to Trench's, if you can even call it an argument, is American blood will spill. This is such a bullshit notion, because ever since that regime took over in Iran, there's been over 1,000 military personnel and citizens who've been killed by the hands of Iran. The 1983 Beirut bombings, the 1996 Khobar Towers bombing. You can throw in the Iraq War if you want to. The Hamas attack, 46 Americans died in that Hamas attack. There's the Hezbollah kidnappings and murders in Lebanon before the bombings. There's been plenty of American blood that's already been spilled at the hands of this regime. And to say, well, we just need cooler heads to prevail and keep this regime in power is weakness. Simple as. I'm going to read something from Britain. This was a letter put out by the Grape Gang Inquiry by Rupert Lowe, Esther McVeigh, and Graham Smith, both barristers, and then obviously, Rupert Lowe and Esther are Parliament ministers. This is a statement from the Grape Gang Inquiry. Our inquiry panel has heard extensive and deeply distressing testimony from a survivor detailing prolonged and extreme abuse, exploitation and trafficking beginning in childhood and continuing over a number of years across multiple locations in the United Kingdom. The panel wishes to place on record that we regard this testimony with the utmost seriousness. The survivor has provided detailed, consistent, and specific evidence over an extended period of engagement with our inquiry. She will remain anonymous and she is safe. She has made it abundantly clear that she wants the country to know her story. This is her decision and her decision alone. Elements of her account have been independently corroborated through present documentation and vast evidence. The panel is also aware of additional material and supporting information that strengthens the credibility of the survivor's account and warrants urgent and comprehensive investigation by the relevant statutory authorities. Given the gravity of these allegations, we have thought long and hard about whether to release the following information. We believe, as she does, that the public deserves to know the truth about these grape gangs. The survivor's violent gang rape and abuse began at the age of 12. She was raped multiple times per day over many years. The rapes were filmed and were used as blackmail. The survivor has stated that multiple police officers were active perpetrators. I will repeat. The survivor has stated that multiple police officers were active perpetrators. Money was exchanged openly, and this destroyed her ability and willingness to seek help. Police vehicles were used to traffic her, and some of the abuse events were called cop nights. The extreme pain she suffered included filmed tortures and places called red rooms. The torture included waterboarding and strangulation by rope. Distressingly, she was raped by a dog. Now we know why Minar calls us dogs. Filmed and forced to rewatch the footage as the men placed bets. The coordination of this specific type of abuse was predominantly perpetrated by Pakistani heritage men. During the specific period of abuse, she witnessed the murder of at least 3 girls, one of whom was allegedly killed as a punishment for speaking to the police force. Agencies made a number of referrals to the National Reform Mechanism. She received positive grounds in 2018, but was not made aware of this status until 2021. She finally received conclusive grounds in 2023. The survivor is understandably wary of reporting the matter to the police, so the panel is seeking an urgent meeting with the Home Secretary, including the survivor, to ensure that the government is fully apprised of the seriousness of the evidence, to discuss the immediate stops required to ensure the survivor's protection, preserve evidence, and to secure justice. Our overriding priority is the safety of survivors and the pursuit of truth and justice without fear or favour. We believe, along with the survivor herself, that British people deserve to finally know what has been inflicted on innocent young girls in British towns and cities for many decades. Now, just to run us through the number, in the year 2000, in England, there was approximately 8,000 grapes. That number is almost at 80,000 grapes. And you might be wondering, Tareyak, what has got to... I'm in America. This isn't happening in America. The amount of grapes in America was just below 100,000 in 2000. So about 90,000 reported grapes in the year 2000. That number at the moment is almost at 150,000. Somewhere between 130 and 140,000 at the moment. So to act as if this is not going on, or we've not heard about it, you probably haven't heard about it for the same reason why the British people didn't hear about it until now, until that inquiry came in, because the police were part of it. And if you're to say to me, oh well, then like what about you're trying to make a claim that like they've subverted the institutions? Who's the mayor of New York? Finally, to end on more of a positive note, the other part of Trench's argument is the Treasury. And why would America go into war? Because they're already so much in debt. There is a way for America to actually wipe out the US national debt, although it is pretty extreme. Although there's many different ways that you go about this to do it more kind of like, would be more, in a more stable way. But essentially, if America was to, let's say all of a sudden have a strategic Bitcoin reserve, and were to gradually over time sell off certain other reserve assets like gold and silver. I'd like to remind everybody that gold spiked to, I think, $5,600 per ounce. Would be beautiful if America was selling into that, especially because they've done an audit of Fort Knox, and then they've already set up the Bitcoin strategic reserve. If they were to basically sell all this gold and all the, like, including with the oil prices, and then factor in that because America now controls Venezuela and will control the Strait of Hormuz, that we de facto impose that all oil transactions must be done through Bitcoin. I ran the numbers through AI. It's a bit complex, But if America was to extract out all the like what Michael Saylor said on MSNBC, I think it is the business channel. If they were to sell off their gold reserves at the current prices, America would effectively be able to buy out the rest of Bitcoin on the current market. Like about 19 million, almost 20 million of the Bitcoin would be controlled by America. If they then put the oil regulations in place that only oil transactions can be done through Bitcoin, this would effectively spike the Bitcoin strategic reserve, given that America basically buys out 95% of it. It would spike to anywhere between 50 trillion to 200 trillion plus, which would effectively wipe out your new US national debt. So, to summarize, there is no Israeli conspiracy. It's either you send your men now or you wait for your daughters to be raped. And finally, you'll be able to wipe out your US national debt. And with that, I see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. With that, we are going to get into the rebuttal round. Okay. So this is 5 minutes for each of you to respond directly to your opponent's opening. So this isn't a back and forth yet. So no interjections. And then when your 5 minutes are up, we move to the other side, and then we'll get into the opening back and forth here. And just so you guys know, you don't have to correct yourselves with the when you're talking about a situation that's happened and you're saying the word rape, that's not against YouTube's TOS. Yeah, so you don't have to correct yourself.
We care about you.
Apologize.
Easy.
I know you do. That's why I'm letting you know. If we were like telling people things like, "Oh, I'm gonna, this to you," yeah, that would be against the. But if we're talking about like a real situation, especially in the context of a debate, yeah, that's not against TOS. So you don't have to apologize or stop yourself when that happens. Just so you guys know. And so Trench, we are going to hand the mic back to you for your 5 minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. Well, I've tried to keep this in like strategic interests for the U.S. I know that grape happens. It's an atrocity. And really, it doubles down into my point of things we ought to be focusing our energy into. If you think that ICE, the mission of ICE or the Department of Homeland Security, as far as immigration is concerned, is going to be easier during wartime, no, it's going to be doubling down on wartime operations and things like the simple enforcement of migration laws, which are already unpopular. We've seen the left literally sacrifice themselves via suicide by cop in order to stop this immigration process, of which Donald Trump is behind Obama. We're some 300,000 to 400,000 deportations behind schedule. And this is of the baddest of the bad, not just people that have fallen off the radar and disappeared. We're supposed to be dealing with the hardest of the hard, and all of this wartime energy is going to detract from that mission, which is the greater national security risk to the American citizen, as far as damage done to the American way of life, American infrastructure, law and order, command and control, et cetera, et cetera. Grape gangs, that's awful, but displacing millions of people now, Israel, instead of helping us with Iran, they are not dedicating one single fucking ground troop. We got Marines in the airborne ready to roll. They're not going to be giving one ground troop to Iran, nothing. Meanwhile, they're invading their neighbor, Jordan. Okay, so you're going to have immigrants from Jordan, you're going to have immigrants from Iran, you're going to have immigrants from Iraq, you're going to have immigrants from Syria pouring all over into the West, because now the nations are on fire again with sectarian violence. We're going to see a surge of ISIS, which is insane, because the Iranians are Shia Muslim and ISIS is Wahhabist Sunni Islam. but I imagine they got a bone to pick, and soon they will be in theater taking advantage of the chaos, which is what we want. We want chaos in the region as a part of a different, which I would say, unsustainable strategy, one that we've been seeing play out every 20 years. Rest assured, if this goes according to plan in 20 years, your kids, your grandkids are going to be going to the Middle East somewhere, Syria, Iraq, Palestine, Jordan, Egypt, who knows? But it'll be there, because it seems to be the problem that no matter what we do, who we take out, what regime we topple, it just creates a whole new problem. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I can't speak for the Bibi blackmail. What I can speak for is Tulsi Gabbard gave 2 reports, one when we bombed the nuclear facility, and then recently that Iran doesn't have nukes, pure and simple. She's testified to Congress. It's there. It's public record. Anybody can look it up. We decapitated the regime. We have power. We have all the military power, like I'm saying. What we don't have is a coalition. So Ireland is not giving care packages. They're not committing troops. They're not running bomber sorties. Great Britain is not doing the same. Actually, none of the European allies or NATO allies are assisting. We're all alone in this. We don't have the same coalition we had in 2011. And at least then, the administration took great care in developing propaganda to explain why we ought and why we need go to war. All we've gotten is shadow messaging and mixed messaging from all the talking heads. And it seems like Donald Trump is falling into the pitfall of which he harangued Jeb Bush over, which he harangued all his political adversaries over, getting bogged down in the Middle East over a war which you have no clear objective. Now, if the administration comes out and says our clear objective is economics, then maybe I could get behind that. But let's be real about what we're doing. That way we know what's at risk, what's at play, and that way we can be lock in step with the administration and not have more questions than meaningful answers. And last, the grape gangs, dude, for real, come on. I'm done.
All right. Thank you for that 5-minute rebuttal. With that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Tareyak. Tareyak, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
First point you mentioned was the migration crisis that we find ourselves in. How many more migrants you think are going to flood into America when Islam takes over Europe? That's something you're not factoring in. And like the whole kind of the whole aspect here of the reason why I bring up the rape gangs is this is what they're doing. Police were active perpetrators, Trench, and now the mayor of New York is an Islamic communist. That's how Iran fell to this regime. Do you either plug the hole in the ship, because this whole thing of just saying, oh, let's just go home, and it's just pure weakness. Let's just go home and try to shovel out the water that's currently coming onto the thing, and then you either plug the hole now and you fix the fucking situation, or you're never going to solve this migrant crisis, because Europe's just going to get worse. It's going to deteriorate. To your point of the Europeans being absolute pussies, they are absolute pussies, but they've also been infiltrated. France is not even allowing US airships to cross over their skies, and to which Israel terminated all defense contracts for France. France is the reason why this regime took place in the first place. So in terms of this whole thing of like, oh, but like think about the migrants. You're going to have 10 times the amount of migrants if Europe falls. And again, this is like, did anyone ever wonder why I went against Rob and I done the whole thing of like the Russia needs to dismantle the EU? Because I understand the American thing of like, we don't want to be the world police and all this kind of shit. But it's either going to be solved by America or it's going to be solved by Russia. And as Rob pointed out, if Russia has to dismantle the EU, America's not going to enjoy having a $20 trillion GDP go over to the Ruskies. So it's either you stand and you fight this now, or yes, your daughters will be gang raped. I see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that 5-minute rebuttal. With that, we are going to get into the open hour of a back and forth. But before we move on, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay, the links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on the Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. All right. So if you enjoy this format, make sure you stay locked in because we've got a lot more coming. All right. And like also like we've been doing like a special edition, like Nerds of Reason. So like video games, anime, stuff like this. If you guys are interested in that too, we do that. If you guys are interested, go into the Discord, hit me up directly, and we'll get you set up. Also, reminder for the live chat. After the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've already put the Q&A there for you guys. But remember, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority because, you know, they help keep the show going. And if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get read. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of those options. We'll make sure it gets asked. Finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. All right. Whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor exchange, just go ahead and jump in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
I mean, I guess we got to address the raid gangs. I think we're confounding several different geopolitical issues and phenomena on top of each other. You, by your own admission, you said these were Pakistanis. Pakistan has been a long-standing ally.
What country is west of Iran?
There's Pakistan, India. India is next to Pakistan. Like they're not friends.
No, Pakistan is north of India.
That's what.
What is east?
Is next.
What is east of Iran?
Then there's Afghanistan, and then there's Iran to the north.
Yeah, Iran's right beside. And the fact that the reason why Pakistanis and Indians have so much conflict with each other is because Pakistan is Muslim.
That and ancient ethnic shit, they've never been cool, like historically speaking. But that's like a sidebar. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the actual defense. That's an internal problem.
Yes,
from
Islamic,
of which the United
Islamic
States
migrants
has a huge immigration problem of our own we're dealing with. This is a problem.
Yes, and that's just going to compound even worse if Europe falls to Islam.
Well, it's going to compound even worse if America falls to Mexico. Like
what are you talking about? If America falls to Mexico?
Yeah, like
how would you call yourself American and then you give such a weak mentality?
A weak mentality. I want to seal our borders.
Yes. What if America falls to Mexico?
Yeah. What if? Because they're letting millions of them. 20 million people came in 4
years. The gang rape is not a what if.
They're raping here too. This happens. This has happened, and we can't even deport them.
And to stop that,
there's
you
judges
destroy Islamic jihadists.
How's that going to fix the Mexican problem in America? Destroying Islamists that aren't as big as a problem as our Mexican problem. People coming in and raping our women. This is you see how we have our own shit going on here. The same shit. It's just a different migrant group. But needless to say, the Pakistanis aren't Iranians. No one's letting Iranians come in. Like the Iranian immigrants that we have are all from like the Shah era.
Yeah, so they send Pakistanis.
We've been meddling. Well, it's not just Pakistanis. There's Syrians coming in. There's Iraqis.
All the Islamists, all the Islamists. The connecting factor is the Islam. Yes,
and that's because our left wings allow these people to come in. So we're supposed to be deporting people right now. We're supposed to be getting these
they use left-wing politicians.
We're distracted
to infiltrate
from this
and
process
subvert.
By war. We're behind the left. Barack Obama has deported more people than Donald Trump.
Yes.
Full stop. That's a problem.
Because if there's a hole in the ship, do you focus on getting the water off the ship, or do you focus on plugging the hole?
Yes, you have to get the water off the ship.
And no, which do you do first? Which do you do first?
You do them both at the same time via U.S. Navy drill.
Okay, well then you support the Iran war.
That's why there's bilge pumps. No, I don't. We got to get the water out first.
You just said you do both at the same time.
Okay,
Trump is deporting people in America, and he is going after Iran.
Have we done enough? Have we done what we said we were going to do? Have we
When
decapitated
King
leadership?
when
Then what's the
when King
objective?
Raza Pahlavi gives the instruction, this is another thing you don't pay attention to. In the CPAC, did no one find it weird that supposedly the outsider that Trump doesn't want, that Trump has no connection to, even though both Trump and Reza are both outsiders. They have that same thing. He made a speech. Yeah, he made a speech strength in CPAC. Guess what he said? What I've been saying for weeks now. Once he gives the order, the Iranian people will rise up and overthrow the whatever remains of this regime.
Kool-Aid. That's cope aid. That's crazy.
Why is he saying that at CPAC?
Why has it not happened already? Why has it not happened already?
Why is he saying it at CPAC?
Where is this? It's like you believe that the regime killed 30,000 people, honestly, in like a day or two? A whole stadium. That's a whole like NFL stadium or college stadium of people being executed.
They execute their own people.
You think that happened in a day?
They hung a professional wrestler as well.
I question stuff like that because I've heard that before.
Remember when the Iranian football team refused to sing the national anthem?
It's the same as throwing babies out on the street from their incubators. Like we've heard all this before. I just don't believe we can't. I just don't believe there's any amount of bombs we can drop or Marines we can send in that's going to get these people to build a McDonald's, a Bank of America, and a Hooters, and embrace Western democracy and liberal values.
Where's Patrick Bet-David from?
It doesn't matter where individuals are from that come. I'm talking about the people.
He's
there.
Iranian.
Have you ever been to? Have you ever been to a Middle
Eastern country? Iran. So
and that's not to say that Iranians are well. I think he's got a jaded worldview. There's even Jews in Iran that were perfectly happy with the regime there. They exist.
There were Jews in Iran. Okay, so
yes, there were Jews in Iran that were perfectly happy.
Is there any Arab Muslims in Israel?
Well, we're talking about Persian people. They're not Arabs.
Iranians are not just Persians. I was asking about Arab. Israel because you're trying to make the case that apparently this regime doesn't kill its own citizens. It doesn't have public executions.
The prompt, dude. We should not be fighting in Iran. We don't even fully grasp. We don't have a mission, and we don't even fully understand the enemy. What's our objective?
I just showed you what your enemy is. I just showed you what's waiting for you. What's currently going down in England. That's what's waiting for you.
Based on Pakistani grape gangs, assuming that the Europe
Islam
is
grape
going to
gangs
fold to some military invasion. If they're going to fold, they'll fold the same way America folds. That is by leaving the doors wide open. We're not being subjugated by force of arms. These people are coming over here, military-aged males, and they're coming through our ports of entry because there's no fucking off-ramp for the.
You're denying the thousand American lives lost. Over 1,000 live American lost. That's all fake.
No, we've lost 13 American lives this deployment. There's 200 casualties
since the regime took over,
and we're spending probably 300 billion so far. It's like 300 million a day. I venture that it's probably 3 billion a day.
Well, how would you believe that? How can you believe that, Trench, when you just denied that the regime took out its own citizens?
I just don't think so whether I believe that the regime took out its own citizens the way the media is spinning it, or whether they killed 3,000 people, I could see the regime absolutely killing 3,000 protesters. But not 30,000.
And that's okay. That's okay too.
It's not my problem at the end of the day.
Oh, it's not your problem, but you want to keep this regime in power. You're telling America to stop when America's about to blow this fucking regime off the face of the planet.
Now, if the mission objective, which one of a convoluted message was, we just need to take out the leadership, and once this is decapitated, the Iranians are going to rise up in the streets and start waving American flags, right? We're not seeing that. We've decapitated.
They're already doing it. Raising. So like these Iranians that are dancing and thanking Trump, the Iranians that were at CPAC, you're saying that these are all
guys that are in the fucking the bread line together? A couple of talking heads.
Oh, okay. We're doing the conspiracy thing.
No,
Okay.
we're not doing the conspiracy thing. We're doing like the what's on the ground, what's happening right now thing. And what's happening right now
Yes,
is you have
America
an
and Israel
completely
are
autonomous-
decimating all infrastructure possible
okay,
to enable
then
the
why are we
Iranians to
talking
rise
about
up.
sending boots on the ground when the initial statement was we're not going to be sending boots on the ground. But in order to lock down the Strait of Hormuz,
that was not the original statement.
Boots on the ground. Yes, that was one of
The original statement. The original statement is we hope it doesn't have to come to that. But if it does come to that, we are not taking any option off the table.
Mm-mm. No. See, they're backtracking. There's been a whole lot of backtracking. And now that they've proven capable of shutting down the strait, the only thing that's going to unlodge that lodge is boots on the ground. And that's when we start talking about spending blood and treasure. That's when we're talking about direct regime change.
So would you rather wait?
We supposedly have done that already. We've decapitated
You're talking about blood. You're talking about blood, Trench. Let's talk about blood. Would you rather send the men now or wait for your daughters to be raped? Answer that question.
You're assuming that we'd allow that to happen.
So you're just going to wait until there's a pure until the women actually get raped?
It's already happening. Guess what? We've lost already. It's happening right now.
There you go. We've already lost, guys. America's not great anymore. America's lost.
That's the whole point of Make America Great Again. It's the whole point of MAGA. Let's stop with all the globalism, because that's all this is globalism. There's nothing in it for us besides spending blood and treasure, so that
wiping out your U.S. national debt
for Europeans,
wiping out your U.S. national debt and preventing even more migration happening.
Why are the Europeans not keeping their own shipping lanes open?
Because they've infiltrated our government and our police. How many fucking times do I have to tell you that, Trench? Before you get it through your thick fucking skull.
You're talking about a handful of Muslims that have infiltrated so deeply. Now you're the
one ranting about
conspiracy theories, dude.
A handful of Muslims.
They're still a fucking gross minority. It's your women that are doing this shit. It's the fucking left of everywhere that's keeping the door wide open. So how do you think all this is going to play out in midterms here in America, dude? Like, Trump is seriously undermined by going against his own.
Yeah, we're going to this is exactly what's that cunt's name? The guy that done the Brexit thing, Nigel Farage. He's like, oh well, we can't have this inquiry because that will unsettle the Muslims, and then we'll actually lose our political power.
Dude, I don't give a shit.
Let's just allow and cover up and let all this shit happen because they're not. We lose an election.
So let's take.
No, Trent. You're gonna take a second to think about what you just fucking said. You said you'd rather let your country be raped. Then lose an election, potentially lose an election.
To pathos, you're making this big emotional grape appeal. Like it's happening.
I'm giving you facts of what's. I'm giving you the facts of the situation in England because England done the same thing that you're doing right now.
No, it's England is just now considering that because they haven't been doing the same thing we've been doing. They're just now considering deporting people. Just now, finally considering deporting people.
And who do we thank for that? We give our salutes and we thank you, Donald Trump, for being the greatest president the United States has ever had. And next in the following line for England should be those fuckers in France.
See, you're trying to treat, like in triage, there's like bleeding and breathing and airway. You've got to treat these things
we're doing slam poetry
before you fucking start giving penicillin out. Like, we're bleeding to death right now. That's what's happening.
You're bleeding to death right now.
Yes.
Americans saying you're bleeding to death right now.
Do you have
you're
any
a fucking
idea
traitor, Trench.
Do you have any idea how bad the illegal immigration situation is? I'm a fucking traitor, you asshole. Fuck that.
Yes. To have this mentality over your own military, we need to run away. We need to run away from the Islamist terrorists.
You're trying to make an appeal to now ethos. So
you're making an appeal to weakness. You're making an appeal to weakness.
Where's your strength? You're saying that we're so decimated and overcome.
You blow these motherfuckers off the face of the planet.
You can't stand up and why aren't you guys a part of the coalition?
Where's your fucking ball sack?
How many times have to repeat this? Because they've infiltrated our political systems and the police.
So use that same knowledge. So you're admitting that you guys are a bunch of pussies that are infiltrated? You're infiltrated pussies.
Yes, the useful idiots. Yes, they used the useful idiots, and now they have a stranglehold.
Because now, for the first time, Europe is just now talking about a continental military.
Why are the police
are standing up?
Perpetrating?
The Germans are your first line of defense, and I don't think they would allow for an invasion of Iran.
Trench, why are the police active perpetrators in these gang rapes?
How will all of these immigrants end up in your nation states? Because your own left wing will vote them over.
Answer my question, Trench.
So how do you bomb Iran into changing your electoral situation? What you have is a whole.
How do police end up perpetrators?
How do you bomb a fucking the ballot box? You're literally talking about bombing the left wing into voting correctly, and that's not going to happen.
How were the police involved in this?
So high. That sounds like an isolated event, dude. That sounds like a small
isolated event. Okay, so in 2000, there was eight.
Community
in the year 2000, there was in the year 2000, there was 8,000 rapes in England. There's now over 80,000 rapes per year in England.
Fucking travesty. Now that these people they're going,
and you're calling that an isolated incident.
It is an isolated incident because it's not happening
everywhere. In the year 2000, Trench, listen. In the year 2000, there was 8,000 rapes. Now there's over 80.
How does bombing Iran, if the Iranians aren't the ones coming over here and raping our women, it's the Mexicans. So you're saying we need to bomb Mexico? Is that what you're saying? Because that's our strategic threat.
If Mexico had a terrorist regime, one sec, Trench. If Mexico, answer this question, Trench. If Mexico had a terrorist government, would you send troops in?
We're supposed to. I don't see why.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Me personally, I would.
You would. Okay, so why are you not doing it in Iran?
Because they're not a strategic threat. We're not getting hit.
Okay, so then explain the extra 50,000 rapes a year.
Sunni Muslim people from our allies.
Explain the extra 50,000 rapes a year.
Mexicans. We have a completely different immigration.
Now let's turn a blind eye to the people chanting death to America. Let's turn a blind eye with the people who were specifically going after young white British girls who were specifically Christian. Let's turn a blind eye to that.
They're literally doing it here right now.
Christian colonists, what the fuck do you think Islam is?
Dude, did you not see LA burn?
What the fuck do you think Islam is?
LA burned. We had to deploy the
What percentage of Spain was Islamic?
That wasn't.
What percentage of Spain was Islamic in the 700s?
Hey, that wasn't because of Iranians that we had to deploy the Marines into fucking
It was Islam.
Los Angeles.
No, I'm talking about Spain. In the year 700 AD, Spain was 90% Islam. And we drove those motherfuckers back. And we done it once, we'll do it fucking again.
Women do, dude. This is the path.
You're a simp for Islam, bro.
How have I simped for Islam one time?
Because you're saying, oh, it's the Mexicans. It's clearly the Mexicans.
I said for our country, for our geopolitical risk, for our strategic national interest, Mexicans are 1,000 times the greater.
Okay, so you didn't support Venezuela. You didn't support overthrowing Venezuela.
I think we should have killed Maduro and not captured him.
Okay, so you support Venezuela, even though they're not your neighbors. But then Iran, nah, bro, we can't do Iran. Why not?
So to limits of power, we've got 3 different fronts going on. We've got a front in South America trying to reclaim dominance over our own Monroe Doctrine, which was re-annexing the Panama Canal is about. So we need to be focusing on these things. Then we have a war that the left started with Ukraine that we have.
Rubio has that covered, baby.
No,
Rubio speaks perfect Spanish. He's got all that covered, essay. Cuba's already falling now as well.
Okay, Maduro is already replaced. We should have killed him and made an example. We should have decapitated the Iranian leadership and left it there.
And the bitch they replaced him with is, yes, Mr. Trump. No, Mr. Trump. 3 bags full, Mr. Trump.
Situation. and left the situation. I'm happy with decapitating the Iranian regime. That's fine. That's great. But
yes, and you blow up every single IRGC facility. You blow up every single missile launcher. You blow up every single entrance into a fucking cave. Every fucking thing you can. You send the fucking house.
Good luck. And where are the Irish with this?
What you mean? Good luck. This is the American military we're talking about, motherfucker. Have a bit of just a modicum of patriotism and believe in your own troops.
I appreciate that.
Believe in your own president, for fuck's sake.
I believe that he is fumbling, and there's been a repetition of bad decision making away from,
because the research you've done is greater than the research and the intel that he has.
Greater than the research you've done, and now we're seeing immigration spike again. Now the cost of everything is going up. We just got the economy bundled back up. Gas prices were starting to drop.
Yep, and I told you.
Now they're going to go.
And I told you there's a plan in place, a strategic Bitcoin reserve.
Okay. I've heard all this before, and the U.S. investing in Bitcoin also undermines the petrodollar. We can't have both.
So
you have a little boy's vision of geopolitics and economics.
Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor is a little boy.
I'm sorry, there's not a
Michael Saylor is a little boy.
Well, thinking that Bitcoin is going to solve the greater geopolitical and economic problems is a pipe dream, bro. It's a pipe dream.
Yeah, Michael Saylor is just a pipe dream. Yeah, the dude that's literally built an empire off Bitcoin. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. Trump doesn't know what he's doing. Trump doesn't know what he's doing.
Itemize $30 trillion. Itemize how Bitcoin is going to save $30 trillion when Bitcoin only has a $3 billion investment. $3 billion.
So I just explained it. You slowly sell off your gold reserves, which when you look at the price of gold spiked up. Everyone's wondering, because again, America, when anytime there's war, what do the elite do? They transfer their wealth into things like gold, because that means they can transport over the border, and it's basically it's a universal currency when it comes to actually if they need to relocate shop, let's say from Moscow to a different European country, if they need to go to different places. They put all the money in gold, essentially. When you look at the gold market, I'm explaining. When you look at the gold market, the gold market spiked up to $5,600 an ounce, but then it collapsed back down to about $4,000 an ounce, and I think currently it's about $4,500 an ounce. That means that there's vast amount of volume going through the gold market. The only thing to explain that is if America is poising itself up to capture the Bitcoin market. Once they capture the Bitcoin market and the fact that they control Venezuela and the Strait of Hormuz, that's a quarter, if not more. That's a quarter, if not more, of the world's energy production.
You're just saying words.
And you're assuming the whole plan.
We're assuming that we have all this gold. No,
listen, child. Yeah, listen. I'll explain. Yeah, I'll explain. Don't worry. You can educate yourself. Yeah, you can educate yourself.
How much gold do we have on reserve?
Yeah. So once you sell, once you sell from the spike that gold is done in, because you're the one that's basically made all the.
How much?
Yeah. So I'm addressing the audience. I'm addressing the audience.
Address them with numbers. How much?
Yeah, I am addressing with numbers. I'm addressing with numbers. Yeah,
because there is a $30 trillion deficit. Yeah. How much gold is in reserve?
Will you let me finish?
Just tell me how much fucking gold is in reserve for the $30 trillion deficit, and then you can say whatever.
Yeah, because that's not what I'm saying at all.
Well, you're talking about a completely nonsensical economic plan. If you don't have real numbers,
nonsensical. Yeah. So to see the way you won't even let me talk about it.
Okay, so there is a $30 trillion. Will
you give me? Yeah. Will you give me a couple?
Let's go one at a time here.
I'm just trying to start at the very basics of mathematics.
Yeah, basic mathematics. So what Trench? Yeah. So what Trench is not seeing is that I'm not saying you just sell the gold and then try to pay off your debt. I'm saying you sell the gold. Oh my God.
Hey,
what I'm saying is you sell the gold and then you put it into Bitcoin and you capture 95% of all Bitcoin that will ever be. And then you tell Venezuela and you tell the Strait of Hormuz, you guys will only take gold payments in Bitcoin, which means not only
we
has
have
all the vast amounts
30
of
trillion.
not only has all the vast
up,
amounts
Judge.
of the gold reserve gone into the Bitcoin market, but now the whole oil market is now in the Bitcoin market as well, which spikes the Bitcoin price up to anywhere between 50 to 200 trillion.
Gold equals
And by the way, Trench,
gold reserve.
give me one other solution to solve that debt.
It's not the prompt. I'm just showing you the logic in your fucking way.
You're saying my way won't work, but you don't have a way to
You
solve
don't
this
have
debt.
a way. What way are you talking about? Seriously though, because there's
I've
30
literally just explained it.
trillion- There's $30 trillion in debt.
Mhm.
Okay, Bitcoin.
Mhm.
You've only given us a variable of X. So how much Bitcoin can we throw at this $30 trillion of debt, and how much gold do we have in reserve? Right? Do we have $30 trillion in gold in reserve? Do we have $5 in gold in reserve? How much of our gold do we need?
Yeah,
to
we got
sell in
$5.
order to
Yeah, we got
purchase
$5 worth
this
of gold.
Bitcoin?
Yeah.
These are
$5,
basic
yeah.
algebraic formulas, and we need the variables.
You haven't a fucking clue what you're talking about, Trench.
You don't. You have a pipe dream then. If you can't tell
I don't have a pipe dream. Okay,
how
give
much
me another
Bitcoin-
solution. How are you going to pay off this debt?
That's not the prompt.
No, because you're the one that was talking about money in the treasury. Let's talk about treasury. How are you going to pay off this debt?
It's not the prompt. The prompt is the U.S. shouldn't be fighting.
See the way
Iran
you can't even
because
answer
this
that
war-
question, yet you
this
know
war
for a
is by the
fact
time
that
it's
what
all
I'm
said and
talking about
done,
can't
this war is
solve
gonna
the US
cost
debt.
$1 trillion.
Because
So
if
now we're gonna
my
be
thing
at
is a pipe dream,
$31
if my solution is a pipe dream, Trench, then there's no way of wiping out your
And
US
who's
national
gonna
debt.
pay for?
Which
who's
brings
gonna
us
pay for
back,
the US
which brings
opening
us
up the
back
shipping lanes?
to what I've been
Europe
saying,
is
that
not going
as an
to pay.
American, you just
It's
want
Europe
to
doesn't
sit and
even
wait for
Hold
the
up.
enemy to come.
Its GDP
All right, hold up, boys. Hold
for
up. We
its
need
NATO
to.
membership.
1 second, Trench.
So
1
who's going
second.
to reimburse us?
Trench,
for
1
being the
second, 1
Hessian
second. We're not
mercenaries of the
hearing you
world?
guys when you guys are talking at the same time, right? So, Tareyak, why don't you tie this back into the prompt here, and we can go from there.
The reason why we got sidetracked in terms of this is because, like I said, I anticipated that Trench was either going to go the juice boxes, the blood, or the gold, or the money. You know what I mean? And like I said, there is no other solution to the US national debt other than what's going on right now. So you either want to solve your US national debt, or you just wait for the enemy to come and rape your daughters. That's
They
simple
said
fact
this-
of it.
they
I don't
said
want to
this
be the
in
one that has to make this
2001.
case, but apparently
They
I'm
said
the only
that
one that can see this
global war
shit.
on terrorism
And Trump.
will lift us out of the global economic depression, and it didn't. It added another fucking $8 trillion, $7 trillion to our national deficit. What is the cost of all this? If Europe,
Bitcoin exists
if
in
Europe is going
2001.
to pay us, if Europe and Ireland and Canada and everybody else who's kicking tires on this operation, even though they're benefactors of this operation, if they're going to pay us in PlayStation 5s and oil and all the things that go through the Strait of Hormuz, then okay, then I can see this $1 trillion fucking deficit. If we're making $1.5 trillion off it, so we're making a $500 billion net gain off all of this blood and treasure. That's good business. That's the Spartan model.
You still can't pay off the debt. You still can't pay off the debt. And to your point, if the lefties just keep voting for bullshit policies, voting for more and more for the taxpayer to pay, this debt is just going to keep getting higher and higher and higher and higher. You don't have a solution, Trench. You don't have a solution.
For our military expenditures, shit, we could actually hammer down into this debt if we are charging for our military.
You think France?
Yes. It's called a mercenary state for a reason. It's been very successful as far as history is concerned in empires.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that you're going to try and colonize Europe rather than colonize.
Example: the Swiss Guard are still employed by the papacy today. Granted, it's not as large of a scale operation, but there's a mercenary.
The papacy guard. That's how we're going to solve the U.S. national debt. Do you guys hear this in chat? My shit is a pipe dream. But it actually makes financial sense.
You failed to prove in the Iranian threat. You've ranted about Pakistani rape gangs when the rape gangs
Islamic
in America
rape gangs
are not
Islamic. Rape gangs.
They come from South America. They come from Ecuador. They come from Guatemala. They come from Tijuana.
Hezbollah. And they support Hezbollah. They support Hamas.
Because 20 million people were allowed in this country, and even more are supposed to be deported. but they're still
Yeah.
here. We've only deported
And
what,
Venezuela was using
300,000
Chinese
of what's
technology and
supposed to
Russian
be
missiles.
a million. And that brings us back to a strategic thing. There are limits of power. Iran is this isn't your average Arab country. Iran's backed
America,
by China
yeah.
and Russia, which means
America's
Russian
weak.
hardware and Chinese satellites. It's not that we're weak; it's that there's limits of power.
There's
And you
limits of
calling
power,
us
he
weak?
says.
If you're supposed to be our ally, where the fuck are
You're the
you?
one that's calling America weak.
You're the
I'm
one
telling you,
calling
America can get this done. That's
You're
why
the one
America is
saying-
great. And
Well,
America
it
is
would've
worthy
been-
of respect.
If we could get it done, then it'd be done already. They're saying it's done. Okay.
Oh,
why
yeah,
is
I
it-
forgot.
why
Like,
is it-
war's supposed to
why
only
is it-
last a day or two.
You're falling into my point now. This isn't. They bit off more than they could chew.
How long has the
It's-
war been going on, Trench?
Almost a month now. You got to ask yourself.
Not even a month. And you're saying, why haven't we taken all this shit yet? Because we're only a month in.
Well,
There's
the
a lot of
last
shit you
time
need
it
to
was
wipe
only
out.
About a month. We blew up the stuff from the air. That was supposed to be just air campaigns. The same thing as why I feel like, hey, we probably should have just killed Maduro. It would have been a better geopolitical outcome. Let them know
Okay,
we're
so
not
Trench.
fucking around.
Answer this question. Would you rather send troops now or wait for your daughters to be raped?
That's a stupid
Which one?
question.
Which one?
At what point did you stop beating your wife? That you're begging the question.
Which
You're
one?
assuming that that's going to happen. You're assuming that it's not happening already in the form of illegal immigration in Europe and America, and which I will say for the 9th time, the people
Which one, Trench?
getting raped here.
See
in
the way you
America
can't even
are
answer that question.
Yes, I am answering.
See the
your
way you
question.
can't.
hate the
You're not
answer.
answering the question.
We'd be- but with your logic,
Send the
we'd be better
troops
off- we'd be
or wait
better
for your
off
daughters to get
bombing
raped.
in Mexico City, and that'll stop the rapings.
Which
but that's
one?
not going to stop the rapings because we can't bomb the left wing. They're the ones letting the people in.
They're not the
And
ones
you're
raping.
Bombing.
The ones raping are the Islamist
They're the
jihads.
they're the ones allowing them in the country in the first place. I don't know what part about this you're not getting. These people aren't fighting their way through barbed wire and concertina wire and landmines to get here. They're purchasing airplane tickets. NGOs
think-
are bringing them over because our own left wings are bringing these people over in droves, to which we can't deport them. We're trying to deport them, but crazies are getting themselves killed by cops, or we're being obstructed by judges. Like, all our energy needs to be focused on that versus some fucking foreign
Yes, they're
war.
useful idiots. What's a useful
Yes.
idiot, Trench?
Your whole line of argument. You wanting to take the second hand.
So now I'm a
threat over the
lefty.
first hand threat.
Now I have to be a lefty
You're
just to fit
you're
just to
arguing.
fit the
You know what's
conspiracy fucking.
You know what's
This is
funny? All the
unbelievable.
never Trumpers all of a sudden are on board. And this just started happening. Even what's his name? Ben Shapiro is finally on
Here we go.
board.
Ah, there we go. Yep, juice box. What leverage does
No.
Israel have over America?
You know, what's her name from CNN? Rachel
What
Maddow.
leverage does Israel have
Finally
over
on
America?
board. No, you just want me to start Juiceburging, and that's not going to happen.
What leverage? You're the one that brought Ben Shapiro into
I
this.
don't
What
need-
leverage?
was
What
a
leverage
talking head.
does Israel
He was a-
have
he
over
was a
America,
never-
Trench?
He was a never
What
Trumper. That was my whole
leverage
point.
does America have over Israel?
I don't know. I can't speak to that.
Exactly.
tell
You
me.
don't have an answer to that question,
That's
but
not
you're
the claim I was
convinced.
making.
You're
I'm talking about
convinced that
press.
Israel is somehow
I'm talking
behind this whole
about
plan.
press.
This is
I'm talking
brain
about
rot.
Never Trumpers. He was a never Trumper, same as Rachel Maddow, and now all of a sudden they're on
Who
board.
gives a fuck?
I just think it's ironic. These are people that have
Oh, you just think it's
very
ironic?
strong opinions about the illegal immigration situation.
What am I
and
fucking
how
listening to?
It should just be allowed to happen.
Yes, you are
They're
America.
on board.
You show
They're
up, you
on
put your
board.
nutsack on the table, and everybody
It's
else
not-
runs away.
So let's say
That's
you're
what
right.
America
Let's
is.
say you're right. Let's say you're right, and we just continue to bomb. We continue to invade. How is this going to stop the Mexican fucking invasion of America?
I have no issue sorting out the cartels in America.
Well, we have an issue at the border right now. We're 20 million people shouldn't be here, dude. That's 20
Yes,
American
and we
NFL
shall, yeah,
cities.
and we'll sort that
That's
out
a
as well. But you
national-
need to
that's
stop
a
the
nat-
bleeding,
When?
Trench.
When? Yeah, we have to. That's the bleeding. See, we disagree on
Oh,
what's bleeding.
oh my God!
20 cities full of illegal immigrants is fucking, you're missing an arm. That's not bleeding. That's the whole limb is gone. Torn the fuck off. I don't know what crap
Listen to this,
pipes
Shaw.
smoking. I don't know how to
America's
engage
limbs are gone. It's we've limits of power. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Where's the
And our-
team? Where's America? Fuck yeah.
So it was.
So just run away
Well,
from the
no,
bully, run away from the enemy, and hope that they don't go after
This
you.
is
Even
co-
though
again, this is coming from a nation.
how many?
that's not in
So
the
how many?
allyship.
How many bombing
It's just
campaigns?
us. We don't have the same
How many?
support.
Trench. How many
We
chance
can't
do
fly over
the Iranians
France.
have? Yeah.
Fucking
How many
Ireland
chance?
is not
Yeah. How
helping us
many
out.
chance do
think
the
Ireland's
Islamists
gonna help?
have, where they say
Next-
death to Britain?
Next they're gonna say
What-
not one.
have you
piece
seen
of
any of those
American
videos?
beer. The Mexicans
Yeah.
are saying death to America.
Yeah. Yeah,
They're
and so
burning
are
American
Americans
flags.
that
They're
fly
burning
Palestinian
American
flags.
in Tijuana, and they're burning American
Where
flags
did that
in
influence
fucking-
come from, Trench? Where did
The
that influence
communists.
come from with the college campuses? Oh, the communists. And what
Yes,
religion do they
communists.
have?
The Catholic
What flag do they fly?
Mexican one.
No, they fucking don't, you lying cunt.
Yes.
They
What are
fly
you
the
fucking
Palestinian
talking about?
flag.
It's
The
on
four
fucking
colors
cover.
of the four horsemen of the apocalypse.
You are
That's
so
not
full
by
of fucking
accident.
shit, you fucking asshole, because it's on the cover.
Yeah,
like
blame the
Time
Mexicans.
magazine.
Blame
the
other
fucking-
Christians for what
they're on the
Islamists are
fucking
doing in your own
right.
country.
They've got a Mexican flag, an American flag burning. There's fucking riot police and flames in the background. We had to deploy the Marine Corps because of all the Mexican flag waving. What the fuck are you talking about? Gaslight me any harder,
Denounce
you
Muhammad.
fucking woman. Muhammad's
Denounce
a piece
Muhammad.
of shit. And he got killed
Yeah, and he's a
by
rapist.
a Jewish girl, and his children were slaughtered by the
he's a
9-year-old
rapist.
bride he took. Yeah, he got
Yeah.
everything he deserved.
So why the fuck are you defending them?
No one, you're defending it. I haven't defended Islam.
How am I
once.
defending
said
it?
that
I'm
they're
saying
gonna-
blow these motherfuckers off the face
No,
of the
you're
planet, and you're saying,
making a- you're
guys,
making a
we
straw
really
man.
need to look at our limits of
Everybody-
power. We are
everybody
losing
sees
limbs
it.
at the moment, folks.
Everybody sees the straw man you're trying to construct. I'm not a friend of Muzzies, and I'm not a friend of Iran. I've already said I've got no problem killing the leadership. I think we've done enough. I think we should take the W while it's on
Done
the table
enough.
before it gets ugly.
I'm pray
before it
tell
gets
what
ugly.
happens. What happens
pray
when,
tell what
when the
happens is
same
we lose-
when the same
We
Islamists
lose
take over
hundreds
again?
and
What happens?
hundreds of soldiers, and we lose trillions of dollars.
What happens,
And we
Trench?
stay there for a decade, and we end up leaving the same way we pulled out of Iraq and Afghanistan with our fucking shit.
Well, you saying that
industry.
we're going to be there for a decade is as ludicrous as anything I've said.
Oh,
Because you've no evidence to say it's going to be there for a decade.
I have a repeated history of this. This is the standard. This is the norm. Convoluted reasons for war, no clear objective.
Who's Reza
prolonged
Pahlavi?
Occupation.
Who's
That's
Reza
the fuck-
Pahlavi?
Who, you tell me.
Yeah, you don't even know anything about Iran. You don't even know who Reza Pahlavi is.
It doesn't matter.
So I just want to narrow something in here that you guys, because you guys have been going back and forth on a few different things, but something you guys just kind of said there, like, if I was to just like break it down to like the shortest way possible, the negative is saying that there's already the Islamic extremism influence happening in America. That's why this broader military action is a justified action.
And I'm saying,
And
I'm
then the
saying
affirmative is saying that extremism is existing everywhere. There's plenty of other places that say death to America, but the targeted action with the leaders, like you mentioned, is like the correct response. So it seems like the debate here is kind of more like, what's the, because you guys agree that there is the threats of extremism.
priority, but mine is priority of threat in America. our
So this is
priority
where,
of
yeah.
threat
So let's
is-
get into
is
that. Like, let's
immigration.
let's
That's our
get into that,
priority.
Trench. Tell us why. So you can start it off and tell us why that Iran isn't the threat that we need to be responding to, and then like tell us what is, and then Tareyak can respond to that.
Okay. The what is,
And I'll give you guys a couple minutes for me talking too much.
No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate the intermission. Get us focused. The what is the illegal immigration situation is costing U.S. lives. All these rapes are happening, but it's not the Muzzies. There are a few Muzzy rapes in isolated communities like Dearborn, but by and large, from coast to coast of the United States, it's coming from these MS-13 gangbangers. It's coming from the Mexican cartel guys, and it's coming from coyotes smuggling Mexicans themselves and using the women as sex slaves as a part of the trafficking. It's costing local communities resources in the form of law enforcement and in our charitable works. When the foreigners come here illegally or legally, this is just a bleeding of our resources in the form of housing, in the form of aid, as far as housing, food, medical, et cetera, along those basic lines of life. What could be done to shut this down is quit incentivizing it, which is what the administration was working on. It was focused on all of these things. And now all this seems completely distracted ever since the second person got themselves shot. It feels like a lot of the resolve in stepping up the enforcement of deportation, the wind has gone out of these sails because these people have been martyring themselves, and because the administration's energy, there's only so much energy a government can focus in logistics at a given cause. And when that gears over towards wartime, then enforcement of law becomes secondary. And then as a causality of war, whether it's Jordan, because now Israel has occupied the southern half of Jordan, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Syria, whether it's going to be Iran, all these places we're going to witness a surge of immigration out of because of the heightened security state. They're going to go to Europe and they're going to try to come to America. Most of them are going to try to go to Europe because that's the path of least resistance. And quite frankly, our NGOs, the NGOs here working against the American system, are focused on flooding America with South Americans and Mexicans. So that should be our focus. So while creating a situation where there's going to be more immigration, while not focusing on the immigration enforcement and locking down of the borders, the situation is going to get worse. Not to mention the economic stress that's going to be put on the world, the cost of oil going from 25 to 100 to 150 to $200 a barrel. This is going to put a strain on all of the nation states, causing more immigration out of South America, especially while America and the NGOs are screaming the message, come here, the grass is greener on the other side. And we have all these programs that we offer that we don't offer American citizens. Then this becomes a self-defeating problem. This is a death of 1,000 wounds. And like I said before, we're stretched thin on frontiers. We're moving weapons from Ukraine and Taiwan that are set up for those strategic defense points into the Middle Eastern theater, because we can only manufacture. In the first 3 weeks of this war, we've already gone through almost half of our advanced weapon systems. And it takes a full year to replenish those numbers. And there's people on the waiting list for that. So it's a domino effect of bad shit that builds up. And just saying that we're pussies, okay, no, that's not what's going on. There are strategic limits to power. I know that you think Tucker Carlson is a traitor. Is a traitor for fucking saying, hey, there's limits to power. But there's limits to power, dude. And our power needs to be focused on the bleeding, which is the illegal immigration that needs to be shut down fucking yesterday. Because that cost
so I gave you 5 minutes. Yeah, I gave you 5 minutes. Then shut the fuck up for 5 minutes, Trench. Right?
I will.
So that was even a dog shit attempt to even like what you wanted to do in that argumentation, Trench, even though you just wasted 5 minutes of everyone's time, was to say, well, then America has to send millions of troops into Iran and look at the terrain of Iran. It's all mountainous. You're going to get your troops blown up and all this kind of shit. But of course you didn't make that argument because you're fucking retarded. The counter to that argument, however, is King Reza Pahlavi. He was in CPAC giving a speech saying on his command, when everything is ready and in place, once Israel and America put things in the right order, then the people can rise up and actually overthrow this regime. And you'll actually have a free Iran. And you'll have a Western-friendly Iran. And $25 trillion worth of natural... See the way I let him talk for 5 minutes. And he can't help himself. And even in his rebuttal, he had to bring up Ben Shapiro.
I didn't bring up Ben Shapiro. I brought up Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, it was a Freudian slip.
No, well, I had mentioned him earlier. whatever. Is that am I Juicebergen? Am I giving my rant for the final solution?
No,
now?
I gave you 5 minutes. I gave you 5 minutes, Trench. And what you demonstrated in those 5 minutes is you just ranted and just tried to pull in all these. What about our missiles? The amount of number of missiles we have and all the shit.
Answered
It
your
literally
questions
sounds
all
like,
night.
it
You haven't
literally
been able
sounds
to
like the
address
goofy
the
bitches
one.
that we all
Just
see on the
like
whatever
every
podcast
female,
saying,
just
well,
like
women
every
aren't having
leftist
children
can't
because
address
men's
one
testosterone
question.
are too low. The testosterone levels of the men are too low, and that's why we can't have children. Like, they're just trying to pull any excuse that they fucking can, try and say, no, I don't want this war with Iran. When this
Dude, I've raised the son,
war with
have you?
Iran is more than justified.
I've raised the son. Have you? Testosterone.
All right, we're not going there. Let's stick to the topic here. Keep going,
well,
Tareyak.
Yeah, so in terms of this whole thing of like, oh, what about the migrants and all this kind of shit? Is the migrant situation going to get worse or better if Europe becomes Islamified?
How does the immigration system get better, considering that it's the left voting these
Answer the
people
question,
in?
Trench.
How do you bomb that? You're not the one answering the question. I've given you the fucking is of the situation that you were
Is
denying.
the migration situation going to get better or worse?
It's
if
not a
Europe
military
falls?
situation. The immigration situation is a military situation. Is that what you're
Is
saying?
the migration
Are they fighting? Are they fighting
situation
their way
going to
in
get
here?
better?
Repeating
or
yourself
worse
doesn't make it make
if
sense.
Europe falls?
If I can
Just
make
answer the
a
question.
clarification here, maybe for you, Trent. He's asking about the immigration because you were saying one of the reasons we shouldn't be doing this is because there's an immigration at home that needs to be focused on. So he's asking you if immigration is going to be worse or better if we
I thought I
pull the
said that when I said
military out of
immigration was
Iran.
going to get worse. I thought I said it was going to
No,
get
no,
worse.
you didn't
by
say that. That's why he's asking. He's asking you,
Well,
will
I
immigration get
said that
worse
earlier.
if we continue in
Like
Iran?
in my if he was listening, and you can clip me on this, I said that the immigration was going to get worse because of bombing these places and displacing all these people out of their homes. They're going to go to Europe and they're going to try to come to America, but they're not as many are going to get to America because of the boat's full. We're already bringing in South
Trench,
American
what
and
I'm
Central
pointing
American
out.
immigrants.
What I'm pointing out is your main
reserved for
stance
them.
here, Trench. Listen, Trench. Your main stance is,
No,
hey,
I know your point.
I'm
You think we
America
can bomb?
first.
You think we
one
can
sec,
bomb?
Trench.
You think there's an enemy to
One
bomb to
sec.
shut down the gates?
You're saying, hey,
that's what you're saying.
Tareyak, we've got all these migrants. We've got this migrant problem, all this kind of shit that we can't stop, right? Where it's very difficult to stop, and we're behind on this and all this kind of shit. And I'm telling you, if you run away from Iran now, which is what you want to do, is to run away from the evil. That evil is going to it's already taken over Europe. That's why I brought up the inquiry, the rape gang inquiry.
What are we supposed to do?
Listen,
Can we bomb
listen to me.
I am,
okay?
but make it make sense.
This is the reason why I read out what is currently going down in Britain at the moment. Europe is literally about to fall.
Okay.
And if Europe falls, that makes the migrant crisis 10 times worse in America.
How does bombing Iran stop Pakistani rape gangs?
You stop Islamification.
One
sec. Where did all this money come from to fund these universities, to create these students that now wave the Palestinian flag and burn the American flag?
Should we bomb the universities?
Where did all this money come from? Who funded all this?
With your logic, you understand we should be bombing the universities, right? Using your logic. That's how we stop Islamification.
Because that's not the origin. The origin is the Islamic regime.
So if we get rid of all the Muslims, so if we get rid of all the Muslims, let's say I can just Thanos.
No, there's some Muslims that can be saved.
Shut up. I can just Thanos every Muslim off the face of the earth right now with the snap of my fingers. How is that going to stop the Mexican immigration, which is the greater security threat to America?
First of all, you'd see statistics across Europe, like rape would be lowered by like 10 times. So it'd be like 10%.
And are the Europeans going to come over here and stop the illegal immigration? Is that what's going to happen?
Well, yeah, like a lot of that shit, like a lot of this shit just disappears, Trench. This is why I keep pointing out. But what you're ignoring is the fact that if Europe falls, and like I demonstrated with England right now, it is about to fucking fall. Do you think the migration is going to get worse or better?
I've said worse.
It seems like you're saying the migration's going to get worse. Okay, so why are we running away? Let's take it on their terms. Because if they're in
right
Europe,
away.
we can't just bomb the shit out of them. Because then you're
you have
bombing the
a
shit out of
whole-
historical European monuments.
It's like I'm talking to LB from yesterday. It's like you have this whole logical paradigm that you can't get over.
It is logical, yeah.
Like,
It's the truth.
there's nobody to bomb to shut down the fucking gate, allowing these people to come in.
Yeah,
Unless we arrest
yeah.
and bomb our own left wing, we can't shut the floodgate, which is why we have to be smart and savvy politically. That way we can maintain political control. That way we can execute deportations and have executive control over the borders.
And
You see
Nigel
what I'm
Farage
saying?
says the exact same thing. By 2050, we will just be outmatched on demographics. That's why we can't have these
You keep
inquiries
bringing up
into
all
the
these
rape
people
gangs.
that are outside of my arguments and my position.
No, it's the same logic. It's the same logic. You're
No.
saying, what about the migrants that are? What about the
haven't
migrants that are
landed
currently in?
any logical-
Hold
You're
on, one at a
saying.
time,
You're
boys.
saying.
Trent, you gotta one at a time.
I mean, he's
so
still it's logic.
Because
Like,
remember, like
he's
we
still
can
talking
hear
about
each other. Just one
Pakistani.
second, Trench. Though, 1 second, Trench. I gotta remind you because like we can hear each other up here way better than it is from the chat.
Yeah.
So like when we talking over each other, I know we can hear each other. They can't hear shit. To them, it's
I get away.
you know, Charlie Brown. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
let each other
My
get your
point-
points off.
My point is,
Don't worry. If we
Yeah,
need
so-
to add a little more time after this, you know, we're good to
No,
put
we're-
another
we're
30,
cool.
60 minutes on it, Trench. So just
we're
let,
cool.
let each other get it off.
It's just
He's
that-
over talking
it's
me,
just
so
that-
they can't hear me.
It's just that Pakistan rape gangs, like, there's no logical conclusion to bombing Iran for an immigration issue. This is a political issue and phenomena that needs to be solved politically. Or if force of arms are needed, we're talking about a domestic home front operation, not Iran. And I don't see how he doesn't understand this. That's my whole breakdown. So he's either A, being purposely ignorant, or B, it's completely beyond him, which I think Tareyak is smarter than that.
Okay. You made a few points there, and I'll let Tareyak address them.
Yeah, so the key to Steelman Trench's position is, listen, we already have all these migrants already over here. We need to deal this out first, etc., etc., etc. And my simple retort to that is, how bad do you think the migration crisis is going to get when Europe falls? Because it's not that the left wingers are trying to push it like complete open border and no checks whatsoever. But in terms of the already existing laws from the UN and asylum seekers and all this kind of shit, that's like by law you have to do that. Okay,
I'm saying
so
they've
to turn
already
around
done
and
it.
say, oh no, like the key important issue for me is migrants. You're going to have 10 times the amount of migrants coming over to America because Europe is going to fall. The only solution to this, and why bombing Iran is the solution, is if you take out that terrorist regime, the whole Middle East will stabilize, and the Syrians,
that's a logical
the
fallacy
Lebanese,
there.
all
Why would they
these
come
other
here if they've
Middle
already taken
Eastern,
Europe?
Let him
like
finish. Let him land.
like at PBD, the PBD podcast. He told you, like, if Tehran was freed from this regime, he would go back to Iran. He would invest back into Iran. All these Iranians don't want to live in America. They want to live in Iran, but they just can't under a Muslim theocracy that is
They
more
want
than
a
willing to
Muslim-
wipe out their own people.
I'd say they want their Muslim theocracy. I think you're being deluded with bad propaganda to assume that they don't want a Muslim theocracy. All of my experience and research and understanding of the Middle East points towards a people fiercely in love with their culture, to include the Muslim theocracy. I mean, this is the vehicle that built that
Iran,
that, especially in Iran, this is the vehicle that beat both imperialism. They look at it as it beat imperialism through the Sheikh or through the Shah, and it beat communism. So they view Islam as the thing that beats fascists and communists. I'm being real with you. You don't
No.
see it, but that's the history. Because Iran used to be the Soviet fucking Republic of Iran. And then the CIA and the MI6 helped establish the legitimacy of the Shah, which they hated, to which then they stood up their own Iranian fucking Revolutionary Guard, which they took aspects of socialism that they liked and married it to aspects of Islam that they liked, which is why the Amman Council acts like a central committee with an Ayatollah as the chairman of the board. They took all the aspects of communism. Yeah, well, it's the same. It's a centralized. It's a centralized government because they're collectivists at their heart.
If all the Iranians want Islam, why are they rising up, taking to the streets? What was all those protests about?
I believe those were small, isolated events that our own media took advantage
isolated
of.
Events. It's always just an isolated event. Europe being raped, that's just an isolated event.
That's a completely different issue that you are trying to confound into this.
No, I'm pointing to
you're doing a terrible job
that
of it
disprove your bollocks that Iranians want Islam.
It doesn't disprove it.
Why are they burning down mosques?
If anything, it highlights the national threat going on in America, where we have the same rape issue, but it's not coming from Muslims, it's coming from Mexicans. The actual threat, the actual strategic threat, Mexicans and South Americans coming over here by the millions. And having, like, we're trying to get through legislation to get rid of the Dreamer program.
Millions more if Europe falls. And now you won't have a territory like Europe that's
millions. There's going to be millions more. Europe can fall, and then we're still up shit's creek.
Yes. Like, do you take out the regime now? What
you're under the illusion that things are going to get better soon. No, I'm saying that the bleeding has already happened.
Yeah, you want a black belt.
Now it's time to treat for triage.
You want to run away and cry like a little boy.
No, I want to build an ark for the future. That's not
by running away. Yeah, by running away from Islamist terrorists.
No, because when you build an ark, you're sacrificing yourself. We're not
build an ark. That's what
us. This isn't for
we got to build an ark, guys.
This is for our kids and for our children's children. That way they don't have to go fight and die in the Middle East 20 years from now.
Yeah, they'll just get raped. Let's get raped on American soil. No, that you already admitted is happening in Dearborn at the moment.
No, I said it's happening in Austin, Texas. It's happening in Dallas. It's happening here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Yes. Who's funding those? Yeah, who's funding those colleges that are spewing out kids, American kids that are waving the Palestinian flag?
And all kinds of NGOs are bringing in Mexicans.
Why are the college kids waving the Palestinian flag and burning the American flag?
You're confounding three different fucking issues in
why
one.
Are the college students waving the Palestinian flag and burning the American flag?
Because they hate America.
You don't know.
Hold up, let him answer that.
I can't speak for them. I'm not a fucking shitheel college kid burning American flags at a campus.
I think he's asking you if there's a relation here.
The communism. That's the only thing I can think of. They're all fucking American-hating communists. And immigration is their weapon.
Death to America.
Yes, they do chant death to America.
These jihadist
and they burn American flags, and they wave the Mexican flag up in their street while they're hucking Molotov cocktails.
The Palestinian flag.
Mexican flags too, buddy. The Mexican flag.
Yeah, that was because the tensions. That was because of the tensions between Mexico and America, and Donald Trump solved that.
They don't want. It's not solved. It's still
happening. It's always a Palestinian flag. When these protests start happening, Trench, what flag were they waving?
The Mexican flag.
No.
Yes.
They raised the Palestinian flag long before the Mexican conflict.
They were raising the Mexican flag for this thing. You're confounding issues, dickhead. Because you want to be right, you're being a fucking woman. Stop it.
Yeah, so what happened first? The escalations and tensions between Mexico and America, or the October 7th attacks?
They were both happening on top of each other. Donald Trump.
No, they weren't. The October 7th attacks happened first, and that's when you started seeing these marches. You started first seeing these marches where they were raising the Palestinian flag.
But what was Build the Wall about in 2016 about, you goofball? Stop being goofy. That's crazy.
Yes, and they were waving Palestinian flags.
This is crazy, dude. Put it down. Put it down, dude. Stop. They've been burning American flags and waving Mexican flags, Ecuadorian flags, Brazilian flags, all of the South American state flags. They've been doing that since before 2016. No, that's a conspiracy. That's the J-Spurg conspiracy right there. You're being silly.
Yeah. So like all these college kids that chant death to America, just like the regime in Iran tries to get their college students to chant death to America, and they say death to the regime.
They burn the American flag while waving whatever flag ain't American at the same
The
time.
Palestinian flag.
It doesn't matter. The Palestinian flag.
It
the
does
Mexican
matter.
flag. Not
Because
to
this
them,
is who funds
as
them.
long as it
Iran
ain't
is
the
who funds
American
them.
flag. Iran is not the one funding let Mexicans into America. Are you high? We know where that money comes from. We know the NGOs that are doing it. You're high.
Ah,
What's in that?
it's all the Jays, yeah.
I didn't say that was the Jays. I said it was the
Oh,
Catholic
you didn't
Church.
say that, but you said we all know who's funding it.
I said it was
And
the
I told
Catholic
you
Church.
who's funding it. You seem to disagree with that.
you.
Who do you think is funding it, Trench?
I just said the Catholic Church.
Oh, the Catholic Church.
Yes, with the South
See the way,
Americans.
you see the way you can't even look into that camera and say what you know to be true.
You just want me to Jaysburg. Dude, it's a
No.
hydra. There's no fucking
The fact that you cannot
there's no
admit a Trench
one ring to rule them
tells
all.
me you know what's in your head is wrong.
No, you're trying to mind read. You don't have that power. And you don't like the way this is going, so now you're trying to fucking pull off Houdini tricks. That's pathetic. Stop.
Trench, every way that you've tried to argue this, you tried to argue it in terms of American blood. I gave you the dynamic. It's either American blood now or your daughter's
where's
going to
the
get
Irish
raped on
blood?
American soil.
Okay, if it's
And then
the
what about the
European
treasury?
daughters
You
that
say,
are
what
going to
about the
get raped,
treasury? What about the
we're
economy and all this
European
kind of shit?
men.
And I
If it's
literally
such a threat-
outlaid,
if
I
it's
laid out
such
a
a
plan
threat to
of how you could
if
actually
such
solve
an
the US national
existential
debt.
threat-
You
No,
said I was
haven't,
talking
because you haven't
politics.
brought up any
And then you
realistic
turn around
number.
and said, well, I
And then
actually don't
said,
have a
make your
solution for
plan
the
make
US national
sense.
debt.
And then you went quiet and changed the subject as soon as I said $30 trillion deficit. So how much gold do we need to sell for your plan to be viable? And you changed the fucking subject because you're
I
talking
didn't
about
change the subject.
nonsense. Then how much gold do we need to sell? How much Bitcoin do we need
You
to
sell,
purchase to
you
fix
s-
it?
you-
Give me
okay.
a dollar amount, dude.
Okay, yeah. You buy
How much
the
gold do we have in
remaining
our
amount.
national reserve to even spend?
Do you want an
on
answer to the
Bitcoin?
question?
Yes, do it.
Because I've given you multiple
No, you haven't.
situations to
You-
actually talk.
You've said
Yes, I
sell
have.
the gold.
So I
said
didn't
how
sit
much?
here. I didn't sit here like this for 5 minutes straight and let you spew on.
You just said sell, sell, sell. Okay, how much?
No, I never said sell.
Yeah, you did.
I told you you captured
Now
the
you're
whole
flip-flopping?
Bitcoin market, 95% of the Bitcoin
Good
market,
God, Tareyak.
and then you force payment of
My
oil
life is much
through
better
Bitcoin.
than this than you, as far as the gaslighting is concerned.
See the way you didn't even want to listen to it. You don't even want there
Then
to be a
give me a
possibility.
dollar amount. Then give me how much gold do we need to sell? How much gold do we have in the reserve? We have a $30 trillion deficit. How much Bitcoin do we need to purchase? Answer those four variables, and
I
we
told
can
you,
crunch the numbers.
you buy out the Bitcoin market, which is about 95% of the Bitcoin market, which is about anywhere between 19 and 20 million Bitcoin. From there, you force the oil payments to go through Bitcoin, which would put a significant amount of the oil market. See the way you don't want to listen. You don't even want to
You're
listen.
just throwing
And
numbers
then, like I
out,
said,
dude. You're just throwing nonsense out.
even once we address the treasury issue, then you'll
Female
pivot back
prattle
to the
is
whole
what you're
migration
doing.
crisis thing.
Female
The
prattle.
enemy's within and all this kind of shit. And I agree. I don't
Yes.
disagree with that, Trench. What I'm
So,
trying to point
how
out
do
to
we
you is
bomb an
the
enemy
migration
within?
crisis is going to get
Make
even
that make
worse
sense.
if we do not act now. This is what why Marco Rubio back in 2015 was
The more
saying,
action
here's
we
what's going to
take-
happen with this bullshit plan that Biden has in place.
Argue against my
Okay,
position.
real
The more
quick,
action
Sorry,
we
boys.
Obama's
take,
place.
how is the
Real quick,
situation
boys, hold
gonna
up
get
1
better
second,
and not
Trench. 1
worse?
second. So we're getting to the end of the hour, but I still see some meat and potatoes that could be worked out here, and something I think that should be like really focused on, because like we did go a couple different places, but one of the things I see like the good argument to be had is like, is Iran linked to the extremism that is affecting the US? Because one side says there is the link between Iran and the extremism, and then Trench is saying that that it's extremism in the cartel groups and other religions, all
the
types of
communism.
extremism, and we should
Communist
be
extremism.
focusing those resources, communist extremists, and saying that we should be focusing all our resources on home and making sure that this is taken care of instead. So I wanted to see if, like, because because there's just kind of like three claims going on. There's like extremism exists in general, extremism inside the U.S., and then like Iran's connection to this extremism. So what I would say is like maybe we could like focus on that, like why Iran is a direct threat to America and why they should be taking care of this, and see if unless you guys wanted to wrap it up now, but I was thinking, you know, there could be some more
I'm probably going to go in circles. Like, I don't know how to speak any more clear.
All night long, baby.
Like, as far as Iran isn't the threat. Like, the immigration is the severe.
Well,
threat.
We could maybe go to what threat.
I don't know how logically we get to devastating.
Well, if we want to get a little bit of like maybe get a little philosophical about it, Trench. Trench, if we want to get a little philosophical about it, what level of threat justifies war? And then we could talk about like if that level of threat is met here. Right?
I'd like to address how like destabilizing the area is going to bring down the immigration. Like the whole Middle East being destabilized right now is not going to bring immigration down. I don't know. We've got to get past that.
Was that one of the claims that maybe I missed that?
That's one of the claims I've been making all night.
No, I'm asking, did Tareyak say that the war is making immigration go down?
Well, his point is
because I'm pretty sure he said there's no difference.
Well, his point is that if I'm steelmaning this correctly, his point is the war will inevitably make the immigration go down, not just for the Muslims going into the Middle East, but the Mexicans going into America as well. And I just don't understand that.
Yeah, so if I may answer without Trench interjecting halfway through because he doesn't like the actual truth. The reason why this is not destabilizing the Middle East, this is stabilizing the Middle East, is because we've seen when Obama gives like billions and billions to this Iranian regime, what did they do with it? When they gave billions to the Gazans, what did they do with it? They built terrorist networks, they built underground tunnels, and then they just waited for their perfect opportunity to make their strike. Okay? Iran continuously lies and lies. Oh, we don't have intercontinental ballistic missiles. And then they fired a rocket that was like 4,000 kilometers, which could hit anywhere in Europe. So like just to sit back and say, it's like, well, it's not a direct threat and an impending threat and all this kind of shit. This is why I keep pointing out. It's like all they needed was a nuclear head on.
Just let him finish.
You know what, Trench? No, Trench. You take 5 minutes. I'm gonna go take a piss. You take 5 minutes, Trench.
Okay,
well, now you gotta answer what you were gonna say, Trench.
Yeah, it's just that they didn't have a nuke.
He's living in all these what ifs, woulda, coulda, shoulda, and then he's making like bold proclamations that if America doesn't intervene, then all your daughters are going to get raped. That is crazy, especially considering that's not how their like military force of arms isn't how the immigrants are coming into our nations. They're not fighting their way here.
I agree. It's definitely like, you know, it's extreme rhetoric, but I think you're smart enough to understand the point he's making when he says we have to do this or future daughters are going to be raped, saying that there's going to be a lot of what's going on in Europe in America if something isn't done.
And I'm saying that's happened now. We're already at the fail-safe limit. Like action has to be taken yesterday. We're bleeding. Like in triage, you've got to address bleeding and breathing first. If someone's bleeding to death or if they're not breathing, everything.
But aren't you arguing that this is like the fighting in Iran is not addressing it?
The fighting in Iran is the broken. The fighting in Iran is the broken fucking arm when we're bleeding out and the person is unconscious and not breathing properly. That's a broken arm. We can fix that later. What we need to do is get this person breathing, and we need to stop the bleeding. And in order to do that, we need at least bare minimum 1.5 million deportations by the time Donald Trump is out of office, which I don't see how we're on schedule for that right now.
Okay.
And
But
if this isn't
so,
done,
like,
then
are you
then we're getting
arguing that?
we're getting raped right now, and the rape is going to get worse unless this is taken care of immediately.
Yeah, so that's why when you said that, remember Tareyak had asked you if we stop fighting in Iran, is that going to be worse or better?
If we stop fighting in Iran, I think it will be better. If we continue fighting, we're displacing more people. There's going to be more. There's going to be a surge of immigration across Europe and a small bump in America from Iranians, specifically Jordanians, Syrians, and Iraqis. Because here, if Leslie leaves, ISIS is going to appear in the battlefield. I have every confidence ISIS or Al Qaeda or some weird offshoot. It's the perfect opportunity in the power vacuum right now, or the perceived power vacuum, because right now the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is still very much in charge. And I think that
so you're saying, just to be clear, right before we go on all that other stuff, your argument, your direct response is to say that the war in Iran is going to cause even more immigration in the U.S. and more of the rapes that are going on
in the U.S. and even more fold, like 10 times more in Europe.
Okay, so let's address that claim right there, because that is something that can be argued, I think, here, right? I don't know if you were listening that whole time. Just one sec, Chance. I don't know if you were listening that whole time, Tareyak. Were you listening the whole time? You heard it?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's saying that, you know, the war is going to actually be worse for America based on the increased immigration that's going to happen from these countries. So, and he's saying it's going to happen in Europe even worse now. So,
it's going to happen in America even worse through the fallout of the economic system, to where people from
right. Yeah, no, we get it, Trent. Let Tareyak respond to that so that we don't get off track again, because I think this could be a good one here. So, what would be your response to that?
Yeah. So the claim that, like, saying, "Oh no, let's let these Islamic theocracies, these jihadist terrorists that are more than willing to mow down their own people," that is going to all of a sudden say, "Oh no, like these people will actually stay with the Islamic regime and they actually want this Islamic regime," is laughable to me. The reason why we have such high fluctuations is because of this jihadist terrorists. That there is no actual like logic being employed. It's just we want to wipe out Israel and then we want to wipe out America, and then Islam can take over the whole world. That's all they care about. There is no rationalizing. You look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is more than happy to do business with the West. They've seen it like now with like the World Cup, the events that we do and all this kind of shit. It's good for business. Iran does not give two fucks about business. They just want to wipe out the infidels, which is you, which is me, which is Trench. And this whole mentality of like, oh, we're just going to leave the Middle East the way it is, right? We're going to go home with a dog with its tail between its legs. And we're going to somehow like stop this bleeding, all this kind of shit. Then Europe falls. And now you have even more migrants flowing into America. It's laughable that this is even like an argument he's trying to make. But hey, that's Trench for you.
I mean, that's not what I've said. I said we should take the W. We've decapitated the regime, which was supposedly one of the mission objectives. Okay, then if that was the mission objective, where is the rise of the average daily Iranian saying, okay, come, Mr., we're ready to be a part of the G20 and we're ready to build Hooters and McDonald's and shit. It's not happening. They don't want to be assimilated into the Western. That's one guy speaking for himself on behalf of the international talking.
The former king.
I'm sure that people. He's not the former king.
His son.
He's not the former king.
That's who Reza Pahlavi is.
The Iranians are pretty happy about running out.
So you do know who he is. So who was pretending to play ignorant earlier on, Trench, when you said, I don't even know who that guy is?
Oh, if you say he's his son,
I got you. I got you, you son of a bitch. I caught you out in a lie. You just lied to the whole fucking audience, and that's why you're smiling, because I just caught you.
No, I didn't.
You stupid motherfucker.
Assuming that he is his son. Assuming that he is his
Oh,
direct son.
Yeah,
then
now we have to get a DNA
maybe he
test.
has a claim.
Now we have to
That
get a
doesn't
DNA
mean
test.
that-
But you see,
that
like
doesn't-
the levels of proof that I have to go through.
That doesn't mean.
And then Trench
that-
like, no,
no,
it's-
that doesn't mean that the Iranians want to give into a monarchy. You're
I
talking
fucking
about
caught
people
you. I
that have
caught
been
you
trying
lying.
with decades.
I caught you
I have not
lying,
lied.
Trench.
If anybody's been lying, it's you to yourself all night with
Yeah.
this nonsense.
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to
yeah.
gaslight
Just
me
projection.
over and over again.
Yeah. We need
Oh,
to
like,
replace
I
that
want
camera with a
rape
fucking
gangs.
projector.
I want rape gangs. I'm arguing on behalf of spreading Islam.
You
internationally.
denied
You're
earlier in the
crazy.
conversation. You
That's
denied. So
crazy.
who even is that guy? And then on purpose, I called him the former king, and you said he's not the former king because you were
He's not.
so desperate to try and get a correction on me. But by doing that, you just exposed
What?
to everyone in the audience that you're talking shit.
No. If anything, I've
Yes.
exposed that.
Yes.
I don't know who the heir of the sheikh is. Excuse me if I don't know the fucking royal family, but per se, that doesn't
No.
change anything.
Trench, but I'm pointing out, and what you're trying to
You're
obfuscate
assuming
away
that
from
the
is you
average-
said I don't
you're
even know who
assuming-
that
no,
is
what you're
earlier
trying-
on.
what
And
you're
then I
trying to
falsely
obfuscate
called him the
from
former
is you're
king,
assuming
which
that the
One at a
average
time, boys.
Iranian-
One at a time. One at a time. One
You're
at a time.
assuming that the average Iranian wants to go into a monarchy or wants to engage in Western capitalism. I don't think that's the cause. I don't think that's the cause at all. I think the IRG has strong support. Otherwise, they wouldn't be popping missiles off everywhere if they weren't being
the regime-
supported.
the regime that
that's
mowed
how-
down
that's how it
tens of
works.
thousands of its own citizens has virulent support.
Allegedly,
Allegedly,
maybe
yeah.
3,000 tops.
So that's just more Israel propaganda, is it?
I didn't say that. That's
So when you
saying
see
that.
these videos, when you see
So you
these
say
videos of
that we're running
of
away
dudes
like
with
like we'd be running
AK-47s
away with like a dog with our
mowing
tail
down people.
between our legs. After we decapitate the
And I was
region,
running away from this.
there's an absolute chance for Donald Trump to walk away from this with an optical W, but it's not going to come in the form of
yes,
a
Americans,
prolonged
that's the best
invasion.
you can hope for now. That's the best you can hope for is an optical win because
Yes.
you're so weak. That's what Trench is saying. You guys
You're
are
the
so
one
weak
saying
that the
we're
best you can hope
I'm
for
saying there's
is an
limits of
optical
power.
win.
And then where are the Irish? We're so weak. Where are all the Europeans? If their daughters are in such peril, where are all the European men at arms?
I just read out what's happening in England. The police were
But
involved.
you're saying we're such big pussies that we can't
The police were
fucking
involved,
fight the
Trench.
threat within, that everything is so corrupt. We need America to
The
come
police
in and
were
fucking
involved.
unfuck this form. Let me tell you something. If you're waiting for America to undo the corruption in
No.
the European system, then you are high. And there is no way for me to logically explain the Game of Thrones, the powers that be, or the black and gray criminal markets to you in any lawful, logical, or meaningful way outside of stop being a naive, childish boy and see the overall strategic map.
No, you just walked into it now, Trench. Because I had a debate on this channel
Uh-huh.
against Rob Noor.
Uh-huh.
And what was the prompt? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Russia should take over the EU.
Russia should take over.
I'm
the
not
EU.
just going to sit here and wait for America to actually see the truth. I'm more than willing to wave in the Russian soldiers and completely shatter this bollocksology of the EU into a million pieces. And I dare hope to God that Putin has something special in order for that cunt Macron.
Then where's this line of logic then when it comes to the European Union needing to defend its own shit? You can implement it
I'm
with
not
Russians,
against that.
but you can't do it.
I'm not against that.
You can't do it with Iranians. The Russians actually have fucking nukes. Russians actually have a real military.
Yeah,
that's
so does the French.
strategic modern
So do the
threat.
British.
The Iranians.
There's three
not
options.
so
There's
much,
three options for
but
Europe
they're-
right
but
now.
They're
There's-
your
there-
fucking boogeyman.
Listen, Trench.
dude.
There's
Get outta
three
here.
options.
That's
There's three
schizophrenic.
options.
You have a
Either-
schizophrenic fucking position.
Yeah, either America becomes number one and is literally the greatest country that I dare say this world has ever seen, or
We've
America
already
does
done
what you
that.
want to do, where they go home with the tail between their legs, and then Russia steps in and tries to take over the EU, turns it into a federation, and then $20 trillion GDP goes into Russia's control, which Rob
That's
says
never
no,
gonna
America
happen.
will be forced to act at that
Again,
stage.
you're assuming
Or
that
number
Europeans are
three,
just gonna roll over.
or number
That's
3
crazy.
trench, which
You're
means
crazy.
if the Islamification of Europe does happen, you need to glass England, France, Germany, every single European country that has nukes. You need to take them out. You need to wipe them off the face of the planet, because by that stage, essentially, Britain would just be an Islamic state.
You are this all or nothing Dr. Claw conspiracy.
I gave you 3
theory
options.
world.
I gave you 3 options.
You
Trench.
gave me a fucking straw man, a red herring, and a phantasm to fight against.
No, you're just saying random fallacies.
None
now.
of that has none of that.
Let me go
has
through it again
nothing to
then.
do
Let me
with
go through
should
it again.
the US not
Let
be
me go through it
fighting
again.
Iran, which I've given several.
Let me go through it
logical
again then.
reasons, from the economics to the American blood and treasure to the very real threat.
All have been
It's 10
countered.
times the threat of immigration from a Catholic nation state. Using
Yeah, okay, so
Catholic
I'll run,
NGOs
yeah,
and
I'll
our
run
own
through the 3
politics
options again for Europe.
from inside of us. That's
Either
our
America-
real strategic threat.
Yeah.
Not a bunch
Either
of
America,
juice boxes, not a bunch of Iranians. Like, you keep trying to bog it down into that nonsense and make it religious. I'm talking about the tactical is on the map right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
let him respond to it.
Yeah, and-
Aren't you repeating it now?
and the reason why I point to Iran is the one that corrupted the minds of your youth, that fed them communism, the same way how Iran was overthrown in the first place, the way the Shah
But
was
it's
overthrown in the first
Pakistanis
place.
raping the European
Back
girl.
in 1979, it was through the communists and the Islamists got together, they overthrew the bitch, and then the Islamists wiped out the communists. And now you're seeing the same thing play out in America. That's why you see in all these college campuses, they all wave their Palestinian flag, which is the
So-
four
so the
colors of the
communism-
force.
so the
They're the
communism
4
comes
colors
from-
of the
you're
horseman in
saying-
the apocalypse.
Let me steel man
That is
this.
no mistake.
Okay,
But
let
like
me
I
steel
said,
man
there's
this up to
3
down.
there's
Let me
3
steel man
options
this
in
up to
Europe.
down. Let me steel
Number
man this
1,
up to down.
America.
College
Yeah,
universities
America.
are overrun
Okay.
with communist Muslims. The communist Muslims are the ones
Trench,
making
you got
all our
you got
money.
you got to let him finish
I'm
though,
trying.
Trench.
I got to steal 1 point before we go on to point 30, like he tries to do.
No, he's trying to he's trying to address the point, but you're cutting him off. Let him finish.
So he's going to confound this point with a whole other point. Now I got to defend 2 points.
No, go ahead. No, Trench, I'll give you another 5 minutes. I'll wait till it's 15 minutes on the clock.
No, I'm
Go ahead.
trying to steel man this up to now. The communist Muslims are the ones inside of our universities poisoning our children against the American way of life. That's your position. It's the Muslims doing all of this. The Muslims are bringing the Mexicans in. The Muslims are the ones associating communism and LGBTQ and trans stuff. It's all the Muslims. Yeah, it does sound stupid.
Okay, I'm going to
huh?
take that as I'm going to take that as you actually finishing your statement. So I'm going to retort. Did you guys know that Iran is one of the top 3 countries for trans surgeries worldwide?
Answer the fucking question. And that's fake news.
You
That's
said
a
is Iran's.
propaganda
You said
machine.
no. I directly answered
trans.
it. You said
Go be
Iran.
trans
You're the one that's saying.
in Iran and
You see
watch
the way you
what
won't let me
happens.
fucking finish. Okay,
believe
thank you.
the fucking
Right,
nonsense.
you're the one that made the claim. So it's the Iranians that are pushing the trans surgery. Yes, Iran is top 3 in number of trans surgeries per year.
So they're fake trans population that doesn't exist in any way, meaningful shape or form. And they offer transgender surgeries to foreigners to come in and get their tallywhackers fucking removed, but they don't do it for their own people.
They do.
That sounds like there's no.
They see it as a
trans
cure to
surgery.
homosexuality.
It's a
You ignorant cunt.
propaganda. It's a propaganda engine. There's no trans
Okay, so
community
if
in
I showed you
Iran.
evidence, so if I showed you the fatwa
Show
that was
me
issued,
evidence. Show me evidence of the trans
Okay.
community in Iran. And how happy they are.
and you will change your opinion if I show you this.
I'm not going to change my opinion on fucking.
Exactly, you won't change your mind because you're already committed. That you're already like, yeah, no, this has to go through.
It just sounds like bullshit. Like, fundamental Muslim nations don't allow for all this Western individualism. He might taken some APAC money for, or the regime might have taken some APAC, or not APAC money. What do you call it? USAID money to bolster the illusion that they're doing this, that they're inclusive. How much money was the regime getting from from USAID to pretend
Yeah.
to give
Okay.
a fuck
So,
about
do you want
a
to listen?
transgender fucking population.
Yeah. Do you want to listen? Yeah.
How much?
Because, like I said, like
And
I'm
what- and
literally
where-
showing
where's
him the
all the
connection.
videos?
Yeah,
Where
I'm
are all the
literally
happy
about to.
videos
I'm
of the
about to
happy
read
trans
off the
person
fatwa.
who
Yeah. See the
marries
way he just
or
keeps talking
as
because he knows
as
the
an
truth.
Iranian
Yeah,
man?
the
Can
truth
an
destroys his
Iranian man marry
position.
a trans woman? Is that something that
Yeah.
the average Iranian
Yeah, I
man
have the proof.
is
I have the
going to
proof.
do?
If you shut your fucking
Yeah.
ignorant mouth, okay? Ayatollah
That's great.
Rollah Khomeini did not issue one single dramatic public proclamation, but addressed sex reassignment or changing of sex in two main contexts. The most frequently quoted short fatwa. Fatwa is a religious edict, meaning that it's legal, right? Is a personal response, often dated in the mid 1980s, linked to the advocacy by Mariam Khatun
1980?
Mokhrara.
Nigga's
Scholars,
dead. And he talking
scholars,
about some shit in
yeah,
1980.
scholars, and see the way he just keeps interrupting. Yeah, scholars and reports consistently cite the English translation of the 1987 era reply. In the name of God, sex reassignment surgery is not prohibited in Sharia law if reliable medical doctors recommend it. Inshallah, you will be safe, and hopefully the people whom you've had mentioned might take care of the situation being homosexuality. They viewed
So
sex
why do they
reassignment surgery
throw
as
transgender
a
people off the
cure
bridge?
to homosexuality. And now you wonder why the fuck was the trans issue put front and center? 1%, less than 1% of the population.
Then why
This
does
was a
the
big
regime-
issue. It's
why does the
because they
regime
want.
persecute- Why
Yeah,
does the regime persecute transgender people then? Why? If they're so cool
They
with it, they do all
persecute
these
gays.
So why do they
They
persecute?
view the
transgender
trans
people?
surgery as a solution to
Then
homosexuality.
why do they still persecute transgender people? Even though
It's
they have
a
all
fat. What is a fatwa?
It doesn't matter what the fucking ritual did
Oh,
or
just yeah,
said.
fatwas don't mention
So-
like none,
so
none of this
Iran-
evidence you have,
Iran-
Terak.
So
You know what I mean?
Iran
Like,
doesn't
see the way the
persecute
Trench
transgender
thought Trench
But
thought he
deal
was
with
so
my
smart.
evidence.
I'm going to bring
Deal
up
with
the
my
trans
evidence.
because there's no way that Tareyak can
Then
relate
deal
the
with my
trans thing to
evidence.
Iran.
Then deal with my evidence. Then why does the regime persecute trans
I
people?
directly addressed your claim.
Okay, why is there a contradiction then? Why is there a contradiction?
Where's the
in what
contradiction?
The Ayatollah said that, yeah, it's totally cool to be trans, and here's this place where you can go to be trans at. Then why does the regime, and why has the regime up until his death persecuted transgender people, to include executing
Gay
them?
people. Gay people.
I'm saying transgender people for a reason,
You-
not just
you're
gays,
denying
but
that does this
also
fatwa
transgender-
exist?
I'm denying that they honor the fatwa. Yes, I am denying it. I'm saying it's bullshit. I'm saying you've been spoon-fed a bunch of bullshit, that they're not happy-go-lucky with the trans community.
Okay. Trench, honest question. What would it take for you to admit that maybe you've been fed a spoonful of bullshit? What would it take?
It would take literally a whole bunch of Iranians together, like not just a small isolated community that looks good optically, but the average Iranian be like, yeah, we're totally cool. I can't wait to go get my fucking trans wife myself. That's when I think they're fucking cool with it. But that ain't fucking happening, Chief, because
so
they
when
view
the-
it all
the-
as gay
When the
Skittles.
leader,
It's all Skittles
when
to
the-
them, and it's all
yeah,
haram.
when
Haram.
yeah, so when the literal Pope of the country pushes out a
He's not the
religious
Pope.
edict.
He's above that. He's the supreme leader.
Yeah, so it's even worse. He's even
Yeah,
more
it is even
powerful
worse
than the equivalent of a
because
Pope.
it's almost like
And he's
somebody
putting
with
out-
that much
he's
power
putting out
can make
legislation
contradictory laws and enforce
legalizing
them
it.
at their leisure. Because that's what tyrannical governments have. They have convoluted and they have a whole range of laws that are a contradiction of themselves. That way they can enforce anything they want at their fucking leisure. That's the history. That's the history of it.
Just for the audience, right? A fatwa means that it is not haram. It is not haram to have sex reassignment surgery. Because they
So
view
you
it
want
as
us
a
to believe that
solution
there are
to
these
homosexuality.
there's these
Which
big
I've
bad
had debates
fundamentalists
before pointing
that are
out
cool
that
with
the whole trans thing
LGBTQ.
is
It's just
literally
retarded.
homophobic.
It's retarded. There are the supreme homophobes. They hate the shit so much to where they'll even
Yes.
cut off foreigners,
And
fucking
yeah,
tallywhackers.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then
If you're a gay man, they would rather you
can
cut
lie
your
to
own
the
penis
infidel.
off.
In Islam, you can lie to the infidel. So you can have infidels come into your country, have their fucking
The fatwa
dick
is not
cut
for the
off.
infidel. The fatwa is for the Muslims.
They seem to be doing more foreign.
You don't even understand Islam, bro.
Than they do national. Well, I understand.
You don't even understand
Islam
Islam.
on the ground in Iran, in which they do more foreign transitions than they do local national transitions.
You're the one that brought the trans into this and saying that must be the Iranians' fault. And I literally just provided the proof that the Iranians support this. The Iranian regime supports this.
That they cut off foreigners' junk, and they don't even cut off their own junk. They just kill those people. Oh, wow. That's a big grand conspiracy, Cameron. You must think the juice boxes
so we have to deny.
This.
We have to deny what literally the Islamic regime is saying. So
no, I'm showing you the actions of the regime.
So the Jews infiltrated the Islamic Republic and convinced the supreme leader, who by your own words is even more powerful than the Pope is, to put out a religious edict legalizing this. And you're saying this is a conspiracy theory, Tareyak.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying, brother.
I mean, like I said, he's just admitted no matter what evidence he puts forward,
it is absolutely
no matter what's evidence, he's like, no, I'm against the
evidence is by their own record keeping that they do more foreign transitions than they do local national transitions. That's not weird to you?
Okay.
That's not weird to you?
Here's the fatwa again. In the name of
Allah,
sex reassignment surgery is not prohibited, which means it is not haram in Sharia law, if reliable medical doctors recommend it. Inshallah, you will be safe, and hopefully the people whom you had mentioned might take care of your situation.
Which is convoluted in of itself, because when you look at their stat tracker, it could be since the 1980s, or it could be annually. We don't know, because Iran is fucking loose-lipped about so many things. There's only so much information that gets out. They're really good at cracking down, which makes it very suspicious that, there's people leaking 30,000 slaughtered, or we're all ready to fucking ride against the regime, but a lot of
because they were already riding. Remember back in January when they had no uprising? That was all propaganda.
I heard this back in 2006. In 2006, they said the regime is.
There's been multiple attempts.
The regime in Iraq is ready to fucking buy McDonald's and build Hooters and have Bank of America come in. And it's not happening. They said that about Afghanistan. It's not happening. And you think it's going to happen in Iran? Dude, that's a pipe dream. You're high.
Bro, I don't know. I don't know what information or what source I can use, because now you're even denying fatwas.
I don't even know
what was put out by the Islamic regime.
You come up with this economic policy in which you still fail to give a hard number. You still fail to address the $30 trillion in debt. You still fail to address what the gold reserve is.
He thought you had me with the whole trans thing. Explain the trans thing, Tareyak. There's no way you're going to relate Iran to trans things. And then I point out it's a top 3 country.
I answered the questions, and I'm saying that no, Iran isn't transitioning anybody in any meaningful number of their own local nationals, and they transition foreigners. If that's not weird to you, then I don't know how to fucking explain it. They put out all kinds of fatwas when the international community is given money.
Is the fatwa for the kafir,
people
or
like
is
Obama,
the fatwa for
people like
Muslim?
Obama, who give them billions of dollars so they can develop nuclear?
Are fatwas for the kafir, or fatwas for
try to develop weapons?
The fatwas are for the Muslims.
The fatwas are for the Muslims. Bombing not the original nuclear facility. Hey,
well,
Donald Trump.
Just like maybe I can get to a middle ground here, like with you, Tareyak, saying that. Even domestically, they're doing the surgeries, and Trench is saying that it's mainly foreigners coming there to get the surgeries. With both of these, does that show some type of influence of trans ideology and surgery being spread to America?
No, I would say that in Islam, again, you are allowed to corrupt the infidel. Like I've had a Muslim fucking Uber driver once before basically brag to me about how his cousin,
just so we stick on the question,
all coming into America, and how over a period of time they'll have the numbers to rot from within. There's nobody to bomb.
Yeah, but just real quick, Trent, just to stick on the numbers.
There's nobody to
both
bomb,
of yours.
Tareyak.
Would you say that
Who do we bomb?
Iran? Just 1 second, Trent. Would you say that Iran doing these surgeries on foreigners coming in is spreading influence to America that is a threat to America. You there, Church?
Oh, I thought you no
Yeah,
more than
I'm
a
asking
threat
it for
of-
you both, but I
no,
let
no,
you go first.
Not any more than what is. We have 20 times more of that. If anything, we influence Iran to have that shit. It's not the other way around. It's us influencing them and then creating a financial situation, but through things like USAID, that allow them to fleece us for money and literally castrate foreigners.
1987, this fatwa was released. French.
Yes, and to think that they haven't been getting a part of USAID money during the
trans
Obama
discussion
administration is crazy. I'm sure we could find it.
And the trans discussion is
Positive
this
we
a
can
new
find it.
phenomenon?
You know, speaking of national security risks, let's talk about real national
Answer the
security
question. No,
risks.
answer the question,
with the
Trench.
communists.
Answer the
Fucking
question.
Charlie Kirk got
Is the
assassinated.
trans
The people
phenomenon a
that
new
did the
thing in the
audit-
West, or has it been
Wait,
around?
The audit?
Trench, you can go to whatever you're going to, but just to answer Taryak's question there, and then go to what you're
No,
going
America influences. We influence them on the trans shit, pure and simple.
So
They're
in
influenced by the West.
1987,
Yes, we've been doing this since like the 30s. The trans thing,
yeah.
since the 30s. There was kind of a world war fought over it.
Oh, so the Germans were doing that shit, and then the Germans all defected into the Middle East and South
No,
America.
I'm saying we've been dealing with this ideology
Odessa,
in the West.
Spinner. Yeah, you're not going to win this.
It comes
You're not going to win
from
this,
the
Trench.
Frankfurt.
The fact,
No, it comes from the
when-
Bajas and
where-
Frankfurt Institute,
where
you jackass.
in modern
fucking
politics,
mook. It
in
comes
modern
from the Frankfurt
politics,
and Baja
now,
schools
yeah,
of
now
Western
you're getting
thought.
angry because you know that
fucking
your whole
shithead.
point's been
No,
destroyed.
it's because you
Because
think
I've
you're smarter
pointed
than you really
to
are,
these
and you don't
lefties.
know where
I've
these
pointed
things
these
come
lefties
from.
actually being
Then where does it
infiltrated.
come from? Then
Yeah.
where does it come from? You
You
think it comes from Islam?
1987, you take
No,
cunt.
it didn't. They have no fucking record of that before 1987.
What it,
where
just
they have record
to
of
try
it coming from the
1
Bahas
second, you're
and
both
Frankfurt
going
schools
off the rail.
and
1 second,
postmodern ideology. You
1
fucking
second,
asshole.
Trench. 1 second,
Fuck
please.
him.
1 second. What Tareyak is asking you is, if it was prevalent there first, how could have been influenced by America?
It's not. We don't take import. We don't take cultural import from Iran. Iran didn't come here and trans us up. Our own women did that from the universities through communist fucking logic and ideology. This happened at our own
Yes,
university.
yes. No, Trench. No, they got it from
And
the
this
universities.
university
Who's funding the
thought
universities, Trench? Who's
influenced
funding the
them.
universities?
NGOs, the Alumni Association. The Alumni Association funds universities.
Yeah.
That's why I don't fucking give my university.
I just want to be
penny.
clear too. Maybe this is where the confusion might be. When Tareyak, you say trans, you're talking transgender, not transvestite.
Yes, this comes from
Yeah,
the
no,
Bajas and
transsexual.
postmodernism.
Yeah, before the
This
whole
comes from
transgender thing.
postmodernism. I guarantee
Yeah,
you we can Google it.
before
It's
the
not
whole-
going to say
yeah.
it came from Bahrain. It came from the Frankfurt School of Thought.
Bahrain is Qatar.
It comes from
Yeah.
the Bajas fucking school of thought. I'm sorry, Tehran.
Mhm.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so again, like Trench wants this whole like make believe land where it's like, oh no, it's
I live in
actually like
real
this
deal.
whole
You're the one saying
this whole-
Pakistani rape gangs are the
this
reason
whole-
we
yeah,
need to
this-
Hold
bomb
up,
Iran
Judge.
into
Judge,
letting
let
our
up.
women
Listen,
stop
if-
voting to
what-
let Mexicans in.
Judge,
Make
Judge.
that fucking make sense, you
All
asshole.
right, Judge. Let him get it off, and then point out whatever's wrong about what he's saying. All right, let him get
I've
it
been
out.
saying, I've been sticking to the same point
Yeah.
all night. We've been doing this for hours, and he still hasn't answered one question all night.
You're
Like
the
a
one
fucking
who brought the
communist woman.
trans thing into
you
it,
fucking
Trench, and now
asshole.
you're raging
And
because I've actually
stand on-
shown.
and I've stand
Yeah,
on
I've
it.
shown the
I'm
link.
raging because you haven't answered one fucking question.
Yeah, because
all
I
fucking
have.
night.
Well,
No,
just to bring
haven't.
back how we got here, you asked him how it's
Sakar was better
influencing the
answering
trans
questions.
ideology. He brought up that Iran is in the top 3 for trans surgeries, and then you had brought up, well, that's foreigners going there, and then so he asked the question. Well,
I don't
he
even
actually,
consider it the top
I
3.
posed a question to both of you saying, if that is the case, that it's because of foreigners or domestic, is it is it a influence on the trans ideology?
let's look at.
And
let's
then
look
you
at the
said
logic.
no, one sec, Trent. And then you said no, America influenced Iran. And then Tareyak pointed out that it was since the 80s, and he said, how could it be prevalent there more and it influenced by America?
Because
So
he
let's
doesn't know. He
let's
doesn't
get
know
back
how
to
old
there. Wait,
transgender
Trent.
ideology is.
Yeah, so explain to us how if it was more prevalent in America or whatever, but he's demonstrated it being prevalent in Iran. So if you think it was more prevalent in
But he
America
hasn't.
before that, go ahead. Well, like
12
he's gave his
12
argument. So could you?
literally 12 gender reassignment surgeries of local nationals, maybe since the inception of the program in the 80s, or maybe annually. It's convoluted and unclear as far as that methodology is concerned. Next, that 12 compared to the thousands of transitions that happened throughout Europe and all the European states and then America. So how Iran is this global leader in transitioning people is beyond me in the fucking first place compared to America, Great Britain, Canada, France, of which transgender ideology comes from the French postmodern schools, the Frankfurt School, the Baja School, not
And Macron's
Tehran.
wife is a dude.
No. This is the historical education that it comes from. Macron's wife was guilty of fucking robbing the cradle. That's her big fucking problem. She was a married fucking adult woman banging a minor, and that's going to all get. No, she's not a man. That's stupid. See how you do all these conspiracy theories while accusing me of it? It's a fucking woman that was banging an underage minor that it's going to be allowed to happen because of all the nonsense and hysteria thrown against the wall, and because they're elite. Elites get away with bullshit that you can't, and that's fucked up. But it's the devil's fucking planet. I don't know how to fix that. I can't fix that. What I think I can do is help influence the illegal immigration problem, in which I can point out the critical threat that is illegal immigration versus some people that may or may not be a convoluted threat to Europeans, but they're not really a threat if the men would just get off their asses and quit being pussies.
So why are all these college students waving a Palestinian flag?
Why haven't you enlisted in His Majesty's
I can't even answer a question. I thought, no, because he knows that I'm speaking the truth. That I have all these counters. Like he thought he was on a winner. That I'm just going to mention up the trans, and there's no way Taryak's going to be able to link trans thing to Iran. And then I hit him with they're the top 3 surgeries worldwide. And here's the fatwa in 9. Shut the fuck up, Trench. Here's the fatwa from 1987. And the whole trans thing is only a modern day phenomenon in America, but Trench wants you to believe that it was actually the Americans who influenced Iran all the way back in 1987, and it's only come home now? Yet I'm the conspiracy theorist.
Yes, you are, because the trans thing's been going on for fucking decades, brother. Inshallah, since the fucking 30s, you asshole.
Oh, nice word you chose there. Inshallah. Yeah, the nice word. That's the same word that's actually used in the fatwa. Inshallah, you will be safe, and hopefully the people whom you had mentioned might take care of your situation.
You fucking dick.
All right, boys. All right. That is gonna wrap up the open floor there. Okay. First off, great back and forth tonight. Okay. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna enter the finals phase of the debate. It's the closing statements. All right, quick reminder to the live chat: the Q&A is already up there for you guys. So if you got a question for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, super chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, these will take priority, and if they fill up the whole 30 minutes. Not all the free chat questions will make it through. So if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of those priority options and we'll make sure it gets asked. All right. With that being said, we're moving into closing. Each debater is going to get 5 minutes to make their final case. We're going to be starting with Trench. So Trench, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, I want to stay to the same points I've been on all night. It's not in our strategic interest. If Europe was paying us a pretty penny to bust open the shipping lanes for them, by all means, then we can be the Hessian mercenaries of the world. This Team America World Police ain't helping our situation. We're bleeding all of our treasure. We're bleeding all of our blood into a situation that is not fully controllable, not because America lacks strategic power, but that's just not how the world works. We can wish everybody gets a pony, but that's not what's going to happen. So far, we're into this to the tune of about $3 billion operational cost today, which only vamps up the more buildup there is. The 31st MEU is ready to deploy on the coast, and the 82nd Airborne is ready to drop down from above. This is good in the short term, but long term, what's going to happen? How do we maintain peace once all government, law and order, etc., has been completely decimated? Then we're stuck. Then we're drawn in. Then we have to play Team America World Police for how long? 2 years, a year, a decade? Considering that we're at $30 trillion in national debt, the global war on terror, I think the last time I checked, was around $7 trillion in cost. That's insane. This is making your children's children money slaves. More importantly, the threat is here. The threat is now. He screams about grape and grape gangs. This is happening in Europe and America because we don't have physical control over our electoral process, and we don't have physical control over our borders. Immigrants, criminal immigrants, are being allowed to flood in, and they're not Iranian. They are Pakistani. They are South American. They are African. They are Eastern Asian. These places, Indian, Pakistani. I said Pakistan already, but the point is, it's not the Iranian nationals that are coming into these nation states and creating these grape gangs. They haven't been allowed to leave their country yet. And I fear that once the situation gets worse there, our own bleeding hearts will start importing these people by the thousands. This is a strategic problem of which Tareyak has not come up with a counter to. How does destabilizing the area more cut down on immigration outside of a pipe dream, when the historic fact has been war in the Middle East is the direct contributor to the surge in immigration in Europe and America from Middle Eastern places, to which America has a unique problem. The immigrants ain't coming from the Middle East. They're coming from our neighbors from the South. So detracting from the mission of policing our border and deporting people, now we have a new threat in which the Department of Homeland Security, now this is their immediate concern. And on top of that, by shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which 25% of global energy comes from, this is going to have a domino effect on the second and third world in our very own backyard as far as energy, especially considering the recent military action taken against another oil-producing nation in South America. So we're going to see a surge of South American immigration into America at the same time when we are literally not able to deport them in any effective, meaningful number. We are 300,000 to 400,000 deportations behind Barack Hussein Obama at this point, with no sight in this becoming the refocusing of the mission. Right now, as it is, the midterm election, unless Donald Trump turns this around and gets a clean W, which the longer it goes on, that becomes harder to obtain. Right now, as it is, we've destabilized the region. We've taken out the quote unquote nuclear threat, if it ever existed, and we've decapitated the leadership, of which, if the new leadership, there needs to be a survival of the fittest thing that kind of happens too. Whoever the new leadership is has to play ball. We can always airstrike them, but as far as contributing boots on the ground, no, that's insanity. Unless there is a coalition from our European allies, which they appear to be nothing but hostile in. Your nation doesn't want anything to do with what we're doing.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we are going to hand the mic over to Tareyak. Tareyak, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so the key kind of thing we ended there with the whole LGBT, I think like Trench thought, it's like there's no way you tie this to it, but like I pointed out with the trans surgeries, top three is Iran. And again, it's not that I'm saying that it originated in Iran or none of that shit, right? I'm basically making the point the main push for that dialogue in modern day politics has been from Iran. Why are all these college students coming out of college, anti-American, chanting death to America with a bunch of Muslims waving a Palestinian flag? You've all seen the protests. You know what I mean? That's who your enemy is. That's how deep their infiltration goes. You know what I mean? And like I said, I understand the whole conversation about war and like American blood and all this stuff, but this is why I read the letter to you. You can either wait and what's happened to Britain will happen to America. You want your daughter, it's either you send your men now or your daughters get raped. And then lastly with the whole Bitcoin thing as well, it's like this will actually solve the US national debt because as Trench pointed out, 25% of the global energy comes through that Strait of Hormuz. If all settlements have to be resolved in Bitcoin, that puts all 25% of the world's energy market into the Bitcoin market, which would spike the Bitcoin reserve fund, essentially. Do you know what I mean? And as to the whole thing of like, well, what about the Europeans though, and all this kind of shit, like I've pointed out, that's why I read off the letter. The police are active perpetrators. We have Muslim mayors of London. We have like Muslim politicians across, even in America. Your mayor of New York is a Islamist communist. Okay? So in terms, and again, I understand it. You know, Tareyak or Yaki, you're an outsider. You're not one of the Asgardians. You're a frost giant. I understand that. That's why I'm not asking you to believe me, folks. I'm not asking you to have trust in me. All I'm simply asking is for you to have faith in the man that put it all on the line 10 years ago when he came down that escalator and he says, I'm going to make America great again. You either believe in making America great again and trust your president, or all of this goes to shit. With that, I cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we are going to get into, that's going to conclude the closing statements. And we're going to get into the Q&A here in a second. But listen, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. We run all kinds of matchups, okay? Political, cultural, social issues, philosophy, internet beefs, video games, animes, anything where there's a conversation worth clashing over. We put it in the arena. And also don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. So before I start the timer for the official 30-minute Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each debater based on arguments I heard, things maybe I think deserve another pass, things I want clarified, stuff of this nature. And then after that, we will get into the official 30-minute Q&A. So with my questions here, I'm going to start on the affirmative side. So if like these targeted, because you had mentioned like, oh, this is why we take out leaders and stuff like that, we don't just like go to war. If the like targeted strikes and like that very limited interventions are enough, what would be like that? So like, what evidence would you have to that this approach is actually what eliminates a long-term threat rather than just delaying them? Oh, you're muted, Trench.
Yeah, I muted myself for his closing. I don't think they officially eliminate long-term threats. I think when it comes to like dispatching enemies, what you're doing is you're kicking the can down the road. And You know, you could argue that you can kick the can down the road indefinitely so long as you're the hegemonic power, but this can only be preserved through full spectrum warfare, i.e., shutting down your border when too much of the outsider comes in. And that's just, we're not doing that. That's where the threat is. This is the time bomb underneath our floor right now. And I'm tired of everybody acting like it's thousands of miles away when it's here now. The grape gangs, as he so kindly pointed out, are here right now. And they're not Iranian.
Okay. Did you have something you want to say to that, Tareyak?
He's just saying, like, yeah, like Dearborn, Michigan is happening, but like we like dare not, like we might lose the next election, so let's bend the knee to Islam. Retarded. Literally retarded. It's the same thing that Nigel Farage is saying in England, and that's why reform Britain is gone and restore Britain's gone up.
But you make it. I mean, if there was only somebody to bomb, yeah, maybe. But this is a political battle, and you can't exercise political power if you don't have the political office. So it's full spectrum warfare. It's not just the kinetic battle on the ground. It's the ideological battle. It is the game theory battle as far as how do we maintain control over the electorate. You don't maintain control over the electorate
have
by
Muslims
catching geopolitical
There's a Muslim
L's.
mayor in New York. What are you going to do about the Muslim mayor in New York?
Do you think bombing Iran is going to get rid of the Muslim mayor in New York?
Ending Islamic jihadism will get rid of that shit.
Do you think the average voter that brought this guy into power looked at him as just a Muslim, or did they look at him as a communist?
He's an Islamic communist. That's how Iran fell in the first place.
See, for me, he's just a communist.
It's the same playbook.
The communists will bring in anything, whether it's Troon shit, whether it's Mexican shit, whether it's fucking Palestinian shit. They will bring any flag against the host nation. It has to do with that big five. Get rid of old norms, old cultures, old rules, old religions, old mythos. The old ways must go. So, of course, they're flaunting Muslims in our face. Of course, they're bringing in Mexicans by the millions. Tareyak, 20 million people. There isn't even a 20 million man army on Earth that exists. That's an invasion.
All right. So my next question for you, Trench, would be like, at what point does a foreign threat become like serious enough that like this full-scale military action would be justified? Like what would be the level it would have to come to where you would say, yeah, let's fucking, this is exactly what we should be doing?
So two parts. The philosophical part of me looks at this like the heap problem. At what point do a bunch of grains make a heap that you stack up? For me, that looks like Iran lashing out. And when I say lashing out, I mean lashing out preemptively and attacking its neighbors, invading, let's say, Iraq physically, not subversion, not culturally. These things happen. That's the nature of the Game of Thrones. I'm talking about moving its army against Israel, moving its army physically against its neighbors. Then if it's a neighbor that we have, like Saudi Arabia, that we have an actual allyship with, then by all means, yeah, it's time to defend our neighbors to the point where the threat is gone. We have a responsibility in that department. But this all gets convoluted when we preemptively attack. Then we lose the justification football, so to speak.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you think?
So,
Did you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So if October 7th happened in Saudi Arabia rather than Israel, you'd be all in. You'd be all for this war.
October 7th wasn't done by Iran proper.
If it had been in
That was
Saudi Arabia,
Palestinian-
would you
that
be
was
all in on this war? Would you
That's
be
a-
all in
that's-
this war?
That's a non sequitur, though. That's not what happened.
You're a fucking retard, Trench.
You're a fucking
You're a
asshole.
fucking retard.
You're a fucking asshole making up all these bananas hypotheticals to fight. It's called straw manning.
Well, yeah,
That's
if
not
they
the
attacked Saudi
situation on
Arabia,
the
then
ground.
I'd be all in and I'd be for what you're saying, Tareyak. But because they didn't attack Saudi Arabia, even though they have
What's my
technically
logic
struck
behind that?
Saudi Arabia, you're all of a sudden you're not for it.
After
Like
we
it's
lit them
bullshit.
up,
It's
After
brainwash.
we lit them up, after we lit them the fuck up, you
Well, before
asshole.
yeah,
To which
yeah,
they
like before you go
retaliated to
too
say-
off,
the way
Trench.
they said that the way they said they would retaliate. They have said since day one, if we've got lit up the way they got lit up, that they would retaliate against everywhere there's a U.S. base, and they did that.
Trench, before you go too much more there, I just want you to back up a little bit to where you said it wasn't done by Iran proper. So like maybe if you could like just
Yes.
explain that a little bit, we'd get clarification there.
That was done by a Palestinian freedom fighter group.
Freedom fighter. That's what
That's what they call
freedom fighters.
themselves. They're terrorists.
Oh
So
my
what?
god.
What? Grow up. One man's terrorist is another man's.
You
freedom
chose to
fighter.
call them freedom
And
fighters.
you're saying
Trench.
that it's not connected to Iran, is what you're saying.
That could be funded backdoor wise, but we smashed that apparently. I've got no problem with intervention as far as that is concerned. But when we take preemptive measures like nation building, the shit that fucking got Donald Trump elected by standing in opposition against, that's when it starts getting a little weird and a little hard to fucking explain. That's why lies sound convoluted. When you listen to the talking heads, there's no
Yeah,
clear.
and I'm
fucking
saying just to
message
trust Trump.
versus the truth that is uniform, that it's self-evident. Then nobody's fucking worried about what we're doing. I wouldn't be worried if we were just real about the situation. Like, hey, maybe there's some economic shit going on that we got to deal with, and the only way to deal with it is through military force. Then let's operate on some transparency. That way we have a clear mission objective. But right now, the
Okay.
mission objective is convoluted, which is why I don't think we should be there, because we don't have a clear mission objective.
Okay.
Freedom fighters.
Okay, so then my question.
But you're the one convoluting 9 different fucking conflicts. Let's talk about Iran. Or let's talk
Hold up,
about
hold
then
up, hold up.
why is Israel invading fucking Jordan right
Don't
now?
worry, Trench. You can address it all in the open panel, or maybe even some of these questions that come up.
Instead of helping us out with Iran.
Let me ask Taryak's questions now. So Tareyak, for the first one is like, can you just like again give us like the clear demonstration of like a direct link between like Iran and like a present measurable threat that's inside the U.S. that justifies the war?
Yeah, so you can look at Michigan as a state as an example of what the plans in place are going to be. Dearborn, Michigan, also Hamtramck, Michigan, where they have the full council is all Muslim, and the first thing they done is they banned pride flags and they allowed animal sacrifice. Everything they accuse the Jays of doing, like they're guilty of themselves. You know what I mean? And like I said, like Trent shot himself in the foot when he brought up the LGBT, because I wasn't even going to go there. But when you look at the whole push for trans, like did no one question why all of a sudden our politicians, especially the Democrats and the lefties that he complains about,
Let him finish.
the fact that like all like Biden's there hanging trans flags off the thing, Macron and his wife are all pro-trans and all that stuff, and they're the ones that like set up this regime to begin with.
What are you talking about?
1987, 1987 is when this fatwa was issued. So this was long before the political mainstream discourse was about trans. It was already a fatwa in Iran.
How are they a global leader?
Just talk over the truth.
Trench,
Answer my fucking question.
But let him finish
Answer
and
the
then
fucking
ask him the question.
He's
I always
making up
give the other side
nonsense.
I always give the other side in these questions a chance to respond. So just let him
get
answer.
it, but he's making up nonsense though, because trans isn't some Iran isn't some global leader in trans. Transitioning 12 people to the thousands, to the tens of thousands between Europe and America. Dare I even say hundreds of thousands?
Trench, this is supposed to be a question from my side, you dopey cunt.
Yeah, but how do you square that circle? If
Okay,
they're
but
doing
let him
12 a year-
finish.
If I could answer the
Tareyak,
fucking
Tareyak,
question.
Trench, let Tareyak finish the answer and
No,
then
he doesn't
address
want to
whatever.
fucking just like his
Get
fucking
get
plan
your
for
pen
the,
and
for the
paper out.
fucking
All right,
petrodollar.
write it
I
down.
have,
Yeah,
and he
get your
hasn't
fucking
answered a
crayons
single
out.
question
You
all
fucking
fucking
window
night.
licker.
Not one
Yeah.
fucking question
Just
answered by
okay.
you
Well,
all
but
night.
he's
you
answering
fucking
my
communist
question right
woman.
now, and you're not letting him. You're not letting him
He's
answer my
gonna
question.
obfuscate it.
Let him answer
gonna
my question, okay? Let him answer it. So
serve it
back
up on a
to
tee.
come on, Trench. Come on. Pull it together. Go ahead,
I'm
Terry.
trying.
Yeah, so what I'm basically like, when Trench brought up this whole LGBT thing, he did not see the contradiction that's in the LGBT community. That the queers for Palestine, how does that make any sense? How can the queers be for Palestine? Because the Iranian regime looks as transgender surgery. They actually don't call it transgender, they call it transsexual surgery. Because in Europe and in America, it was proved that you
they
cannot
don't
change
put
your
up with trans in Palestine. They throw them on the
Trench.
rooftops.
Trench,
But
come
he's
on, bro.
lying.
Let him
Same thing with the
finish.
Iranians. They
Let
kill
him
these people.
finish. Okay, Trench, come on. I'm not part of the debate, but just go search up what you think he's lying about while he's telling it, okay? And then maybe you're gonna be very surprised. Just keep going, Terry.
I've used the number 12
so
for
notice-
a reason.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. So notice that like I was able to just like let him, like at one stage during the debate, I literally just put my hands back and just let him spew his fucking nonsense for 5 minutes because I know the truth is on my side. He's not able to explain this contradiction in the LGBT community where they're all of a sudden for Palestine. He's there saying, no, they weren't waving Palestinian flags, they were waving Mexican flags. It's the Mexicans' fault, apparently. You know what I mean?
These are
A
two
clear
different
way of
events.
explaining this contradiction is Iran is the one that's been funding this rise of these like leftist intellectual, wherever the fuck, who literally just want to destabilize America and getting the youth of America to sterilize themselves with these surgeries. You can go back on my channel. There's a debate from over a year ago where I literally make the case that transgenderism is literally homophobic by nature because it disproportionately affects gay kids that are confused when they're going up, and it basically convinces them to sterilize themselves. This is 1987 is when this fatwa was issued. And now all of a sudden in mainstream modern day politics, we all have to be concerned about the whole trans thing. Where the fuck did that come out of?
You're saying it came out of Iran. Iran came here and propaganded all the fucking people into snipping their wieners off. Dude, that's stupid. You're stupid for thinking that. It happened out of our own fucking
explain why queers
universities.
are for Palestine.
I have. It's they're communists. They support anything that is a shock to the old rules, old norms, old culture, old values, which is why they were burning fucking LA down while waving Mexican flags. It's why they were waving Palestinian flags while screaming Jews are white power Nazis. It's a fucking convoluted fucking communist female perspective, the same shit that you're giving me right now. Some convoluted nonsense argument, because the truth is Iran transitions foreigners. They do maybe 12 fucking surgeries a year on themselves, and they're nowhere near the global leaders in fucking transition operations. Yet you think that they have this big global influence over the women screaming, you need to fucking trans up your kid because they got a head full of fucking postmodern ideology. The Iranians hate postmodernism. They hate that ideology. They're not postmodernists. The shit that came out of the Frankfurt and the Bauhaus schools of education are Western. Transgenderism is a Western ideology and phenomena that we've tried to spread everywhere through NGOs and government operations like USAID, which will bleed more of our treasure out of, spending a couple $1 billion trying to fucking spread trunism and fucking Timbuktu.
Shut the fuck up. So in terms of domestic versus foreign, it's actually the large majority. The large majority of trans surgeries are done domestically on Iranians. So he's lying about that. He's just like literally at this stage, he's just referred to lying.
Just
so
like
in terms of like in terms of this whole aspect of why would they support trans when that's against their whole ideology? Why is Ilhan Omar supporting abortion?
Because she's a
Muslim. She should be against
demon. She's a demon.
So then it's overtaken. But it's not that this is an Islamic person who's trying to push negative policies towards the West and erode from the inside.
It's all of the same. It's called a
You're a fucking
coalition.
retard, Trench.
No,
You're actually fucking retarded.
You want to say anything to try to fucking salvage your train wreck against the very real
You're the one who's lying.
intersectionality that is.
There's only 12 surgeries on Iranian a year. No, there's 4,000, and the vast majority are Iranian people. That's number one lie. Number two, explain Ilhan Omar. Explain Ilhan Omar. Why is she pro-abortion if Muslims are against abortion?
4,000, I question that number. That's not what I've seen. Where's that?
Yeah, you just question everything because it doesn't suit your fucking conspiracy theory, brain rot fucking mentality. Explain Ilhan Omar. Why is she pro-abortion? Why is Ilhan Omar pro-abortion? Why is Ilhan Omar pro-abortion?
Because she's a demon that hates life. Abortion's supposed to be against Islam.
Oh, but she's still propped up by the Islamists.
No, she's propped up by the fucking Democratic National Convention.
Yeah, you're fucking retarded.
No, that's
all right. So
what's going on, you fucking asshole?
All right, so
America. They want communism, so they're going to use every weapon in their fucking box to try to bring us down.
All right,
which
Chad,
they're
let me get my next question out here.
Treasure in the Middle East instead of deporting all these fucking hostile foreigners.
All right, Trench, let me get my next question out. Come on. All right. So my next second question for you, Tareyak, was so like it's kind of basically the reverse of what I asked Trench for his first question is like, why is the full scale war more effective than just like a targeted operation? And like, what would it show? What shows that it would lead to the better long-term outcome?
Yeah, because when you look at the infrastructure that Iran's been able to cultivate over these decades since the regime took over, is the same thing that you saw play out in the likes of Gaza. That they took in all this money and they just built all these tunnels. They built their bunkers as fucking deep as they could physically fucking build them, and all this infrastructure that needs to be taken out. This whole notion that you have to send millions of troops to do a ground invasion of Iran, that is not the case. What Trench is not factoring in is Reza Pahlavi, someone he claimed he didn't even know who was, and then I tricked him into revealing that he knows exactly who Reza Pahlavi is, and he knows exactly that the Persian people want to rise up. Even the Kurds are saying that they want their own independent state. That's how much against Islam they are. They say, fuck it, we'll make our own country. Because fuck this shit. We're done with Islam. They burn mosques to the ground. There's been multiple uprisings over the past years.
Kurds
but if you're
to
believe Trench,
let him finish. Let him finish. Please, Trench. You gotta let him finish, bro.
Yeah, if you're to believe Trench, you are to say that all of that is propaganda. All of that is propaganda, and all the Iranians, they just love Islam, and like those mosques that were burning to the ground, that's just global warming, I guess. That's what Trench wants you to believe. I just want you to trust in your president.
They want to create a greater Kurdistan, which is a problem for our NATO ally Turkey. It's a problem in Iraq. It's a problem in Iran because the Kurdistan they want goes across all of these borders. So none of these countries wants to allow that to happen. Next, because of the situation with the shutting down of the Strait of Hormuz, we are now allowing the Russians, who we are supposed to be embargoing their oil, we're allowing them to fucking sell their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. This is fucking crazy. So that Europeans can keep their fucking their shit running. We're now going to the enemy and allowing them to sell more of their resources that will help their war economy to undermine us in Ukraine, which we are still fucking dragged into. You see how dragging us into war, even though we don't have boots on the ground, we're still married to that whole fucking operation. Just like we're now married to this whole fucking operation. And it's not as simple as walking away and taking our ball and going home, because there's all these dominoes that fall because of it. Example, feeding's fucking Sue to pay Ann. Now the Russians are coming up big time in this. And the Russians are the ones selling more modern weapon systems to the Iranian Guard. The shit that shoots down our stealth fighters, which they've shot down a couple already. A part of those, 13 U.S. casualties so far?
I just want to point out for chat, like anyone who's
somebody that's mother or father isn't coming home.
See the way he won't let me talk?
Because we're busy being the fucking world police.
Yeah, so the reason why we went to all these different like things with the whole trans thing, now we're talking about Russia. Like this is all trench. He actually
No, I'm
cannot
talking
defend
about
the
the
argument.
strategic
So
fucking
now he's bringing in
situation on the ground, and
Russia.
I'm
He's
bringing
bringing up
in points
Ukraine,
in
bringing up
case.
all these things he
Whereas
can.
you're
because he
talking about
knows that he can't win this
Pakistani
argument.
fucking rape gangs, you fucking clown.
Because that's
Anything but
what's
to talk about
currently
the
happening
real
in America.
situation,
Yes.
or
The
anything to
rise of
talk about
50,000 rapes in
change
America.
the subject from the very real threat from the invasion of 20 million fucking people, which we should be deporting yesterday. And now these people
It's
aren't
to
getting
give you a
deported
picture of
because
what
we're
will
at
happen
wartime.
if you don't take action
You're
now.
crazy. It's happening now. And time to take action was fucking yesterday. And now we're succeeding.
So
We're
it's
giving
time to
up
take
that
action.
ground of taking
So
action
you agree?
to fight targets
It's
that
time to
aren't
take
a
action.
strategic
You agree?
threat to the United States.
Alhamdulillah, Habibi.
No.
You agree? You agree?
No,
You say it's time to take action yesterday.
Say you're a fucking
So we
asshole.
take action today. And America shows up
talking
with
about
its
shutting down the
nutsack,
fucking border.
puts its nutsack on the table,
and then
and all the rest of
pulling
these
up our
countries
nutsack
shrivel up
and
like a fucking
deploying
Tic
ICE
Tac
like it's never
and
been
go home.
seen before.
All right,
And
real
deporting
quick.
1.5 million fucking hostile, criminal,
All right.
illegal
Chat, you better get the
aliens.
super chat thing. 'Cause
1.5
we're not going to get the
million.
Q&A with Trench.
Trench.
Not with you, because you can't answer a single question, you fucking communist woman.
Yeah, I
All
can't
right,
answer the
let's
question and
get
you're fucking interrupting.
into the official 30-minute Q&A here from the chat. All right, remember chat, super chats,
Interrupting.
PayPals, Cash Apps. These get priority. So if you want to bump yourself up, go ahead, send it through one of those
Give
options.
me a number. How
1
much
second,
gold?
Trench. Come on, we're getting to the Q&A. Come on, there's plenty of time in the open panel to get back to whatever you want to get back to. All right.
Yeah, but the vote will
John
already be
Aria
cast by
Smith
then.
for $5 says, Tareyak, tonight will be the night that I will fall for you again, over again.
Appreciate you, John.
Thank you, John, for the $5. I appreciate that. Sempiternal Chaos for $2 says nothing, just showing some support. Shout out to you. We got Premonition for $5. Says, how many American lives are you willing to ask us to lose when you won't stand with us? No war.
Thank you, Base Granny.
This is why I brought up like what's going down in England right now. Like our whole systems have been infiltrated.
That's not our question.
Like the
How many?
the-
It's a numbers
yeah,
game.
Yeah, I would go
How
there
many?
myself.
10?
I would
Then
go
why
there
aren't-
myself.
then-
Let him
we're taking
answer,
enlistment. We're
Trench.
taking enlistment. You
Trench.
can enlist
Come
in the
on,
American
bro.
And then you'll
Army
claim I
right
never
now.
answered the question.
Trench, let him answer, dude.
I know, but he
Let
can
him
enlist.
answer.
He can totally
But
enlist. in the
point,
American
just
military.
point that out after he's done answering, bro. Just say whatever you would like to say
I
after
want to
he's
see
done
him
answering.
answer the question.
I don't.
not-
I want to hear what you're saying too, but I don't hear anything when you're both talking at the same time, right? So let
Okay.
Tareyak answer, and then go ahead.
Okay, Tareyak, give us a number though, please.
Yeah, as many as it takes. Because like I read out with the story, it's like when your daughter comes home and tells you exactly what the story that I just told you, what are you going to say then? Oh, sweetie, I didn't want to commit any troops at the time.
I'm going to
What are
say
you
my
gonna-
daughter.
what are you gonna
ain't
tell your
getting that
daughters?
happening to my daughter because we're men here in America that can
Oh,
not
yeah.
only
Oh,
defend
yeah.
ourselves,
Yeah.
but we seem to
How's
have
Michigan?
an obligation to defend you.
How's New
Michigan
York?
is fine in the overall. It's going to be fine in the
Hmm.
overall. These people
Yeah.
aren't permanent, and once they
It'll be
fuck up
covered up.
enough shit, hopefully people learn
Premonition
their
will be
lesson.
covered up the exact same way it was covered up in England, the exact same way it was covered up in France, the exact same way it was covered up in Germany.
Then where are your men
So
at
you
arms?
either-
That's
you either
the other
send the
part of her
troops now,
question.
And you save
Then where are
us.
your troops? Save us.
Or your daughters
Why
are
are you
gonna
not
end up getting
saving
gang
yourself? Why are you letting your girls get in gang rape then, Terry? Why are you not personally enlisting in the United States Airborne to protect European girls?
Because I'm not a U.S. citizen.
You don't have to be a U.S. citizen to go fight.
To
can
join in the Air
enlist.
Force.
Yes, you can join the Air Force as a foreign national. Yes, 100%. You right now can enlist in the American Army, Air Force, Navy, or
Oh,
Marines
now we
as a
changed.
foreign national. No, this is the point. Why are you not doing it then? Go save your fucking countrymen. Join America. Asshole. Fuck
To do
you.
what? Join America to do what?
Well, apparently to go subjugate the Iranians.
Yeah, so you actually support it then, yes or no? Yes or no?
No, because I don't think that's the reality on the ground. I think the real threat
Yeah.
is immigration through politics.
Yeah, so
That's the
again, you
threat.
cannot join
Same
directly
point
from
I've been
another country
standing on
or a
all-
temporary visa, such as a
Yes, you
tourist,
can.
student, or work visa.
Yes, you
So I
can.
cannot join the U.S. Air Force. So you
Yes,
don't
you
even know your
can.
own fucking
Yes.
shit, Trench.
Try the U.S. Army or Marine Corps. I bet you. I've seen it personally. We had a Japanese soldier, all kinds of Mexican soldiers get through. What's the left cry? You deported such and such. He served in the Iraq War. After he got caught with a loaded gun or doing some fucking dumb shit, and he didn't finish his obligation of being a good citizen. So yes, you can absolutely do some sort of delayed entry program for U.S. citizenship.
If they have green cards,
you can get a green card,
not
you
a
can come
foreign
here.
national.
But
I would be,
foreign national
and again,
needs
to
a green
address,
card. All you need is a green
address,
card,
yeah,
asshole.
to
You
address
just need a green
Premonition's main
card,
point
and you
your
can
point as
join
well.
the U.S.
Why
military.
won't
No,
you? Yeah,
you're not
to
addressing
address
the point.
yeah,
I've done it. I'm old. I'm busted.
So to
I'm busted.
address
Dude. I got no
Premonition's,
ankles, no back, no knees.
Yeah,
address-
I
wait
fought a
though.
war in
Just
the desert.
okay.
He can
all
join.
right.
No, he's obfuscating. He can join. Why don't you join
Yeah.
then?
Well, he would have to. He would be. He would
He
have
just
to
needs a
become
green card. He
a-
just
no. He
conceded
would
that
have to
ground.
become a lawful permanent resident. Yeah, green card. Yeah, exactly. So,
He just needs a green card. You can.
but
You
that
can come here for the
that
intent.
takes. That takes. You know. That takes.
I'm sure
also-
there's going to be plenty of time for him
Just
to
get a green
the
card,
war
bro.
ain't going nowhere. Then
Yeah,
join
like this
your
is how
own military.
ridiculous. This is how ridiculous the
But
claims
like,
are.
let me ask you a question, Tareyak, to maybe like stop a lot of like the claims coming. Maybe it'll clear some things up. Are you against Ireland sending like its army, air corps, naval services to help fight Iran?
No, I'm 100% dedicated to send as much as you can until this threat is dealt with.
Okay,
But,
so
I said,
just-
it
sure
was
that
also-
happened.
Okay,
Can we build
but
on
like
that? Can we
the
build on
reason.
that?
Wait, 1 second, Trench, please. The reason I wanted this pointed out is because a lot of the times I keep seeing, why don't you send your guys there? Why don't you do the topic is about the U.S., right? So like, not once has Tareyak said Ireland shouldn't fight, and just now he said Ireland should fight. So let's get that part out of here now, since.
Well, can I?
You know,
put a
I've heard
caveat
that
on it?
repeated
actually
so
prove it.
many
How do we get
times.
that? How
But
do we get
I'm just
that to
saying,
happen?
Trench, I've heard that repeated from you and the chat and everything so many times, and I was wondering maybe this was a claim Tareyak made and I didn't hear it. That's why I wanted to ask that question for clarification. So, like, Tareyak is not against Ireland fighting. If it was his say, he would send Ireland's military there. Just so
Well,
everyone
yes.
is clear.
Well, I want to
And
make
just
sure
to
I'm
prove,
debating
this,
Tareyak and not
easy.
speakeasy,
What position
too.
do I hold on the death penalty?
The death penalty, if I'm not mistaken, you're against it, right?
Yes. After reading the shit that's gone on in England, I'm no longer against the death penalty. That's how serious I am about this.
Oh, that's all well and good. But one, I got to make sure I'm debating Tareyak, and two, like, this has got to if there's going to be intervention like that, it's got to happen both ways.
No, I'm
Like,
actually,
that's kinda
I'm
messed
actually
up.
not Tareyak. I'm a Mossad agent. I'm a Mossad agent. Replacing
No,
Tareyak.
I wanted to make a clarification for myself there, Trench, because I heard you say that, and I heard people in chat
Prim.
saying it. So I thought maybe he had said that. So I wanted to
Okay.
know for myself. I was like, wait.
So for
did
the
Tareyak
caveat
ever
to that,
say-
then, because this helps my point in the sense of that's a political issue then. And you've got to maintain political power over the left if you're going to implement that power and political will. To which, for us to shut down the border and to enforce illegal immigration, we've got to maintain political power. And I don't see, unless there's a W that comes out of this rick tick and quick, because midterms are right around the corner, and exercising power for things like immigration are going to become harder and harder if we don't maintain political control over the electorate.
Yeah, and like I said, just to reiterate, because now it's going to change. Well, Ireland won't send troops. I'm more, if I was president or like Taoiseach of Ireland and I had the power to, I would be committing soldiers to the Strait of Hormuz. Just to clarify, but notice now the critique is going to be,
That's fair
well,
enough.
Ireland's not going to send their own troops. And it's like,
No, that's fair
so
enough, and I
no matter
appreciate
what
the
way, no matter
consistency.
what way I answer this, yeah, no matter what way I answer
you
this,
just hear
it's
me?
still just going to be, it's still going to be the critique
Did you
that,
just
well,
hear
Ireland
me?
won't send anything anyway. So like the initial critique falls flat in his face.
I said
Yeah,
I
so,
appreciate
well,
the consistency there.
Okay,
Then
yeah.
that's all well and good, but it still doesn't take away from the point that the reality of the moment is it's just us. Like even the Israelis aren't sending ground troops. Even the Israelis aren't committed to the same level of bomber sorties. And this is supposed to be like the thing told to us by the Secretary Mark Rubio was that we preemptively struck Iran because Israel was going to strike Iran. So make that make sense. Where's the rest of the Israeli force?
Yeah, so like I explained earlier, 8 months ago, Israel already fired rockets into Iran.
I'm not talking about our rockets. I'm talking about naval destroyers. I'm talking about Marines. I'm talking about the fucking airborne guy. Because that's what it takes to lock down the strait.
They have been flying over planes.
You can't just do it with air campaigns. See, they shoot rockets from the ground. And in order to destroy those rockets, we have to put guys on the ground that can physically see those fucking rockets and designate targets. Yes, Apache helicopters are a part of the United States Army, not the United States Air Force. They require ground force. Guess what? I was a forward observer.
They don't require an Apache helicopter. Doesn't require ground force.
They require ground forces not only to maintain and
Apache helicopters protect ground forces
because they're short-range vehicles.
But you can just send in Apache helicopters to take out these.
They have a limited amount of time. No, you can't. You need ground targets and sometimes Kiowas, but Kiowas aren't enough. You need forward observers and ATACs, air combat controllers on the ground. Yes. So what's that imply in military game theory? If you're going to deploy fucking Apaches, you're going to have boots on the ground. But more importantly, in order to take out these SAM sites, in order to take out these long-range ballistic missile sites that target naval ships that create the blockade, we have to put special forces operators, Marines, and airborne personnel on the ground to physically go out and find these targets because they hide them up in the mountains, down below in the grounds, in everywhere. So we have to put guys on the ground because the fucking Apache isn't a standalone air assault vehicle. It is a ground support vehicle operated exclusively by the United States Army.
Ground, but it's not only ground troops. You just fucked yourself again, Trench. You just fucked yourself again. That's why you're raising your voice.
No, you think that.
Yes.
No, the Apache is a ground support vehicle for ground troops for taking out ground targets.
And you started this by saying no, it's the ground troops that protect the helicopters.
Yes,
when you just admitted it's vice versa.
It's a synergy. Because they're not in the air
all the time.
They've got to land
ground troops for
Yes, you do, you fucking mook. They're not in the air the whole time. They land. And you know where they land? In theater. They have to by their design because they're not long-range reconnaissance fucking bombers.
That's why your Navy
They are close air support fucking weapons. We don't launch them off the back of fucking Navy destroyers, dude. They come
like I keep saying.
We launched them from Army forward operating bases. Boots on the fucking ground. Do you know what a fucking helicopter mechanic is in Army MOS? The Air Force doesn't do this. The Navy doesn't do this. This is exclusively an Army mission involving forward operations. You fucking idiot.
All right, let's get to the next one here because we'll probably take a while going through these. John Aria Smith sends in $2, say Islam is wrong. This is a test super chat.
Yes, Islam is wrong.
Based. Yeah.
And if we
there we go. We have an agreement.
If we scourged Islam off the face of the earth tomorrow, guess what? Foreigners would still be invading America by the millions because they're not coming from the Islam world here, which is our threat. Right. We can't play America world police.
They're not coming from the Islam world.
They're Mexican and South Americans. You deny the fact.
All those beaches in the burkas in Michigan, they're all Mexican actually.
Hold on.
You
deny the fact that the immigration is coming from Mexico and South America, that it's the Islam, it's the Muzzies that are coming here in 20 million.
That's why
it's 20 million Muslims that are here right now.
That's why you had Hezbollah.
So now who's being
Hamas,
who's being dishonest?
In
That's not a fucking answer.
South America,
it's a yes or no fucking answer, you shithead.
And they were using the north and southern borders to infiltrate
in greater numbers than South Americans and Mexicans.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the 20
How many-
million? Was
yeah.
it 20 million Muslims? Let me put it
Yeah.
this way. Let me make it fucking
many mosques?
simple.
Yeah.
Was it 20
How many
million
mosques?
Muslims that our administration that the Biden administration let in? Was it 20 million Muslims or was it 20 million South Americans and Mexicans?
Yeah. So
Oh,
as I was saying,
Yeah, so you're not
the-
going to answer another question. Get fucked. Get fucked.
Trent,
then
you
why
gotta
ask the
let him
questions?
answer.
Do
So
you know what I mean?
if I'm not
It's a yes
mistaken,
or
Trent,
no.
you're asking one
It's a simple
second,
yes or
Trent,
no.
1 second. It's what
And
you're
I'm debating
asking
easy.
him is the majority of the illegal immigration in America. You're asking if the majority of it is Muslims.
Yes. And he's saying, "Oh, flip flop."
Well, let him answer now. Let him answer. Let him answer.
Yeah, like there's always going to be like migration to and fro and all this kind of shit. Like to sit here and say, oh, like it's the majority is Mexicans. That like no one's worried about Mexican Christians coming across the border.
Oh my!
They're worried about
God.
the fact that there's now 2,000. There was 2,000 synagogues, and now there's at least 2,000 mosques in America.
Yes
Nobody's
or
talking about that.
no. Yes or no, Ben Shapiro. Is it the fucking Muslims?
Okay, I don't know.
Or
Like, I'm
is it
answering
the
the question.
fucking
And
Mexicans?
he turns around. and says,
Yes or
the majority.
no?
Yeah, no, I said the majority is Mexicans, but that's not what the threat is.
What are you talking about then?
Nobody's worried. Listen, then
Get
nobody's
outta
worried
here.
about a bunch of
Female
Mexican
logic,
Christians coming
female-
across the border and setting up
Yes,
churches.
we are
They
worried
are
about
worried
that.
about
They're
a
not
bunch of
coming up here
Islamists coming
setting up
over and
churches.
setting up mosques.
They're changing the voting demographics. They're uprooting the cost of labor. There ain't a white motherfucker. There ain't a black motherfucker doing roofing here in Kansas City. That's a fucking problem. Why?
Okay.
Because the labor is undermined. You can't pay a fucking white person or a black person the appropriate living allowance when fucking Hector and fucking Jesus
And you'll
will do
never
it
be
for
able to
pennies
solve
on the
that U.S.
dollar.
national debt. And you'll never be able to solve that U.S. national
Dude, the
debt.
debt is like our
So all you're
third
doing-
problem
all
until
you're
we
doing
can
is
fucking
waiting.
address the bleeding.
Oh, so then why are you using that as an excuse not to go into Iran?
you are
You're such a
confounding
dopey fuck, man.
everything. How
This is
going
such
into
a
Iran-
main issue. This is such
How
a main
does going
issue.
into
But
Iran stop
you've
the
no way to
Mexican
actually
immigration?
solve this debt
How does-
crisis.
you
So Trent
still
just
not
wants you to
answered the
wait
fucking question.
and just wait
You
for
still
the
not
enemy to
answered
come.
the fucking
Whereas
question.
I'm telling
How
you, this
does
is your one
bombing
chance.
Iran stop Mexican immigration? How does that happen?
It doesn't stop
You're going to
Mexican
give me some
immigration.
other fucking bullshit answer. It doesn't? No shit, it doesn't. That's our fucking problem. That's our threat.
Yeah, and I just pointed
Thank
out how
you
that's
for
not a
being
big
honest.
issue compared to the amount of mosques that's going across America.
That's where the 5 mosques being built across America versus the 20 million fucking people that shouldn't be
5
here
mosques.
right now.
The 5 mosques. There's more
5
mosques than there are synagogues in America.
5
now.
mosques. 5 mosques are a greater threat than 20 million people. Terry,
Let me
are you
just
out of
make
your
sure that I
fucking
can
mind?
connect what you guys are
No,
saying
you're-
here.
you're
Trent,
out of
you're
your
saying
fucking mind.
Trent, you're saying the biggest threat is the 20 million illegal immigrants coming in.
Yes,
And
for the 1,000th fucking time.
And Tareyak is saying of those 20 million immigrants, it's the Islamic extremists coming in that is the biggest threat, not
No.
the Christian Mexican
all.
family that's trying to
And
get
that's
away.
not reflecting.
And
that's
he
not
even
reflecting in the
acknowledged
crime
that there
stats.
is there is the cartel gangs and all of this. He
That's
acknowledged
not-
that,
that's-
but he
the rape
says
gangs are Mexican here. The rape gangs are Mexican.
I'm not
here.
debating it. Wait, just Trench. I'm not debating you.
Well,
I'm
who am I
clarifying both sides here because you're talking over each other. The chat wants to know exactly where you guys are standing here. Okay, so I'm clarifying both sides. So Tareyak is saying of those 20 million immigrants, the biggest threat is the Islamic extremists that are using Mexico as a filter to get into America.
I'd say they're.
And
flying
if you
here.
stop the
Visas.
Islamic threat, they can't go to Mexico to get into America.
I'm saying they're getting.
That's what
visas
he's
and
saying.
Coming here, quote unquote.
So he's not saying
legally.
all the Mexicans won't get in. He's saying the Islamic extremists that are coming through Mexico won't get in.
I'm saying that that's not what's happening on the ground. All these psychopaths that are doing all these terrorism acts are people that have green cards because they worked with us as interpreters or something in some war 20 years ago. These people aren't sneaking across the border. That's not what's happening as far as the terrorism is concerned and as far as the 5 mosques that are being built in Dearborn. This is a breaking of and bending of the rules from the inside out.
And just so I'm clear, and maybe to help with the audience to get your position, you're saying that the Islamic extremists that are coming into America aren't using the illegal immigration process; they're using other
Yes.
ways to get in.
Yes. We need to shut
Okay,
it
and did you
all
want to
the fuck
do you want to
down.
address that now, Tareyak?
Yep. It's all
And
lies.
let
the
him
same
answer,
way.
Trench. Let him answer.
Yeah. He's just spewing lies to try and reaffirm the delusion that he has in his head, because the same way, like, we're to believe him, oh, there's only 14 Iranians domestically are getting trans surgeries, when you actually look it up, over 4,000 trans surgeries a year, and the vast majority of them are Iranians getting it. So he's just lying to you. Been lying to you the whole debate, because he has a preconceived notion in his head, and it's like confirmation bias. He's only just going to look at the evidence, and then when I counter with, like, how do you explain the fact that it's 1987 this Fatah went out? Oh no, that was somehow American influence, and the fact that
You
that
need
wasn't
that to
modern
be
political
real.
discourse until modern day, and now he's interrupting again.
You just need that to be real because you think that America is influenced by Iranian transgenderism. That's fucking crackhead shit, dude. Our own weirdos cook that shit
Trench,
up.
you gotta let the other side finish their answers, bro.
I
Come
mean,
on.
at what point am I supposed to fucking stand up again and just let him lie with impunity?
No,
I
you
let you
just
lie
when
the whole
he's
debate.
done, you point out whatever the lie is.
I mean, that's pointless at this point because he hasn't answered one fucking question all night. You
Did
asshole.
I not just answer as a direct question of saying yes, the majority of the immigrants are are Mexican coming across the border?
Dude, that was like a root canal to get to that fucking point. You've answered one question tonight of which that doesn't favor you.
Trench, I think
Let's continue
you're
on to the open panel or whatever. This is.
you're not letting him answer. If you don't let him answer, he can't answer.
I'm ready for the open panel or a new question because this.
All right. Well, we got
nonsense.
still quite a few super chats to get through here. So, How Long Nate comes in for 10, says, "Call it a day and call everyone home."
Based.
And wait for your daughters to be raped.
That's stupid. Okay, Roseanne Barr. You better bomb our enemies or else you're gonna regret it. You sound like fucking fat Roseanne right now, dude. Get out of here.
All right. How Long Nate for 5 says, 22 of you acting like queers need to hit the like. True. Whoever didn't hit the like yet, what's wrong with you? All right. $5 comes in from How Long Nate, says, again, call everyone home and secure all 4 borders. Protectionism time.
Based.
And wait for your daughters to get raped.
That's stupid. You can wait for your daughters to get raped. We ain't doing that here. We're going to deport them all.
They're already being raped.
We're going to deport them all, he says.
Hopefully.
All right. Real Daniel McCoy says for $5, easy. How the hell did you get 2 idiots on the left to argue against each other? You're a genius, good sir. 2 on the left. Thank you, Daniel McCoy. I appreciate that big time. How Long Nate comes in for a 10, says, I don't care what an Irish citizen thinks about defending America.
That's why I'm saying not to trust me. Trust your president. Trust your president.
It's kind of hard when he goes against
the greatest president America has ever had.
Potentially, if he would just calm down on all the foreign interventionism and do what he said he was going to do. Let's deport some people. We're 300,000 to 400,000 deportations behind schedule. And I don't know how we're going to speed that up easily. We got what? A couple of years to pull it off?
Just trust in Trump.
Yeah, well, I didn't get to 42 years of age by fucking just trusting even the people I vote for.
All right. Premonition comes in for 5, says T. So Tareyak, I think. Wait, T. They both have a T. No, I think based off the question. Tareyak, do you want U.S. to collapse? Not willing to send our boys to die. We are collapsing. We can't do it alone.
I 100% echo that, and like I said in the earlier statement, I would, if I was the president and or Taoiseach of Ireland, I would be committing troops. I would be committing the army to follow Trump in this. But
You're dealing with the world as you
Well,
want it
wait-
to be, not versus the way it is, dude. And that's the difference between men and boys. Like, I'm dealing with the world as it is. I wish it was easier. I wish we
No,
could
you're
just
not.
exterminate the
No, you're not.
muzzies and everything would be fucking simple. But
All right,
it's
Trench.
not
Let
that
weak.
easy.
Tareyak
You're weak,
finish
Trench.
what he was saying, bro. Come on.
yeah. So again, like this whole thing of like sending our boys, it's either you send the boys now or you just wait for them to do what they done to England, what they done to France, what they done to Germany. I know it's like this whole thing of like the propaganda is massive and Tucker saying all sorts of shit and all this kind of thing. But trust in your president.
You do realize that the rapes are still predominantly done by like local nationals. Like that's the overwhelming majority of who's raping people. We have a sick fucking culture. So you
Same way there was
standing on
only
this
four Iranians getting
isn't
trans surgeries.
you standing you
Same way
standing
there's
on
only
this.
four. Yeah, there's only
I
four
stand on that.
Iranians
Dude,
that
I
are
think you're
having trans
drinking
surgeries.
in a bunch of bullshit. They're not transitioning 4
Yeah.
fucking 1,000 people a fucking year. That's crazy to me. They don't have the culture that's accepting. They throw
No
gays
amount of
off of
evidence
roofs.
I present.
You haven't presented anything either.
All right. Birds aren't even real for $5 says America preferring to go to war with a country rather than just not letting people from that culture anywhere near our country is kind of interesting.
Yeah, so again, like I said,
schizophrenic.
why are the college students coming out of college saying death to America, waving a Palestinian flag? Who does that?
And a Mexican flag.
Who
You
does
completely think you're just
I'll
focused
tell you
on
who does that.
Palestine.
that? The Islamic regime. That's who does that. They try to get the college students to chant death to America, and then in return they chant death to Khamenei, death to the regime.
They chant death to America without the Muslims. Period. They're communists. They hate America. Pure and simple. They don't need Muslims are just a good tool.
No,
The useful
Islam
idiots.
loves America. Islam loves
Dude,
America.
I wouldn't allow a single Muslim to come here. If I was supreme dictator, not one immigrant come to America until our shit together. Not from Ireland, not from Muzzistan, not from Mexico, nowhere. Complete and utter lockdown until our fucking house is in order. Oh.
All right. Sorry, I was talking to the wife there. Next one here. Where is that? How long Nate comes in. Don't make premonition. Donate cheapskates. Super chat. Thank you.
I'll
How
super
long?
chat after this is over and appreciate.
I appreciate that big time.
Do this, but I can't have the perception that I'm trying to purchase a W. And I understand that this is a Sisyphean task. I don't have a popular stance, but I'm adamant about it. I think we're making.
I've actually,
terrible
man,
fucking-
I've had this. I think this is a 50-50 stance. I think a lot of people are like,
And I hate to see-
at war with themselves with this. Actually,
I hate to see Mega. I hate to see Mega torn apart about it too. But as it is right now, 3 out of 4 Americans is not cool with what's going down with the whole Iran thing. So that implies half of the right wing. And this is a situation that makes it fucking difficult.
those
Think about all
surveys though are always kind of a little bullshit. You know?
they're all, think about all the people. What I think about is all the people that held their nose and voted Trump because Kamala
God.
was the fucking wicked witch of the West. I'd still vote Trump tomorrow, knowing everything that's going down right now. I would still vote Trump. I'm not anti-Trump. We get that.
You're not. No, this wasn't an anti-Trump debate. No.
Like if anything, it's for care concern because I want the dude to have a fucking baller legacy, to be the dude who shoved it up the left's ass with like ending globalism and then forcing peace. Like where was the Trump that was pissed off when the ceasefire was called and Israel still was clapping off, and he was like, "Those motherfuckers." Those were his exact words. Those motherfuckers.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. That was the exact quote. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And if Israel controls America, why would Trump call a ceasefire? Because Israel already fired rockets into Iran. You didn't need to do a preemptive strike when that happened. But Trent is not able to explain that. I am able to explain
I don't have to explain it. I'm talking about.
You don't have to. Yeah.
That's our justification. That was the justification given to us by the Secretary of State, Rubio. We attacked them because our intelligence was telling us that they're going to attack, so we beat them to it. And the justification for that was
He already
that's
attacked.
the only way. Shut up. This is the only way that we're going to be able to protect our allies. So we attacked them, and then Iran fucking took a giant shit on all of our allies. Our allies are fucking up shit's creek, and we don't have the munitions that they're begging for us right now because they've been dumb. They've been firing off like multiple of these advanced weapon systems at one target, at dummy drones and shit, because they haven't had the fucking proper training in the shit. And this is highlights like that the limits of power that Tucker Carlson was trying to explain, even though you accuse him of being a fucking traitor and a Chinese agent.
Mhm.
No,
Yep.
he was just trying to articulate that, hey, there are limits of power. There's only so many fucking THAAD missile systems that we have at our
Yeah.
disposal.
All right, we're
Real quick,
going. We're
Trench.
going to more different places. Like I said, we got lots of
But
time
I'm
in the open
staying
panel.
in the
We can
fucking
bring all this
camp.
up. We can. I get what you're saying. Just want to make sure we get these out here. How
yeah.
long, Nate, for $2? Why is T gay? They both have T's.
Yeah, but to answer that from my side, if showing Trump and America respect, the respect that they deserve. See the way he's just blowing into the mic
No, I'm
now.
laughing. No, I'm laughing
Listen,
at fucking
yeah.
at Nate
So
because he called both of us gay.
to address the question, if showing Trump and America the respect they deserve makes me gay, then I'm gayer than Christmas.
Well,
Christmas
then
is
I'm
pretty
gay
gay.
if I think that we should fucking safeguard our blood and treasure for the real threat. Not to mention that the number one, or excuse me, the number 2 and number 3 challengers to our global hegemonic power are Russia and China, who, again, Russia is giving Iran the fucking modern weapon systems, which they have a fully operational wartime economy and manufacturing infrastructure. And then China is giving them the real-time satellite. There isn't a thing that leaves an American shore without Iran knowing about it because of the Chinese satellites.
Real quick, Trench.
Like this isn't fucking risk.
Trench.
This is
real
modern
quick.
warfare.
Yeah, real quick, Trench. The thousands of Nigerian Christians that were massacred by the Muslims in Nigeria, were they responsible for any conflict in the Middle East?
Well, think about all the thousands of Orthodox Christians massacred by the Israelis in fucking Palestine. Did they have any say in the fucking matter?
Like, I
See
keep
what I'm
proving
saying?
time and time again that
You make these
Islam is coming for
pathological
Christians,
fucking-
that Islam is coming for America. And time
Actually,
and time
a part
again,
of their
you'll
strategy was getting
listen
rid of the
to
Orthodox
brain-rotted individuals like
get
Trench
rid
who will
of
say,
the
no, we need to
Orthodox
focus on
first.
this or we need to focus on that. But there is clearly an agenda against
Their
white
strategy
Christian
was
males.
to get rid of the Orthodox first.
How can we explain that if it's not for Islam?
Because
But
that
hey,
was the
go
real
ahead,
threat,
Trench.
and
Go
they
ahead.
didn't want
Blame the
international
Mexicans.
community
Yeah, blame the
crying
Mexicans.
about the genocide of Palestinian Christians. Explain
All right,
that.
guy. Let's
If we're
let's
gonna
move
go off
on to
into
these
red
next
herring
ones
bill.
here. All right. Let's move on to these next ones here. Prince of Dog sends in two just to show some support. Shout out to you, dogs. I appreciate that big time. How long, Nate says for $5. T, how much of the NATO stockpile does the U.S. get to take back?
Take all of it. Take all of it from the cunts. The traitorous
All of it.
bastards that sold out their own people.
All of it, he says. There we go. And then
That's just not realistic, though. That's funny. It's nice. If we could get away with it, maybe I'd even fucking support that too. But that's not the real world.
depends, I guess, what we mean by get away with it, huh? T wants USA there so he doesn't get drafted.
Again,
Well-
if I was President Taoiseach, if I had the power, I would send my troops. But Ireland doesn't really have much troops to begin with. But I would still commit them to it because of the principle at play. But I guess we got to focus on Mexicans.
I mean, if all's fair in love and war, dude, if I could fucking be the leader, but that's not the issue on the ground. That's not the reality of now. The reality is your nation is
the
not
critique
going to
was
support us.
yeah. The critique,
If that's
the critique is my nation. So like this whole thing of like, well, Tareyak wouldn't put on a uniform. I fucking would.
But
in a heartbeat.
That doesn't change because even though you would, but you still wouldn't join. You can go tomorrow. You apply for a green card and tell them that you want to fucking fight Iranians.
And then how many years is green card going to take?
I guarantee you.
And I'm not living in reality. And I'm not living in reality. Yeah, just go get a green card, bro.
All right. Next one here. Member for 13 months. Hugh Cullen.
Under a year.
One second. Hugh Cullen, 13 knowledgeable months with the best. I bloody appreciate absolutely everyone here. Shout out to you, Hugh. Thank you very much for your continued support. We also got How Long Nate for a big 20. Says between Russia, Palestine, and Iran, the USA is behind on replacement of munitions by at least 14 months. We need to go homeland protectionism now.
Yes, that's huge because we're diverting munitions from Ukrainian theater against the Russians and Taiwan against the Chinese. If we get stretched too much thinner, what's to say that the Russians and Chinese don't start making real power moves?
Yeah, so to address that, Russia is currently bogged down in Ukraine, and like I said, the whole lockdown thing that we had like a couple of years back, I'm pretty sure that was a bioweapon of Fauci.
I was pretty sure it was a bioweapon
because there's currently reports coming out that in the next 10 years the Chinese population is going to collapse by 100 million. What were the rumors coming out of China? How many were estimated to be dead from the thing in China? 100 million.
Oh, see, I don't even really want to go down this path, but I think that they engineered a fucking weapon
you don't factor in geopolitics.
To get rid of their old people because their old people are a burden on their welfare state. They're supposed to be communists. They offer a shit welfare state, but their boomer generation.
But we have to be worried about them. We have to be worried about them.
Yes,
you see how like his worldview it cannot stand. There's no consistency in this.
So what happens when people get desperate? They start making big moves, which is what we're seeing. You just said
it's all old age pensioners.
All right,
let's old age pensioners.
Let's go to the next one here.
We're conceding ground. We're supposed to be taking Panama
Let's go to a new one. Hold up.
Chinese and Russian.
I don't want this to go places it shouldn't go. 1 sec, Trench. All right,
but it's happening.
$2 comes in from How Long Nate. Says goal T is still queer. All right, we don't know which one you're talking about, but all right. Johnny McVito sends in 10 for 20th super chat. Shout out to you, Johnny. Trench, how do you get rid of illegals in U.S.? Tareyak, how do you expedite the win for Israel and Ukraine?
Ooh, Tareyak, you can go first.
See now. Anyways, this whole notion like around like the stuff that's going down in Russia, and Russia is the greatest enemy and all this kind of shit. This is why I made the whole argument with Rob earlier, previously, in the Rob North thing. Highly recommend you check it out. Is like this whole notion of like Russia should not be as like the greatest enemy. Like Russia's like Putin's not chanting death to America the same way Khamenei was chanting death to America and all this kind of shit. The reason why you see Trump now like saying, okay, we're going to start lifting some sanctions on Russia is to finally get Russia on your side. And then you can end all this madness in the Middle East and you don't have mass migration because people can actually go home and they're not going to be under threat of like jizya or either convert to Islam or die, like all this fucked up shit. It's not about destabilizing the Middle East. It's about finally stabilizing the Middle East.
All right. For getting rid of the illegals, I would just triple down on what we've been doing. You vamp up the ICE missions. You leverage the position of the presidency for executive action against the border. That way, the border maintains its current levels of security, not allowing whole caravans of foreigners through. And in order to achieve this, we have to maintain the political W. We have to be winning congressional seats, Senate seats, and we have to maintain the presidency so that we can implement executive power.
All right.
This can't be done if we take geopolitical L's.
Okay. All right. How Long Nate says 13 snizzlickers need to love the like. True. Tell him, Nate. Tell him. Johnny McVito comes in for 5, says, long haul Nate, in case you haven't heard it enough tonight, thank you for your donos. As always, you legend. Appreciate you, sir. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And thank you for that, Johnny. Also, $2 comes in from How Long Nate, says, relative to U.S. legitimacy in this war? Oh, WYF.
Why you?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the fuck he's. Oh, maybe it's a W. It's meant to be a WTF. Yeah, because T's right beside the Y on the keyboard, right? So it's probably meant to be what the fuck relative to U.S. legitimacy in this war. This was probably during a certain moment.
Yeah.
Oh, with
It's
the whole
like
trans thing, all this kind of shit, yeah.
Yeah, because next one comes in from Josh, says, hate to admit, Tareyak learned me some shit tonight. I know this came in when you were talking about Iran and the fatwa and everything.
I mean, if you believe Iran is the global trans exporter, I don't know how
like
to
Trench is trying to act like
that propaganda.
Yeah, Trench is trying to act like this is some weird conspiracy on this kind
But
of shit.
it's we live in a world of
I will say
a tale of two
the same way
where
that America
transgender
influences
people all
other
approved,
countries. Yeah,
but
okay.
at the same time, they're open
just
and
let
cool.
me explain, Trench. The same way that like America had US aid and they were doing influence and all across the globe and all this kind of shit, Iran does the exact same thing to America. Why is Ilhan Omar pro-abortion but she's a Muslim? Because she wants you to have the abortion. Meanwhile, Islam takes over.
She can't just be a demon. Communists can't just be demons. We can't just be under demonic fucking attack.
Like, you see the way I
just want to say, Trench. Josh actually, the reason he sent this in is because he had the same reaction that you're having right now to when Tareyak first said that, and then he went and looked it up and like. You know, I'm not saying that they're influencing America, right? I'm not giving any argument here, but I will say that I used to use Iran as an example for the my argument against trans ideology, because Iran does come second to Thailand, right? It goes Thailand, Iran.
I think this is Western
the leaders
propaganda.
in trans surgery. I'm not saying that's like an influence, right? I'm not making an argument for either side here. I'm just saying that is a thing, right? They do.
I wholeheartedly question their methodology. I think that's propaganda bullshit.
But all right, that's fine. That's fine. The reason I used to use them as an argument all the time is because of their language they use. I used to say like that's where our language will go because they say male to female, not man to woman. They say male to female. So like. That was my argument before. I used to say if the leading trans surgeries are saying this, how long till America says male to female instead of man to woman? And that was like the thing, right? But I'm just letting you know that's look into it. It's fucked up, dude. It's fucked up. You wouldn't think that those people do that.
But we don't see the exposés of this awesome Iranian trans lifestyle where the trans female marries the fucking biological male dude, and then
you're saying it's not like a promoted thing, and that's fair enough.
Because
I was just letting you know that
what
he's
happens
not
in this country is if they're out on a date or some fucking Iranian starts courting a trans female, and then he figures out that that's a trans female, then 9 out of 10 times they're getting hucked off the fucking rooftop.
Yeah, because in Iran, they don't do the whole like, yeah, this is a whole new movement that we want to encourage this. In Iran, they look at it as a solution to homosexuality.
So if they do all that,
it's a solution to homosexuality.
And then your claim is that they're exporting trans culture to America. That's just insane to me. That doesn't
the same way Ilhan Omar is all like
1930. Since 1930, out of the Frankfurt and Baja movements, out of the universities. They've been promoting transgender ideology.
The same way that Ilhan Omar is all for pride, but she's a Muslim. She's all for abortion, but she's a Muslim.
But you're saying that the
I'm calling out
Islamists
one of the
came
American
up-
politicians.
No, but you're saying
Like
the
how
Islamists
does she
come up
have
with
this
postmodern
convoluted
ideology,
thing that she's
and
all
that's not
for
true.
queers and
Tareyak,
LGBT and all this kind of
Tareyak,
shit, but she's a
Tareyak,
Muslim? How does
you're
that make any
literally
sense?
saying, Tareyak, it doesn't make sense because you're literally saying that the Muslim world, specifically the Shia Iranian world, came up with the postmodern ideology, which they hate and execute
No.
people for.
No,
Well, then
it's an
explain
ideology
why.
that they push on
Explain
America.
why I will be punished as a Iranian male, right? If I'm an Iranian male and some troon fucking tries to trick me into marrying it, why can I then kill this person or have this person killed by the
Because
state?
it's marriage. It's marriage over false pretenses.
No, it's that.
See the way I have an
traditional-
answer to anything he throws at me, even when he brought this trans
No,
thing up
you're
in the
not
first place,
bringing
I can
up-
still tie it back. That's the
All
reason
right.
why it's
And
being
all
pushed so
of this
much.
is still a red
We'll get
herring
more
against
into
the
it. We'll
fucking
get more
strategic
into it in
fucking
the. We'll get
dangers
more into
of
it.
illegal immigration versus bombing fucking Iran. How that's going to fix our illegal immigration situation,
All
which
right,
you
we'll-
still
we'll
haven't
get more-
logically answered all night.
Well, I think he gave you an answer. Maybe he can give it again to you after in the open panel. And like you can disagree with his answer, obviously. That's the whole point. $2. Hunter comes in, says, please let me know when you do the Q&A. Well, we've been doing it, all right? We've been doing it. All right. Over on the, I think it's Tareyak that's streaming from here, right? Yeah. Over on the Tareyak side, $2 comes in from Not Voltaire, says Toonie from a fellow loony. Thank you for that, Voltaire. We got Nico Pluto coming in, says April Fool. True. It is the 1st of April officially. All right, 9 days away from when I turn 25.
Be 25 again, man.
Forever.
Dude,
All right, forever. That's what I always say. After 25, I said I'm just 25 forever. Okay. We got Johnny McVito comes in for $5, says a $5 for an early happy birthday speakeasy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. We are going to do a celebration stream too. We're going to do a birthday celebration stream. Maybe I'll have some drinks, get extra spicy. You know what I mean?
I'll have one for you right now.
There you go. There we go. I like it. Cheers. I'll have a sip of my coffee. All right. John Aria Smith comes in for $2. Says, how do you defend goat fuckers in this debate? I don't think anyone was.
Oh no, that's just Islamophobia. That's just propaganda. That never happens.
No, I say they're goat fuckers too. I just don't think they're the correct goat fuckers because the Mexicans, especially at a Tijuana, especially at a Medellin, they fuck goats. It's a part of their culture. So it's a big problem, actually. Which goat fuckers do you want to defend?
And chickens.
And chickens. Those poor fucking chickens.
Yeah.
At least with the Muslims, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about them fucking pigs.
I seen a messed up video on X one time of it's like these young Muslim guys, right? I know they're Muslim because of the way they're dressed, and they're like laughing and shit, and they're like going in and filming their body fucking a chicken.
I got
and like they're all laughing about it and thinking it's like hilarious, and I'm like, this is gross, Doc. What the fuck?
I got Jalen's footage of Iraqi nationals raping a donkey, but I have to balance this out, and there's a whole Vice News special about the men that rape donkeys out of Mexico, and then they come here, and then we wonder why there are Latin American, Mexican, or Ecuadorian rape gang cultures. Well, these people rape donkeys, dude. It's fucked up.
That is fucked up. Those poor donkeys. Joseph comes in for $5, says birthday. Thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. And then Nico comes in for 10, says April Fool again. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate that big time. And that is it for super chats and everything. Let me make sure.
I would like to say one thing. It's a complete and utter sidebar. Tareyak is one of the strongest debaters in the crew. It's always a pleasure debating with alongside and against Tareyak. He'll make you think. He'll make you work for your W or your L. You're going to work. So my salute to you as my opponent. And I look forward to a game of spin the wheel in the future. So y'all check out what he's doing on his show as well.
And same to you, Trench. And like I said, like sincerely, I just please, if there's one thing you do from this debate, it's just that you trust Trump, that he's got this.
I hope so. I'm trying. And
I like it. I like the.
That's not going to change like my position. I'm not like, oh, I regret voting for Trump. It's more of a, well, this was the situation on the ground. You're stupid for not voting for Trump or anything that looks like him compared to what the left's offering in the future. I just want to see us get away from spending all our blood and treasure in inevitabilities that are going to require a mop-up mission 20 years from now and 20 years from then.
And I want the same thing. I want America to be great.
We just disagree on the means of how that is achieved. I think we got to stop the bleeding in the form of illegal immigration first and foremost, and we can address the world. It's like you're crashing
the hole.
You're crashing in an airplane, right? Fucking, and you before you can assist the passenger next to you, you need to put your own fucking mask on. And right now, we need the oxygen.
All right, so that right there is going to conclude the Q&A for tonight. Okay, thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. Again, this is what allows me to keep bringing you these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight, sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Just to check again real quick, both of you planning to stay for the after panel?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So here's what's happening next. We're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It's going to run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm going to drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel. Come up, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in, just come ready, think, question, debate. If you're coming up to try and like troll, spurg over everyone, bring personal dramas, anything like this, you're just gonna get muted and most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you guys subscribe to both debaters, okay? The links are in the description, and if you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reason battles, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpened fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thoughts crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll plead my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find our beat. Swords of reason. Oh.
And we're back. Oh, I got that overlay still up. There we go. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hi, Tareyak.
Welcome, welcome.
Where did Trent go? It looked like everyone else in the chat gets scared. What happened? All right, here we go. Here's another one. Here's another one. Welcome, Johnny.
Yo, what's going on, everybody?
You know, just chilling. You know, another great debate. Now it's time for the open panel. Where do you guys where are you guys sitting at?
I want to say a couple things. Okay.
Get it.
And just let me speak for a minute, all right? Because my age, I have seniority. I am medicated. Sorry, I'm in treatment. Anyway, okay, Tareyak, I adore you. Let me just say that. But Trench is right about the Hispanic invasion outnumbers the Muslim invasion by millions. And it is tearing our country apart. In addition to that, yes, we have the Muslim issue, as I said, in Tennessee, Texas, and what is it, Michigan or Minnesota, whichever. I'm in Nevada, so I'm way far away. I'm thousands of miles away from the upper state that has been completely overrun by Muslims. But at the same time, you need to understand, it's going to take me a minute. Mexico, the Mexicans want to take California completely. California is bigger than Japan. All right. And they are claiming it. They are saying, this is ours. We're taking it. So we have a real problem. In addition to that, I don't know if you understand, because you guys are young. In my lifetime, I remember I was born just after, but my dad started prepping then. I remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, then another little skirmish we had somewhere. Then both Gulf Wars. I lived through at least 6 wars. Some of those lasted 20 years. We lost so many men to horrible deaths. Our country, you don't know this. Right now, Trench knows this. Nobody's paying attention to how many guys that we have that have been blown to smithereens that are still alive, that are walking around with, no legs or no arms or none of any, or they're horrifically injured and have to be cared for the rest of their lives. We've got PTSD, guys running around thinking they're still at war. All right, a lot of them aren't hurting anybody, but these guys they flip back and they're hiding behind their car thinking they're holding a weapon. There's a video of a guy. It's heartbreaking. And to have I have 2 grandsons that could, if they engaged a draft, would go. And these are very kind-hearted boys. They would die. Okay, they're not fighters. As a matter of fact, the boys that they're sending over there right now, most of them are innocent boys and girls. And to just flippantly say, go, send them off, let them die, because somebody might get raped in the future. That is not okay. All right. It tears me to pieces, because I've seen for my whole life the United States in war. And you don't get it. Okay. And our country's going down. We don't have the equipment. What do you think? Where do you think we're going to? We have to manufacture that stuff. We have to buy that stuff. And Trench was right, and you were wrong. And I'm sorry to love you.
Yeah. So all the trillions that you've pumped into your military, and you're saying, "Oh, we don't have the ammunitions." Lockheed Martin, like that stock, like they've just been sitting on their arse.
That's all right. Let Perm
That was a part. That was a part.
Play.
That was a part of Trump's like deal, like how we got fleeced on even like these fighter jets, the F-35 project. Like stuff costs too much.
They blow.
It costs a lot. It costs a lot because of where we get like the copper, where we get the rare, precious earth minerals and metals to make the microchips and the advanced weapons tracking systems and components that are required. Tungsten, for example, that's used in the warhead itself to punch through armor. Like we have to go to enemies to source these rare, like I believe China has the stranglehold on a bunch of the components that are needed just to create the chips for the advanced tracking systems.
Another thing I'll say, I am pro-Russia. I want to be allied with Russia. Okay, I absolutely do, because we're the same. We actually are, and I want to be allied with Russia, and I'd like to work for that. But having us out there on our own, our one of our aircraft carriers, they're claiming that they had a problem with its plumbing, but it is on its way back. Okay, it's having to leave the theater. It's already left the theater, and I think it got hit. Is what happened.
There was fires in it. I think they're doing their investigation. It kind of implies crew sabotage.
They're lying to us about how many guys we've already lost. They say we've lost 13. I don't believe it. And we've lost hundreds. We already have hundreds of people injured from concussive.
Listen here, you Irish fuck. Why do we need to go back into war?
Hi, Abris.
I want to say
Why do
before
we
I'm
need to
gonna
go back
I'm
into
gonna let
war?
Avarice,
He said that,
I'm gonna let
Yeah.
Avarice cut it loose, but you'll find amongst the veteran corps
Yeah,
that a lot of us are not like just pro. Let's just jump into this thing. We've seen this. Our dads and grandpas fought in the first Gulf War. Our grandfathers fought in Vietnam. It's like, yes, communism is bad, but we have to be smart in how we combat it. I'm gonna shut
Look
up.
at
Well, that or do you think we might
listen
have a
here, you
decent
Irish fuck. Why
military
are we
now
going back to war?
Mhm.
Why are we going back to
because
war?
of the standards that we allow?
Oh yeah,
I'm
you want to
asking
kill?
you-
So you want to
yeah.
go kill American soldiers? Is that what you want to do? You want to go kill Americans?
Answer the question for me. Yeah. So no, Iranians have already killed over 1,000 Americans before this conflict even started.
Again, we don't
Okay?
need to be over
I'm-
there.
all
We don't
I'm
need to be
asking
over
you-
there.
All I'm asking you to do is to trust in your president, your dude, your
Again,
guy.
my president ran on a campaign that said no new wars.
Yes, that's where I'm at.
Okay, so the whole thing of like
And-
I'm
and
going to
that
bomb
even
the
when
shit
I
out
was
of him.
against him, even when I was against
Again,
him, when we
My
were bombing
president
that
ran on a
Dover
campaign
nuke
of no
site,
new wars.
he
all right?
showed
You guys
Uh,
are
and he
asking
was
questions and then
talking
not
shit.
even allowing the answer to come.
Okay, I'll shut up.
It's like,
I'm
I
gonna
just
mute
don't
myself.
understand that. Why not just go talk in the mirror? I don't, why ask questions?
Well,
and not-
because he's not contending with. They said no new wars. Like, I mean, why would we be in war? I don't understand what is the purpose of
well,
us.
you can't
going to war?
understand them,
Okay.
Avarice, if you don't let them answer, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so Avarice, if Russia had invaded America under Trump, would you say, well, we can't fight this war? Trump said no new wars.
No, but I would be
Yeah,
asking.
and yeah, so
why
you
are
see
we,
how retarded your question is.
I would be asking why are we sending off our American civilians to go die for other countries that don't involve us
Okay,
at
so
all?
you're saying it's all for Israel.
Again, I don't know what it's for, but again, I'm an isolationist. I'm an American. That's how we started.
Yeah, so
And the
okay,
original,
okay,
the
that's-
original
that-
penny
that's beautiful.
on our original penny, it said "Mind your own business." We
Okay,
ought
yep.
to keep to our own business.
Yeah, okay. So this whole aspect of like, I want to be an isolationist, I want to run away from any potential enemies, all this kind of shit. They're coming.
It's
they're
not,
coming
it's not
for you
running
anyway.
away.
They-
Again,
they are
if they,
coming for
come,
you
if they
anyway.
come to my
We
front
can
door, then
look
we'll
at-
attack.
yeah.
Okay, where did Iran
Yeah,
hit
so the
me?
rapes.
Where
yeah,
did
the rapes
Iran?
in England have gone from
Okay,
8,000
England's
in
not.
the year
England's not
2000
America.
to
England's not America. I don't give a fuck
80,000
about England.
in-
I don't
in
give a
the
fuck
current
about
year.
England.
Exactly.
Talk
we
about
can look at
America.
the Christian.
Talk about
yeah, we can look
America.
at the Christian
Well, then-
Nigerians that are getting butchered by the Islamists.
Talk
That's
about
not
America.
America.
Talk about
Back to the
America.
So
prom,
then,
dude.
so then let's keep
I'm
it
trying to
America.
show you
If
who your
if
fucking
Ukraine
enemy
gets
is.
taken over,
Again,
what's
you
the
can
end
show me
I'm
who
game?
my
trying to.
enemy
I'm
is
trying to
anywhere.
show.
You can show me who my enemy is
this-
anywhere.
We went
Again,
through
are
this.
we gonna-
We
okay,
went through this the whole debate where even
again-
Trench tried to reach into the whole LGBT, and I even showed him that the LGBT
That's
thing is
all
being
you
pushed by
think you
Iranian
got.
money.
I said
Again,
that's all bullshit.
again, the
Yeah,
Japanese
he's
have different.
unpatriotic.
The
He's
Japanese
unpatriotic.
have the
You just
Japanese
don't
have
think that
different
you can be the
ideologies
guys.
than us. Should we go to
You
war
don't
with
think
them?
that you can be the guys.
The
You're
Japanese
un-American.
have
You're
different
un-American.
ideologies than us. Should we go to war with them too?
They're aren't
Japanese
they an
allies.
ally right
Why do
now?
you think she was in the Oval Office?
It doesn't. Well, here, Terak's just saying because they're different, we need to go to attack them.
No.
Why? No. Why would we attack an ally?
Because they chant death to America. Because Islam literally wipes
Okay,
out Christians
and-
all across
and-
Africa,
and-
all across Europe.
And we
So do
sit
the
here and we
Mexicans.
chant death to Iran.
You're not going
What
to get
now?
that point across.
Okay, one sec. Show me one chant where the whole of your Congress is in lockstep and saying "Death to Iran."
Yeah,
Death to Iran.
bomb,
That's-
Iran, bomb,
Yes.
Iran. You see, we come up with it all the time. We go with chants.
Yeah, that's the citizens.
Won't
That's
you
not
bomb
that's not
Iran?
official Congress procedure.
From
You
the
see, we
Congress
sing it
that
all
looks
the
like
time.
voting
Here's
We're
the difference
saying
between-
bomb
here's the
Iran all the
difference.
time. We're singing
here's
it
the
loud and
difference-
clear.
Here's the difference between me and you, Avarice. I believe in the American military. You don't. You're
Yeah,
a
I know.
fucking
What do
pussy.
you mean? I believe
That's what you
in
are.
it. Listen,
Oh, no,
what are
there's
you
nothing.
talking about?
Don't
I
try
don't
to
wanna attack
fucking.
Iran.
Don't try to put a
Look at
red
you.
herring in there and
Look
act
at
like
you.
I don't fucking
Look
love
at you.
the
Talk about the
military,
American
which
flag,
I
and when
was in.
push comes to shove, you don't actually have
got
faith in your own
fucking
military.
headquarters.
Listen,
You are exposed. That's what this is. This is exposing you.
It has nothing to do
Yeah,
with my
you have no
military or
fucking
anything.
patriotism.
You just
Average, would you
when
rather
one
have-
goes
America
to
shows
war,
up,
lies will be
takes his
taken. You just
nutsack
have
out,
no
puts it
idea.
on the table,
Look at
and
this
everyone
coming
goes
from a
running
li-
home
look at
scared.
this come from
You're
a
the one
little
that's saying,
bitch Irish
"No,
boy
let's
that's
not interfere
150
with
has never
Iran."
been to war. You've
Yeah.
never been to war. You know, have no idea what it's like. So you're sitting here going, "Let's just go to more war." You're going, I've never been to
That's
war,
what it is.
war, but
Yeah.
let's go back to it. Let's just
meanwhile,
go
you're
back
telling-
to
you're telling
war.
the Purple
What's
Heart
happening in Germany?
recipient- You're
What's
saying the
happening in
Purple Heart
France?
recipient
what's
is a
happening in
pussy
Nigeria.
because he doesn't think we should be spending our blood.
Because you don't want to fight.
treasure
You just don't want to
meaningfully.
fight. You just want to talk all the shit and have us listen to all your
Dude, we
shit.
fight-
But then when push comes to shove,
we fight every
you're
day.
like, no, let's
We
be a
fight
bunch of
every day.
pussies.
We
Let's
fought
be a bunch of pussies.
That's all we do is fight.
Oh
Why-
my
when's
God.
our
Look
break?
At, look at
When
this.
do we
This
get-
is the American
when do
spirit.
we get a
This is
break?
the American spirit.
When do we get a
Whenever-
break from
Yeah.
we
Look at
have international fatigue, all right? We have international fatigue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
tired of
can't
every
even
other
live with
fucking
my wife,
country.
dude.
Yeah.
I'm
I
tired of
can't
their
live with
fucking
my
soccer
wife.
coming
The
into my
fight is
invading my
every day.
area.
We
I'm
have
tired of their
homeland
soccer
fatigue.
invading. I'm
Yeah,
tired
and
of their
it's-
sports trying to
Mam
come
Danny,
in.
yeah,
I'm
Mam
tired
Danny-
of their
Mam
people
Danny's
coming
Irish, is
in.
he?
I want it all out.
Mam
all
Danny's
right? I
Irish,
don't
is
give
he?
a shit about
Ilan
it all.
Omar's Irish, is she?
Want it all gone. They can go too.
Oh. Where are you going to put them?
Back where they came
Ireland?
from. Like Prime Minister
look
said,
at
we'll
you.
wrap them up.
Look at
send 'em
you.
home.
Look at the absolute
Send
fucking
'em
state
home.
of you.
We'll send them home.
You're like, how did they get into your fucking parliament,
Again,
you thick motherfucker?
Again, we'll
How
deal with
did
our
they
problem.
get into your parliament?
Again, we'll
This is
deal
the
with
part
our
where
They
problem. all right, but we
infiltrated
don't need to
you.
go to war for it.
He
We'll
says
deal
the
with our
Muzzies-
problem, but we don't
he
need to
says
go to
the
war
Oh
with
Muzzies-
yeah,
it.
we won't go to war for it. Yeah, just
Yeah,
send them in like you did in Minnesota. That was a great plan, wasn't it? Minnesota was a great plan, was
We will
it?
deal with our own
Yeah.
problems, all right, but we don't need to
You
go to war
dopey
for it.
fucking
You
cunt.
fucking pussy! You never even been to war, so you don't even
Yeah.
know what it's like.
Oh
You're
yeah,
sitting there
let's,
going,
let,
"We're
yeah,
gonna
do
go
the same thing in
fight."
Minnesota. See how that happens. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Let's put an AR
Okay,
in your
these
hand
Muslim
and say you want
Somalis,
to Iraq
let
and
me
see how
they
bad
like
you
this
want to go
argument
over there.
right
You
now.
want to go to Iraq and fight a war, you little
Trench.
bitch boy?
Let
Oh,
me-
yeah.
I'm gonna have
Average,
to
thank you for your
squash
service.
this for you guys right now. Trench or Avarice, have any of you ever had babies or been pregnant?
I have a baby boy, but I haven't
No,
been pregnant.
Did you have the baby inside your womb?
Do I look like a woman?
Right. So don't speak on pregnancy since you don't know what it is. Don't
Well,
speak on abortion.
Yeah, you've never experienced it.
I only listen. I speak on souls. Speak
That's
easy.
a
I want.
crazy thing
I just
to
want
say.
souls. Look,
It's a
I'm
crazy-
trying
it's
to
a
save
crazy
souls.
argument to
I'm
say.
speaking on a spiritual level, right? I just want to save the souls. All right. I don't know the biological procedure of what women do with the abortions, right? I'm trying to save souls. All right. If you want to go with I shouldn't speak on soul saving, that's a completely different topic.
No, I'm
All
saying
right.
I'm saying if you're gonna say like it's the same argument as you've never been in the military, so don't speak on. The
Oh, so I
military.
should. But I'm
No,
religious and I want to save souls. If I
There's
found the
there's
way
an
through
analogy.
abortion, that's completely different than being in the military
Like we would
and
say
knowing
having
what
babies-
war is like.
We would say
I'm in the
having
business of
babies is a
soul
part
saving. You can call
having
me the
babies-
Soul Saver 6000.
Then
All
why are
right,
you
so
letting
So is there
Israel
no
die?
possibility?
babies-
Is there no
having babies
possibility
is a
to
part
know
of
what war's
female
like without
psychology.
experiencing it?
No, you can know what war is like, but like here's the thing: you're gonna think you'd think twice, right? But like about going to war, and you'd actually consider the lives of American soldiers and how valuable they are, right? Before you just go, let's just go into another war. Fuck Iran. You know, that's not how you fucking play it. It's like
You're weak.
Iran in itself is way the
We're
fuck
weak.
over there.
Yeah, that's how you
We're
play it.
international fatigued, and we've already been smart bombing them back to the
Nah, you're
Stone
fatigued.
Age.
You're
We're
weak.
done blowing people. We're done spending money.
Yeah.
We want to save some money. Is it
We
a problem for
spend
saving money?
We spend $200,000.
It's all about American blood. It's all about this. But then where got the money?
Have you guys ever had to decide the whole military budget of the U.S.?
I'm not a general. I was a sergeant.
Right. So don't speak on what we should do with the money and the military
no, but
budget.
it was
since
my
you've
duty.
never
It was
done
my
it.
duty to police.
That's
up
the
with
same
needless
argument you guys are
expenditure.
doing when you say you haven't been in the
No, but as
military,
an
so don't
non-commissioned-
speak on it. I don't give a
No,
fuck
but
that
that's
I
not
haven't
what
been
I-
in the
that's not-
military.
That's not what I'm saying at
I
all.
know a lot about it because I like history, so I've learned a lot about the military. Earlier
That's
you
not
made
what, that's not what I'm saying at all.
about national. You can be in another country and just join America's military. That's not fucking
Yes.
true. You have to
Yes,
have
you
a
can.
green card, which means you're a fucking permanent resident, which means it's not just people from other countries.
Everest.
Like,
Will they cut you?
like,
Will they cut you in
That's
front
the
of line
exact
if you want to join
opposite
the
of what you
military?
said, Trent.
Will they cut you in front of line?
This is
for
what
the
I'm
green
saying.
card shit
Don't
if you
do
wanna
this.
come
This is
here
what I'm
and join the
saying. Don't
military?
do this speak from authority thing because I hate that shit. I
What
hate
if
that
it was
shit
a
with
Mexican
passion.
wanting to
But
get their
I haven't-
green
I
card to
haven't
join the
stood on any of
military?
that,
And
I haven't
Trench
said
does
all
it to me
night-
all
all
the
night-
fucking time. All the time.
all night, I've made it a point not to fucking stand on any military service for my debate against Tareyak. First of all,
Hey, yell at Terak enough. I got dinner.
Next,
Dinner just
I wanna
showed up
say
on
that since it was
unabruptly.
brought
So
up- hold on,
love you guys. Get the donos in. It's been fucking a quality debate today. It was a fantastic topic. So get the donos in, people.
Thank you for your service, Avarice.
Leave it to Avarice to fucking shit the bed and dip the set. I love him.
Right.
Oh, I love him. But no,
Sorry.
Sorry
about that.
He does make. I try to stay away from like the service stuff, but if we're going to talk about like female and male ontologies, yes, it is a female ontology to bear children, but it is also a male ontology to protect. So where are the Europeans protecting their women from all these grape gangs? It's in
We've
our
been
ontology.
betrayed by
We
our
are
government.
stronger, but still, you are a man. You're stronger. You're faster. You're smarter. You have more endurance. Why
They're
are not
tough.
the men right? Hold
Europeans
on. Hold
tough.
on. Why are not the men standing up? And use your own logic. Why is it up to a foreign nation to rally your fucking men? Yeah.
It's hard. I understand that. I know what Europe is
It's
doing.
ugly. It's an ugly subject, but like I can't expect my neighbor to fight my battles for me. And paradoxically, like if my little brother is
but if if America if that was on America's doorstep, right? Americans have guns and they can just defend themselves with the guns, right? So like telling these countries that have had all their citizens have had all their guns taken away is like, why don't you go and fight your own border? They don't have the guns to go fight their own shit. It's just a crazy it's a crazy
but that's a part of that man shit
thing
of
to
like
say
when they were
when
taking
like
the guns,
you
where
know
were the
the
fucking
situation, right? And
But where were
Tareyak
the
said
men?
that he would gladly send
Yes.
Ireland's military if he could. So
I get that, but that's not the is. The is these men gave up their fucking guns. Where were the men at? Like, hey, we can't just give our fucking guns up. You think that's going to happen here? Chief, it's going to be ugly if they start asking.
that sucks. You know, you should thank God every day that you were born on the piece of dirt that you were born on instead of the piece of dirt that Tareyak was born on, right? Because I'm pretty sure Tareyak didn't vote for that.
Well, I do.
Like
Say
you're putting a responsibility on a man that had no say in that vote.
I'm
He
sure
wasn't
there's-
even
I'm sure
born at
there's
that
things
time.
I'm
Like,
sure
bear in mind that the main critique here, the main critique of me
Ireland excels at that America doesn't excel
the main,
at, that he's
the
got
main
an advantage
critique
in some avenue that we don't
just
have.
one sec. The main critique that's been levied at me all night, not just Trench, but in the chat and all this stuff, is like, well, you're Irish, you're a foreigner, all this kind of shit. Like, that's literally an ad hom. You're attacking the man, not my argument. I'm telling you that you are the fucking, you are the top dog. And you're just saying, no, like it's the same thing that bitch against Rachel was doing. Well, I would have kids, but you know, the man's testosterone levels are not at the right range or some shit like that. You're just inventing excuses not to get this shit done.
That's a part of being top dog and being a good, wise leader.
Yes.
Is admitting, like, hey, I can't
And
I
America
can't carry all
and
this
Trump
water
are
by
worthy
myself.
of respect.
So you're putting us on a pedestal that even like half of us
No,
are
I'm
like,
showing.
dude, we're not
Trench.
that. We're not him. He is not us.
Trench,
we are not him.
Trench,
we can't carry the world's water, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry
showing
you have
you
an unrealistic expectation out of us.
yeah.
I'm sorry we can't
showing
Superman that hoe. I wish we could
Yeah,
Superman that hoe.
Okay,
But we
yeah,
can't.
okay,
That's
right.
you don't
Yeah, just keep
believe what
saying
you just
Superman.
said. You don't believe what you just said because I can
What
go
do you
back
mean?
and find other streams where America runs this shit. And nobody
Yeah, I
can
was
take
gonna say, if
America. Nobody. We run
with
this
an
shit, but all of a
objective.
sudden we can't handle it. It's one or the
with
other.
with the clear
Come
winnable
on.
objective.
You don't
we can
believe what you just
Superman
said.
that
You
hoe.
know America is the
Okay,
power of the
so
world.
let me define that more. We are the superpower, but like Tucker,
Right.
like my boy Tucker was saying, there's limits to
Oh
that
my God.
power.
Yeah, so what
Oh
I'm
my
doing
God,
is I'm
We're at
actually
Okay,
showing.
let me ask
yeah.
you this,
Four
Trent.
different
I'm just gonna
fronts.
ask you
We're at
this
four
straight up,
different
Trent.
warfare fronts
Is there
right now.
any
Do you-
country you believe could take America if they didn't like something America was doing and they tried to physically go against America? Do you think they could win it?
Yep.
On a singular front.
I would say on a singular front, just us versus them.
Sure.
I do.
Okay. I think that we could beat China, our nearest peer, as far as like military and strength projection, but at the cost of literally depleting everything. We're talking throwing the kitchen sink, a couple of nukes get detonated here and there to break up naval blockades and armada shipments, because that's the real strategic world of nuclear warfare, blowing up whole battle fleets in the ocean.
So that's a 1v1. We take China. No, what's the next one? What's the next closest one?
Russia.
The next, I fear that
Russia,
then
correct,
it's a fair fight against Russia, in which then, since it's 50-50, we could lose that fight. I can't predict past China.
If Russia and China
I would argue
together against us, we're
Damn.
and that's not saying that we attack. That's not saying China attacked us first, but just Russia first. But then,
like, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I would
I just
say
want to point out
America has. Oh, you go ahead, Tareyak,
the demoralization and like the propaganda has been fed to your eyes. Like, as Americans, you are now sitting here telling a foreigner that America is going to lose to China and Russia.
I didn't say that.
And you want to say that you haven't been demoralized?
Okay, so that's that bad face shit. I didn't say that.
The Americans?
I didn't say that at all.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Where's the Americans who put their nutsack on the table saying that we are the greatest country in the world? Go fuck yourselves. Where are those Americans?
That's
Go
me.
fuck yourself. What did I just say? Repeat
That's
back
me.
to
That's what I'm saying. I think we could take
Irish
China
cunt.
or we could take Russia. But the problem is like you said, Trench, we need strength in numbers, right? So it helps to have allies. So who would be pretty good allies, like NATO, like people who may have, I don't know, strategic strongholds or frontholds in areas of our two biggest enemies, China and Russia. And if we at least have any point of surveillance or monitorization of what their moves are going to be, then that's what keeps everybody in a Mexican standoff instead of the world going to, WW3.
Mexico, that's our third front, but it's a soft war in the form of a 20 million man invasion, of which there is no clapback. We can't just bomb fucking Mexico City and it takes its 20 million fucking people back.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the illegal immigrations have pretty much been subsided since we've strengthened our borders. Now, the deportations, I can agree there. That needs to happen. We have a lot of them that slipped in over the last 4 years. We still need to, get some of them out because they're either, being a detriment to our society or not contributing to the flourishment of what would be America.
It pains me to say we can't deport all 20 million people, not because I don't want that to happen. If it was up to me, I'd Thanos them back across the border tomorrow. We don't. It's not even just the logistics. It's just that the forces of opposition that will prevent this from happening. You're not being realistic if you think that we're just going to be able to deport 20,000 people. You saw them suicide themselves by cop.
Yeah, and so what would be the greater threat to our standing right now, the leftist or the illegal immigrants that they're trying to protect?
It's the same thing.
They're both one and the same.
The leftists protect them.
How many? But that's the thing. How many are actually getting paid?
The same people.
I don't think illegal immigrants are getting paid to protest.
It's the same. It's the same thing that supports Palestine. Like Tareyak keeps trying to make the bulwark of his argument. They support anything that is anti-American.
But it goes deeper than this, guys. It goes deeper than this. Yeah, we used to be the big guy on the block, but we've had.
We still are.
But we have
But
had.
Biff can't fight everybody at once. That's how the bully movie always ends.
That's why we need allies.
We've had many invaders come in, so many that are third world people. We used to be a solid first world country with a very strong military. And I mean, when I was born, we were badass. And I'll tell you something, when I was little, nobody on earth touched an American.
Yes, when we invaded in 91, when we invaded Iraq, we had a 7 to 9 million man reserve military.
Right. Okay.
The numbers that we had when I fought in Iraq were we did a surge with 30,000 fuckers, 50,000.
Okay.
So on top of that was like a 1 million man army and another 1 million in reserve. And the numbers have thinned since that fucking 20 years ago.
So with the numbers, oh, you go ahead. Sorry.
it's I'm sorry,
Sorry.
but what you guys aren't seeing is that there are almost as many third worlders here now as there are first worlders, and they are dragging us down in ways that you can't even imagine. And I'm talking our infrastructure, everything. We want to be what we were. That was our tradition. We worked for that. And it is being ripped away from us. And to have us have to go to war right now, we're at the cusp where we've got people that have invaded. There's wars that we're trying to intervene in. And now this one is just, it's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. We cannot do it.
It's just antithetical to
So-
make America great again.
Well, why do you feel that though, Prim?
I've seen it. I've lived through. I'm 64. So when I started out, we were a completely different animal. And like I said, when I was little, if anybody on Earth, the whole globe, touched or hurt an American, they paid for it. They did. There was like one guy that got hurt somewhere in some country when I was like a teenager, and they hit them so hard, just.
Well, and there was justification for it because we weren't out meddling in the world as much, besides fighting communism, which was a strategic importance at the time during the Cold War. That's what all that shit was about.
I'll tell you something else. When President Reagan left office, we had a surplus of money. In other words, the world population would come to us to loan them money. Okay, we were the loan guys. Now we are $40 trillion in debt. We'll never pay it off. And
We have to honor Chinese land deals.
That isn't going to work. None of that's going to work. We're in trouble, and we need some time to pull it back and get to rebuild. We need time. My idea, like I said, I know it's crazy and it'll never happen. I think we should pull every American on earth that wants to come back into the country, lock it down, get rid of all of the illegals in a nice way. Just sorry, you have to go home, with the agreement that we will help you, especially the South Americans. Tell them we will help you make yourselves first worlders. We'll help you build. Mexico, Venezuela, whoever wants to build up, we'll help them. Canada should be a part of this. And we need to lock our country up. We have everything we need, and just be alone for 50 years.
But then we would basically turn into Japan. That's not going to, and we'd lose all of, and that's one of our strengths is why we have such a presence around the world.
Japan is winning.
What do you mean?
They're
winning because they have us as an ally, but their birth rates are low. They're on a little island.
Winning.
What kind of?
They're winning. Well, that's the Western. That's the Western progressivism thing that's destroying populations.
That's what I'm saying. Would we rather be Japan or would we rather be America?
Japan doesn't allow for a lick of immigration. You're not moving to Japan.
Did my idea,
that's what we.
The women and went back to tradition and rebuilding America. Women would start having children because we wouldn't be having this rat race that we're in right now. Everything would settle. We have to let our country settle. And being in more wars, and you guys in Europe. I'm so sorry, but you're going to have to, the Romans.
We're gone.
You guys are going to have to pick up sticks and knives.
We're gone. We are gone.
So who's black pilled now? Why don't you just lift your ball sack up and throw off the shackles of the fucking postmodernists?
We're all almost gone because the whole planet has been invaded.
You're not getting it.
Like fundamentally, okay, here's what you all talk to me as Tareyak. You don't understand warfare. What does demoralization sound like?
Who said you don't understand warfare? Did I say that?
You are the one saying I'm not experiencing warfare. I shouldn't be talking about warfare. What does demoralization sound like?
I feel demoralized right now because
I'm not
we've
demoralized.
given,
America's going to be fine no matter what compared to the European.
Well, yeah, but I think that's where we kind of need to listen to Tareyak, because he's in a state where they have been demoralized. The United Kingdom has been taken over, and I think it's more of a precursor of if we don't keep if we don't play our cards right, then we're going to be the same way.
Then
That's
who are we
why
going to
I
depend
wanna
on?
isolate.
But you see how this becomes a circular fucking argument in the sense of who stands up for the weak, if not the men? Then where are the men of your realm, and why are they not standing up? You can't expect somebody on the other side of the fucking ocean to fucking stand up and fight for you.
What happened to Tommy Robinson?
And as far as demoralization is concerned, who wants to fucking defend people that aren't going to defend themselves?
Hang on a second, Trench. Use the one saying,
fight
where are the men?
with us,
Where are the men who would stand up? We did. Tommy Robinson is the perfect example. They locked him in fucking prison.
Well,
then why haven't you joined and enlisted in the United States military? They will cut you in front of line.
Oh, yeah, just get your green card, Tareyak, and fly in the military. You fucking clown.
They will cut you in front of the line. It won't take but a couple of months. You'll be in a fucking basic training. I promise you.
Wait a minute, Trench, let me speak. Tareyak, you're right. And Tommy Robinson is a really good example. See, they're to the point, and I'm so sorry.
Holy shit.
But they're to the point where, if they try to, it's just like the J6ers. The J6ers did not do what
What's the first job of the United States? What's the first responsibility?
Our guys
provide for the common defense of
what is the first responsibility of the United States government?
To provide
to protect ourselves from enemies, foreign and domestic.
Do what? I didn't hear that.
Defense of the realm.
Is that right?
Is it not to protect ourselves from enemies, foreign and domestic?
That is correct, and that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Screw the money.
Huh?
Okay.
Why am I?
Okay. Are you agreeing with us? Disagreeing?
No, I don't think so.
Opinion?
Saying do both.
I had two streams on. Sorry.
Speak. And Tareyak, I am really sorry that you're going through that. Go ahead.
Premonition, you're too afraid.
What am I going through? What?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's really just Tareyak.
Tareyak, what?
It's soon to be us, but what do you have to say?
Me?
Yeah.
You're not going to like what I have to say.
I think I'm going to like it a lot, crazy.
Yeah, you might. All right. The first responsibility of the United States government is to protect its citizens.
Yes.
First, that be military. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah,
no matter what it does.
The argument is
the hell with everything else. That's what we're going to do.
Let him speak. Let him speak, please.
And no, money does not matter at this point.
Okay.
No, the United States, no money's not going to matter. Okay, if you don't have a place to live that you can call home and protect that, money's not going to make a big difference, is it?
Well, drones ain't free.
I'm confused. Are you what side are you on here?
What do you mean? What side? I'll say make a big sand hole over there. Just make a crater.
Okay.
Oh, so
but I can't do that. There's too many people.
Yeah,
if you make me come to war with you, I'm coming to win. No holding back, baby. Nothing.
So
my fucking mind crazy. Find an American patriot.
Yeah, I mean that.
I mean right there. I was just saying it in a fucking try to be peaceful about it, but
the other day on this panel when I
said
how deep and wide is the crater?
Wait a minute. I said to
Glass. It needs to be Trench.
As big enough to eliminate the enemy,
or, just whatever.
A place to have a strong front
sometimes the little red man pops up on my shoulder and he's like, "Nuke 'em all."
Well, I don't want to glass the place, but we got other things we can do that. We don't have to do that. I don't want to see the loss of life either. I really don't. But if you come to war with us, you better be ready to either. You're probably going to lose. We're going to come and get you.
Well, I think if we could have just nuked the situation away, I think we would have done it
country in the world. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I think if that was a
That will make
viable
it great
solution,
again, premonition. That'll let everybody know we're just talking about all across the world, across the planet. If you as American people didn't bother you, if we take care of business, that's what it'll return to that. I
get
believe that.
I think that if that was a viable solution, we would have done it already.
Yep.
We can't though because we got so many freaking lefties tying our hands on our own front.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
that
people-
nukes
and
in the
that's like-
Middle East also imply a certain military, a certain couple, actually at least 3 that I can think of off the top of my head, military allies that are directly in the fallout, so to speak. Now,
Then don't hit Jordan, don't hit Israel, don't hit,
I mean, that's
Yeah,
not how
yeah.
nukes work, though.
I'm not seeing any.
yeah, we're not talking. Doesn't even have to be nukes. Then just go with firebombing.
Yeah.
Shoot trench. That's like you were saying earlier. That one attack on a self. What was that? Our ship that attacked ourselves. It's because our military is weakened, and it's not that we don't have the technology to keep up with everyone else. It's the problem is we get, oh, here you get your yell at card. Here I can't yell at you for another 20 minutes.
I don't think I ever brought up, I've brought up like people that have attacked our ships.
No,
there's like
that
the Gulf
somebody
of
said
Tonkin-
They did
there's
hit
like
the forward.
Gulf of Tonkin incident. There is also like the U.S. Liberty thing that happened too. That's real, but you're a conspiracy theorist and an anti-Semite for bringing it up.
Anything you say anything we say that disagrees with, because people haven't learned yet that.
I mean, how do you attack an ally ship on accident?
Well, it's just like
All I know is the Gerald Ford got hit. It's in
I
dock.
don't know, but how do you accidentally blow up a U.S. ship that's your ally?
I don't know. When did this happen? I might be behind.
Don't worry about it. Then don't worry about it.
No,
look it up.
Well, it's kind of important if they did it. Man.
No, you're
Yeah,
right.
we shouldn't be
It
attacking
happened.
our allies.
It really happened, but
Yeah.
that's neither here nor there.
Here lately, or
yes.
I mean, recently enough. I mean, around the same time period as like the Beirut stuff, which isn't directly Iran. That's funny.
but Iran is a special little player
Iran
over there.
Iran is a Shia enclave.
Yes.
That I think that if we fucking exacerbate it, all we're going to do is draw it tighter and more close together, more hostile towards.
I really don't care.
Well,
I don't care about
I mean, if annihilating the whole peoples was on the board as a solution, I think we would have done it already.
That's my personal. That's what I would do. That's my personal.
I get it, but I don't even look at it in the sense of morality. I look at it in the sense of, can it be done, and what would the outcome be if I could?
Right.
Which is why multiple times in the debate, if I could fucking snap my finger and be rid of every muzzy on Earth tomorrow, it still wouldn't stop the problems and the threats that America faces tomorrow.
Everybody has a right to believe in what they want to, right? As far as religion, I'm not going into religion, but
yeah, but you can't
particular
deny
religion-
the statistics when it comes to illegal immigration. We're talking about 20 million fucking people.
You talking about
That's
Mexico?
20 that's 20 NFL stadium cities.
Yeah. We let that happen. I think all the past presidents should be locked up for doing it, letting it happen. That's my personal opinion again.
I think so
agree.
too. I think we should start there before we start bombing the world and fighting war on a fourth front, because that
But we have, and well,
no, that's why we're doing
that.
That's Indochina, that's the Middle East, and then that's our South American border.
Like, look at the timeline of events. We had the stuff in Ukraine, and now we got the stuff in Iran, right? We have all these illegals that we are detaining for ICE. Ship them over to Iran.
The US military, the post-World War II military was designed to fight 2 major fronts against 2 superpowers at once, not 4.
But we have, do you know they can change over the automotive plants to make ammunition? You know that's built into our defense. Did you know that?
But you know that takes like a year to do, though.
No. You go look some more.
And we're not worried
The
about
good one's
ammo.
already on site.
We're worried about the advanced weapon systems that require resources from our enemies. And even like
everybody.
again, I live by the Lake City Armory. Like, we're not running out of small arms. All that's going to happen is like civilian small arms ammo is going to cost through the roof. But we still have to beg the Russians for. We still have to beg the Russians for lead bullion. The shit that costs the most money, the $200,000 smart munitions and up. That's the shit that requires special cobalt, special Catan from our enemy, China.
And China, they can't survive without us. You know that?
Well, it's a double-edged sword. I don't know who.
It sure is.
Like I said, I think that we could take China one-on-one in a heads-up. I think we could take China and Russia at the same time. But if we deplete all our resources on one, then that makes defeating the secondary threat that much more difficult.
Well, that's why I brought up the changeovers in automotive.
With allies.
Exactly, of which we have none right now. Not even Israel is committing troops.
South Korea, Australia.
They're not committing troops. They're not committing bomber series.
It's not an official war yet, is it?
I'm from Missouri. Show me.
It's not declared yet, is it?
Let me present a hypothetical to you, French. What means more to us, them pushing out troops to Iran, or if, say, China, since they're already trying to spy on us, they decide to launch an attack on us? Would we rather have them? Would we rather have our allies ready to strike our enemies with us versus
I'm tired of the hypotheticals. Like, we're in this.
Then let's talk about the actual. Are we not one of the world's biggest superpowers?
For now.
Yeah, but then you're acting like we're so crippled by our own, like, we have an immigration problem. We shouldn't be over there.
Historically, what has happened to empires? How was the greatest historical downfall of empires?
I would say the greatest historical downfall of empires is conspiracy within.
Yep.
Conspiracy within. Okay, so what's my argument? What's been my argument all night?
You said, you said the illegals need to get them out.
About Mexico. I'm not worried about Mexico.
That's what brought Rome down. Rome was half the fucking citizenry was Germans. And they were like, so what? The Germans are at the gate. I don't give a fuck. Let this motherfucker burn down.
How long, if we really decided to deport people, how long do you think that would take? Or how hard would it be? I mean, I'm not talking about playing.
How hard
not long if we cut the red tape.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. You're gone.
So the problem.
Just go out in the street and meet us, or we're going to come and get you either way.
Where's it at? I'm ready for it. Let's do it. I don't care how many of these people get themselves money.
Literally can't counteracting what we're trying to do progressively as Americans.
I don't care about them and what they're going to do.
Why
hasn't Trump stepped up the fucking ICE operations? Why are the ICE operations not being stepped up?
Because we've got too weak, damn it. That's why we listen to.
Unfortunately,
so I'm going to ask you guys the same question I've asked Tareyak then. How is bombing Iran going to slow down Pakistani grape gangs?
That's not what we're doing it for, Trench.
How is it going to slow down Mexican? How is bombing Iran going to slow down Mexican illegal immigration?
Or are we trying to aid an ally in Israel and then also establish a stronger front-hold in the Middle East?
Where's this ally at then?
For Israel, are they not deploying forces? Have they literally said, we're not going to do a fucking thing? They haven't launched a single missile into Iran?
That's all they're doing. They're not giving us a naval campaign. We're not flying bomber sorties out of Israel.
Maybe we told them to stand down.
Convenient. Do you know how much convenience it is to have a friendly Air Force base to land your planes? And we're not landing them there.
Why is that?
France, it didn't. France tell us we couldn't land there either.
France has a no-fly zone for U.S. fucking military aircraft.
So, I mean...
Well, that won't be forgotten.
Yeah, see, that's... Okay.
Yeah, until we beg them for the next thing.
Are we begging for a spot to land?
Where we're landing at? I don't know right now.
If we're
landing on carriers.
Okay.
Very expensive.
Oh, thank goodness. We have our own means to show people that we're the big guys in that spot. Okay. Yeah, that's
Okay,
why
but
we're
for
running the
sustained,
seas and all
for
that.
sustained,
crap.
okay, but for sustained scale large warfare, you need to have places for the Air Force to land. These are naval sorties. These are naval sorties off of naval aircraft.
Do we help the whole world in some way? Every country? Yes, we do.
If they were paying us cost plus.
In my life, we have
Yeah, but it's like you guys.
Plus, I would.
This is why I was saying. This is why I was saying it's not just you have to go to war to know these things, to make a decision on when.
I'm not talking about
when
that.
to
I'm not
send.
bringing
No,
up
no. I know you
experience.
say that just now. I'm saying this is one of the reasons I brought this up is because, like, we're pointing out America helps these other countries, and of course they do, but these countries help America too, right?
Not
yes, they do.
militarily.
Yes, they do.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. They don't pay their bills, and they don't give us
I
military.
was just bringing this up earlier. Like you guys, like if we were just to talk about Tereyak's country, okay?
Yep.
Ireland, okay, there's because of like the low tax rate, there's Apple, Google, Meta, they all have operations there and they employ thousands of Americans. Okay.
Yep.
That's obviously helping Americans, right? They also share research with us with like biotech, pharmaceuticals, all of this shit. So of course we help each other. Like the fact that they're a Western democracy means that we're not going to be in conflict with each other. That's another bonus on how they help
economics. That's economics. I'm not.
Yes, and economics is important. That's why you can't just be like. This is the thing, Tareyak. You can't just be or Trench. You can't just be like, I don't. This is why I pointed this out earlier.
They're not contributing money.
I don't want to send
effort.
men there to die because I've seen it. This is just an emotional argument.
No, I'm not making that argument. I haven't been making that argument one time tonight.
I did.
You guys
I don't want to see one life lost myself. Not one.
Me.
Not one.
I've been counting the beans and ducats.
Okay, but you're still saying that these countries don't help where they do. Of course,
they're not helping militarily.
In time of war, it does not matter if they're not. I mean, money's not going to matter.
Yes, it absolutely matters. They're not giving us one shekel for the war effort. It's costing us our fucking war money. They're not giving us war money.
You know, as good as you know as well as I do, we'll get it back. We'll get it back.
We disagree. No, we disagree. We haven't gotten it back. That's why we're $30 trillion in debt because we haven't gotten it back from the fucking.
We have a president that's making them pay their bills.
They still haven't paid their bills, and this is undermining them paying their bills. Because they're going to cry about energy next. We can't pay you back because we don't have any oil, is what they're saying.
Who's saying they don't have oil?
Europe.
Oh,
needs 25% of the oil from or 25% of the oil from the world goes to Europe via the Strait of Hormuz.
That's because they were trying to block it, right?
That's because they've successfully blocked it right now. That's why the oil market is fucked.
I guess we're trying not to completely destroy it.
Saying we shouldn't help because they're taking the stance I want to take.
No, I'm saying we shouldn't help unless they pay us for it, unless there's something in
Who's
it for us.
I'm with you. If you're talking about helping other countries, you're damn right. Something.
I think not allowing
cost plus.
Yeah.
Cost
Why not?
plus.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing free in this world, and we're out of fucking money and blood and treasure. Our military is exhausted. We don't have a 9 million man army anymore. We don't even have a 2 million man army anymore.
But do we need it now at this type of war?
Yes. These are land armies. These are land militaries that can suffer all kinds of naval and aerospace bombardment indefinitely.
Yeah, that seems like a bold claim.
It's a real claim, which is why we're talking
now who's
about
the land
the 31st.
They could outlast every bombardment the USA could ever put on them.
The 31st MEU is on the coast of Iran right now. The 82nd Airborne is on standby right now. What are you talking about? Hypotheticals. This is happening right now.
just give me
Bad
a
faith,
couple of minutes here.
shitty argument,
Let's run through this.
and complete denial
He
of
is-
the facts
yeah.
on the ground right now as we
Okay,
speak.
yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk
Is
about
the
it. Let's talk about the
31st
numbers then.
MU not in the Gulf
Yeah,
Coast right now?
Let's talk about.
Trench,
Let's talk about
you know,
them.
America running out of money is not a thing. You
Yeah,
understand
we'll just make some more.
running out of blood,
What's
blood
the
and bombs
greatest
is a
military
thing.
in the
though.
world again?
We didn't just divert fucking smart munitions from Ukraine.
Yeah, but you said
and
they're running
Taiwan
out of money.
because we have infinite fucking.
They literally
weapons.
can create more.
Yeah, we'll make
so-
more. We'll cut down some
so
trees, print some dollar
Lockheed
bills, and be
Martin-
all right.
Lockheed Martin and
Make
Raytheon
some
don't make
trades.
smart bombs for free, contrary to popular belief.
Wait a minute.
They don't do
Hang
this
on.
as a fucking charity or out of national patriotism. They do
Hang
it
on,
for
Trent.
You
dollar
make that
dollar
America sound like a
fucking
bitch, and I
bills.
can't say I'm a fan.
He's
They do
he's
it
out
for
of control.
dollar bills. No,
Trent.
you're high. You have
Wait.
a 15-year-old girl. Lockheed Martin and Raytheon are just making bombs out of civic nationalism and out of duty.
What were you saying, Prim?
crazy.
Sorry.
Wait, Trench.
That's crazy. That's a crackhead take.
Somebody,
Let
wait a
Prim
minute.
let Prim talk, man. Come on.
Somebody
Oh, I'm
meant.
sorry. You with the facts. Shut up.
Come on up, Cirker.
Okay,
I see you.
guys.
I don't want
Some-
Sucker on my side.
What?
Someone just.
He will not answer.
He loves you,
Because I'm
man.
not going to be
Do you
on the
think
side
there's a
of the
reason
fucking-
that like
I know I'm handsome.
investors, banks, and like other countries want to buy U.S. debt? Do you think there's a reason for that, Trench?
Yes, it's
Yeah, they
because we
freaking
fell
love it.
asleep. And
The
and how do
guarantee's
they get
pretty
this?
good, ain't it?
The Chinese get it. What they get out of it is land. Where's this land? By our Minutemen fucking ICBMs that they're buying
They
up all
buying
the
it-
farmland
they're
around.
Right, because it can
We let 'em
borrow at
do it.
scale without
Ballistic
collapsing.
No, it's
missiles.
because we have criminal politicians that allow such
Yes.
a policy to even
Yes.
exist in the first place. The threat is at home.
That's why Trump
Yeah.
is so important.
But just to
So how
just
do
to
we
clarify
maintain
this,
political
yeah,
power?
just to
He needs
clarify
to
this
get
whole
this
thing of,
done in the next
of-
3 years.
How do we?
yeah,
How do we maintain
just to
political power?
just to
You think it's
clarify
gonna be easier
that
for him
just
to exercise
just
executive
to
authority
Trent, shut
if
the
we
fuck
lose
up.
the Senate?
Yeah,
You
shut the
shut
fuck
the
up, Trent.
fuck
So
up.
just
Give a
just to give
logical
you an
argument.
accurate, just to give an accurate picture, because there's a reason why Trench is only mentioning Israel's not contributing any soldiers or navy
I never
assets.
made Israel
He-
the
he-
fucking
he-
core of my
no-
argument.
notice,
Nobody is.
no,
They haven't
notice,
contributed
yeah, see
any
the
more
way he keeps
soldiers than
swerving because he
Ireland
knows
is
what I'm about to
fucking
bring up.
Contributing.
How many
What?
Air
Our
Force
great ally
jets
somewhere?
have how many Air Force jets has Israel committed?
There
It's
are
Jordan. Who knows?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay, so
Not
Israel's
Iran.
committed over Israel has committed over 200 fighter jets. In terms of like the actual sorties, this has been the largest combat sortie in history for Israel. And as of mid-March, the first 18 days has been 5,700 separate sorties, 540 strike waves in central western Iran, and another 50 deeper
Is Israel
into
allowing
the,
us
the
to
west.
fly sorties
Alright,
out of their fucking
real quick,
country?
Trench, just real quick.
No.
A total of over 12,000 bombs and munitions across 8,500 separate strikes.
Sounds like
And
they got this, but they don't need
3,600 of
us.
them alone. So this whole thing that America's fighting this by themselves, again, is just propaganda.
No, I
Israel
said
is
bringing
more than
boots to the
committed to
ground.
this.
Boots to the ground? No, they're
They're
not.
blowing
They said they're
everything
not.
up.
They
They're
said they're
softening
not.
it.
They said they're not, and that's a waste of munitions.
Who's
blowing
they?
everything up. You
Who's-
need boots
this-
on the ground.
So-
Let me try to take you guys down a different lane for a second. If
we're going in
America
circles.
is like responsible in any way for the way that Iran has turned out, do you think they have like some type of responsibility or accountability to fix that issue that they caused?
Sure.
May I-
Yeah.
May I?
Say it again?
Yes.
So in 1953, right, the U.S. via the CIA overthrew Iran's democratically elected leader.
Yep.
Right? It was
Yeah.
a democratically elected leader. The CIA helped overthrow this.
Yes.
Right, that operation is Operation Ajax. If anyone wants to look it up, okay.
Yes.
And then they install the Shah.
Yes.
Right. Who ruled as
CIA
an
did.
authoritarian, backed by the U.S. for
with,
decades.
with
right?
MI6.
Right.
With MI6.
Well, of course.
And then what? Then what did we do?
Okay.
Wait.
It was.
Then
So-
what did we do? Continue down the story. Then we help topple the Shah.
No.
Yeah, we
they-
took him out.
The Ayatollah of rock and rolla. Remember the T-shirts?
Yep. We took him out, right?
President Carter kicked out their Shah.
Carter. Oh my God, Carter.
Who brought in the Ayatollahs who really made it go really bad. But prior to that, you're right. They were completely westernized.
Yep.
And
They
nobody
were never
had ever
completely
seen
westernized because they were
head
communists before this. They were never westernized. They've always hated the West.
Iran's one of the oldest.
With the West.
No, they wore 501 blue jeans. I mean, they did. They were these guys.
They've been against the West. That was a small thing. That's like saying the Weimar Republic was in charge of Germany.
No, Iran, when I was little, was just like us. They had stores, they had clothes, they had bikinis, they had music.
I get it. And it was a short-lived exercise during the Shah's reign before the fucking Ayatollahs took charge.
That's possible because I didn't pay any attention.
But before that, they were the Soviet Republic of Iran. They were fucking
we live in America, right?
International. Because Shia Islam is more collectivist in nature, and Sunni Islam is absolutist. They've always had a problem with fucking kings and shit. That's why the Shah was short-lived.
We live in America. We have one government. We live by. We're free. Over there, it's all religion. There's always been a fight, a war. There's always going to be. We just happen to get in the middle of one.
There's always strongman politics. There's either a dictator, a king, or a high priest that is ruling with absolute authority, or some kind of central committee scenario.
Okay. So that brings me back to our need to isolate, because we don't have any business, we really don't, being involved in anybody in the Middle East. We never should have been involved in anybody.
Israel.
Okay.
I mean, they're going to nuke Israel. That's what they want to do. That's their whole intention, goal. They want to put them in the ocean.
That's what they say, but everybody who develops a nuke ends up calming that down.
That's
what I've seen history.
Yep. I mean, solve the problem, move them.
North Korea said they were going to bomb they were going to nuke New York, LA, London, etc. They got a nuke. They haven't done it.
Do you believe them?
Pakistan said the same shit. Fucking all these countries say that they're going to nuke somebody, and they never do.
But you got to take them at their word.
This is why I tried to bring you down a different lane, but y'all interrupted me like you knew exactly what I was going to say. But
no, I just believe in
what you're saying now.
I just believe in the MAD weapons program. I believe.
Wait a minute. Let him go back to.
There's never been a more peaceful time.
If we were development, then we be a part of correcting it?
Or
like as bad as things are right now.
That's my point, right?
If we break it, we need to fix it.
That's why I was trying to explain the history, but you act like you know the history. So let me get to the point, right?
Okay.
If you pollute a river, right? If you're a company owner and you pollute a river, you don't just get to walk away and say, "Oh fuck, I'm not dealing with that," even though I caused it. If you crash into somebody's car, you don't just get to walk away and say, "Well, I'm not dealing with that," even though I caused it. So I'm saying, when you cause the instability in Iran, do you get to just walk away from it now and say, "Well, fuck it, they got to deal with that now"? No,
we don't.
And like the problem is, all that instability has created crisis in the global oil markets. The Middle East has been in conflict for fucking ever. The U.S. national security clearly has been threatened with things like 9/11, and before 9/11, I don't know if anyone remembered that the Twin Towers were bombed before that too.
Yes, they were.
So like this U.S. national security has been a problem. The global oil markets have been a problem. The Middle East conflicts have been a problem. And if you contributed to that problem, I think you have some type of responsibility to fix it.
I mean, if we could figure out the exit strategy for the Middle East, I'm sure one of us would get a fucking Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's what Trump is doing, Trench. One sec, Trench. Listen to me. Listen to me.
To do the same thing over and over again is going to get us a different.
Is it possible?
Let Terak.
Is it possible
No, it's
that
not possible.
Trench?
Wait.
Okay, so you just won't listen then. There's no point in even asking the question. You know what evidence I put forward, nothing no case that we give to you.
You haven't answered
You just hate
one
the Israelis.
question in good faith. What are you talking about? You've tried
Because
to
you're
paint
not
me as
even
some
willing. You're not even willing to
anti-Semite all
engage.
fucking night.
You
you
said.
hear
You
You
said.
for it.
Yeah. So let me
No,
ask the
you're
question
for it,
then.
though.
Trench.
Your
You're still
whole
in
thing
debate
is.
mode.
Yeah,
Damn it.
yeah,
No,
Yeah, you are.
he's
Trench,
trying to
listen to
fucking
me.
paint me as some
Your whole
anti-Semite
thing
all
is.
fucking night,
Yeah,
and it's
your
not
whole
working, you fucking
your
cunt.
whole thing.
Fuck you.
Your whole thing is that if there is an exit strategy, then show me it and like I'll follow it. That's what Trump is doing at the moment. It is an
I don't
exit
know how
strategy to the
like,
Middle
we
East.
broke the fucking thing, but I don't see how continuing to break it is going to unfuck it. That's what
Have
you're
you
failing
heard
to
the
fucking.
saying sometimes you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
Then
been
you
the,
got to
that's
make
been
French
the,
toast.
that's been the strategy. That's been the strategy for the last 80 fucking years.
Here,
And it
Maybe-
hasn't
maybe-
worked.
Or
Maybe
has
this
it been
will
a
take
problem
care
of
of it
us
this
trying
time.
to
Who knows?
establish?
80 years of doing the same thing over and over and over again, every 20 years to the point where you can set your
we-
fucking watch by it.
When was the
Every
last time
20
we
years.
did this to Iran? Never.
The whole Middle East. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what we're talking about. Iran.
Last year we bombed Iran. The year before that we bombed Iran. The year before that we bombed Iran.
wait.
When have we not bombed Iran?
Wait a
We
minute.
took out the nuke sites or suspected nuke sites.
That's what they've been screaming for the last 50 years is nukes.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay,
That's what
so
they want.
how's the situation changed? With
To
all the bombing?
address. Let
They
me
don't have
address.
a
So we
nuke,
just
right?
need need to send in our boots, and this is going to fucking mop it all up once and for all.
I don't want to see the boots go in at all.
No, they'll
For any
die.
reason.
They can't go in. Our
Well,
guys
that's
can't go
the
in on the
whole
ground.
point
But I
I've
want
been
to.
standing on all night because that's what it's going to
wanna-
take.
Man, if only we could like get Israel to have enough of a
Send
foothold
them.
or stronghold to overpower Iran.
Yeah.
Well, maybe their badass ground army can do something outside of fucking Jordan and the fucking.
If they
Gaza
can get
Strip.
the boot on the neck, they're not going to pick it. They're not going to take it off.
No, they have a Spartan
talking
fucking
about Israel.
model where they subjugate the people in their fucking hemisphere and let allies do the fighting, which was the downfall of Sparta.
Trench, let me address Speak's question really quick.
We can take
So,
the
yeah,
vote. I mean,
so
I'm
we-
about ready. We're
It's going to be
into-
okay, Trench.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
gonna be okay, but I think in the grand scheme, it's not going to
Yeah.
be okay. And we are literally at the threshold of either backing off or doubling down.
I
Both
think
of
it's going to
those
be
are
double
shitty.
down, Trench.
Both of those are shitty situations. I think it's going to be double down too, and I think the double down is going to give us more of the same. A ridiculous amount of blood and treasure, a national debt that's going to look more like $40 trillion in the next decade. It's going to cost us thousands of American lives. And by the way, you're going to send your children and grandchildren to fight in the Middle East again in 20 fucking years.
Hey, Trench, I got a question. What's easier, regulating the United States with the deportations or getting Iran under control with Israeli support?
I think that deporting
We need
people
to
and
do
locking
the
down our borders would be
do the
is the path of
deportation.
least resistance.
Well, we've already locked them down, right?
But this isn't done by executive action. There's no legislation through on this. And if a Democrat president emerges, then the border is going to be blown wide open again. We need a Senate. We need a Congress that will agree to lock down the border.
We need Americans that'll make it happen.
So
One way or
we
another.
have a couple of W's in the next senatorial and congressional election races so that we can get legislation through. This needs to be the supreme priority. Lock down the border so it's not just done every 4 years by executive order. Or
Right.
the
And
next
all
guy
that
comes
does is
in
play
by
games.
executive order and undoes everything that Trump has done, just like they did in 2020.
All this does is play games with the Mexican people too. As bad as I hate to say it, I mean, every 4 years you say, "Come on." 4 years
Yeah.
later, go back,
It's
go back,
schizophrenic.
go back.
We have a schizophrenic foreign policy. We have a schizophrenic domestic policy.
I agree
The
with
shit
you. I
needs to
don't.
be
Yeah.
addressed.
That's just because people
And if the airplane is indeed crashing, then we need to put on our own fucking mask, before we can help the passenger next to us. I'm all for
Yeah.
playing Team America World Police if there is something in it for us, a benefact, making
Yep.
us a benefactor for spending our blood and treasure, of which
Yeah.
we haven't been reimbursed for the last 20 fucking years of global war on terror by any fucking body. In
But they're
fact, it's
coming to
like
us,
pulling teeth
kicking our-
to get
trying
them
to
to
kick
pay
our
their
ass.
fucking 2% of their own NATO fucking bills.
That's what I'm talking
Right?
about.
And
The
meanwhile,
bills.
we're the asshole if we talk about the reality on the ground, then all of a sudden we want European girls to get raped. And that's fucking psychotic.
He's telling. I think if you're talking about Terry, he's telling you what's going to happen if things keep going the way they are.
That's
I'm
what I'm
telling you
saying.
it's happening
Use will
already
win.
unless we shut the fucking doors down.
Yep.
I'm saying they've already won unless
They
we
already have
lock
a-
the door and deport these motherfuckers.
What do they call
The
these?
deportations
They're
aren't
cities in
happening.
some town, freedom cities
We
or
are-
something like
What
that.
do you call
Sanctuary
it?
city.
400? What do you
Like
call
worthless cities that let
400,000
people do whatever they want
deportations
them.
behind
Ah.
Obama? 400,000 deportations behind Obama.
Yeah, and then guess what? The media
not
changed the
happening.
narrative. They said that's all okay. That was all okay back then, but now it's
Yep.
bad because it's enough to outrage some idiots.
That shouldn't distract us from the mission. I don't care how many liberals get themselves suicided by cops because they're busy obstructing.
Well, yeah,
These
see,
people
Yeah,
think
so
that
then-
they're-
then American blood is not
The media spins the narrative that well, look,
Hey,
Trump's murdering
Remember
people.
that?
'cause they
Remember that
stand
whole
up for
thing against enemies, foreign and what?
domestic. Yeah,
Thank you.
Foreign and domestic, yes. But we're not
Your
going to
Honor,
enforce
I
the
rest my
domestic
case.
part.
It's late. though.
Trench,
I've
you're
got
acting
cars
you're
to
acting as if the whole Minnesota thing, like that was just a walk in the park and there
You're
wasn't
acting
massive
as if
public
20
backlash.
million fucking
Yeah,
people
well,
come
okay,
here,
can
and
you-
you
can you
scream
take a
rape
fucking
up and
breath?
down, but
Take
the
a
rapes
breath.
from the Muslims
I
compared
said
to the
one
rapes from the
sentence.
All right,
Mexicans,
come on.
pale in fucking
Come on,
comparison.
Trench. You gotta
Fucking
let
No, that's
You
bullshit.
get
gotta
dark
let people
again, damn it.
answer, bro. You gotta let people answer.
It's
Come on.
bullshit. It's a bullshit
so-
fucking thing that's not happening versus the
it's-
rapes
yeah.
happening from the Mexican
So
rape
how
gangs. You
how
fucking
did
gaslighting
Minnesota go?
liar.
but
How
Trench,
how did Minnesota go?
Gaslight me harder.
No,
Hold
what you're
Because they-
missing from Minnesota
And I'm-
is-
Because the
I'm not
way
the
was
one
already
engaging.
set.
Yeah, okay.
How many rapes were in Minnesota compared to how many rapes from illegal Mexican immigrants? Compare the two
And
right
how many
now.
how many Tom
Yeah,
Petties?
those
How many?
Let's do it.
One sec,
Sure.
Trench. One sec,
Or
Trench.
what?
How many Tom Petties do you think will happen if you try to do this en masse in
Let's
America
do it.
right now? How do you think that's going to
Quit-
affect the?
Quit diluting the water, you fucking pussy. Stay to the
see
fucking
way?
point.
See-
How many rapes
I'm addressing
from
it.
illegal Mexican immigrants
You're the one,
and how
Trench.
many rapes
You're-
from the
you're the
Muzzies
one-
in Dearborn,
Trench.
Michigan?
Listen, you're
me
the
the
one that
fucking
said the
numbers.
top.
No,
You're the
fuck
one
you.
that said the
Answer
top
to the
priority.
fucking question. No,
Yeah, you're the
fuck
one
you,
that said the
because this is
top
my point.
priority
This is
is
my point.
deportations.
This is my point.
So if
Yes,
we
get
take
rid of
that
the
as
Mexicans
the top
that are raping
priority,
people. Yes.
okay, go
So
ahead,
provide
Trench.
me the
I'll
numbers.
wait.
Yep.
Give me
Trench,
the
you
numbers.
swung
I'm the one.
too
Okay,
much
That's
on
so-
it.
This is what
No,
frustrates
no,
me.
I'm not-
He
I'm-
just
I'm gonna
stopped
rage
talking to
quit.
let you talk, and then you're just gonna ask him a
I'm
question.
asking
Come
you
on,
a
Trench.
question.
Exactly. We were talking about Michigan.
Been
dude.
asking him
And
the
that's
same
what you
question
missed.
all fucking night. Okay, Michigan. Compare the rapes to Michigan compared to all the rapes from illegal Mexican immigrants. Which number is greater?
Wait a minute. Can I
You're the
speak
one.
to
You're the
Tareyak
one
for a
that made
second?
the claim
What
Wait a
was the
minute.
question
Which
again?
number is
deportations
greater?
are the top priority.
All right.
Numbers
If
that
you're
you're
gonna
gonna
bad
engage.
faith me like this, then I'm gonna dipset. Like,
Let
you're
me
gonna
ask-
answer the question all
I'm
fucking
literally trying
night.
to steal man your argument.
Take your
Okay, wait.
fucking bullshit.
Let me hang on. I
Shove it up
need to
your ass.
explain something to Tareyak that he may not know because he doesn't live here. What happened, Tareyak, in Michigan or Minnesota, whichever state it is? It's so far from me. I'm by Tahoe. Anyway,
It's in Minnesota
you know-
and it's in Michigan. Both these places.
okay, the way that they did it, as opposed to the mass invasion that surged for the last 4 years, or during Biden's administration, they quietly went in there. I had no idea that Minnesota or Michigan, whichever one it is, was taken over completely. I had no idea until they started talking about it on the news, and then you're hearing all of a sudden there's however many, a great deal of
Dearborn
Muslims.
doesn't have a 20 million person population.
He's even interrupting premonition now.
But they kind of snuck in underneath the radar. Nobody knew they were there. Nobody knew they were coming.
And they're not 20 million Mexicans, dude. 20 million Mexicans, dude.
Well, no, it's more than just Hispanics. It's people from the whole South American continent and Africans and Chinese and a smattering of Muslims, but a very few. But people coming from all over the planet hiking up, and the invasion is real. It was exactly what Merkel did to Germany. She marched in 3 million Muslims overnight, and Germany vanished. Okay, and now I think the Germans are trying to fight back.
We have two completely different immigrant fucking demographics.
It's a different population. No, ours is Hispanically based and African. Okay, Black Africans. Yeah,
from
and
Sudan, more places where we're mingling.
They went straight to work and started robbing us and took billions of dollars we're only just now discovering. Okay, the Somalians.
Yeah, that's where I thought we were heading, but
they came out of nowhere and they had
but there's been billions of dollars swindled out of the South American thing too, in the form of
I agree. So we're not in good shape either. I mean, we have our girls. Yeah. You know, we've got these atrocities that are being committed, just like what you're seeing. That's happening in America. It's just they don't talk about it on the news because our people aren't important.
It's because they don't want you freaking out about 20 million fucking immigrants.
Right.
Let me know when I can talk, Trench.
American citizens. I mean,
anyway,
we're just going to go in circles.
I just wanted to tell him.
Trench, you think it's going in circles because you just keep interrupting him. Trench, for the last 10 minutes now, you just every time he talks, you talk at the same time. Come on, bro.
We're trying to stick to Minnesota and the millions and billions of dollars of fraud.
Right. I mean, we're being
we literally, and that was years of just infiltration. And nobody heard of Tim Walz. Did you know he was the highest earning fucking vice president that's ever existed? He made more money in fucking 1 month ever than anybody.
To address the whole Minnesota thing, right? How do you think it's going to go in the elections when there's hundreds of Tom Pettys? The case of Tom Petty's, and there's literally military patrolling the streets in America. How do you think the elections are going to go?
Dude, I think
because remember, the reason why we got here was Trench was saying the top priority is deportations.
Yes. And I think that bombing Iran is completely new.
Put the military on the streets. That will win the election.
From orbit. Dude, the military has to be on the streets to execute these deportations. I don't understand. That's what it's going to take.
Yeah, put the military on the streets. That'll feed right into what the Democrats have been saying. He's an authoritarian. Play right into their fucking hands, you clown.
At least then it would be fucking for a reason. At least then I could support him and be like, yeah, he's doing the right thing. This is the painful the domestic threat. Which I supported him deploying the Marine Corps.
Everything the Democrats have been saying.
I did not. The Democrats worked for Trump deploying the Marine Corps to Los Angeles so we could deport some fucking criminals and get little kids out of weed growing operation fields.
Why is ICE not having success?
You laugh at that. I think that's hilarious that you laugh at Mexican immigrants fucking working 12-year-old kids at fucking weed fields.
You never heard of the anti-ICE protests?
On that note, I'm out. You think that child fucking slavery is funny? You fucking dick. Eat a dick.
See, now you're trying to make Tareyak look bad.
Tareyak, how does Israel pay? How does Israel? You made a claim before about Israel's military equipment. How do they afford their military equipment in Israel? How do they afford that?
Do a breakdown of their economy.
Yeah, we pay for it. Tell me how they afford their military equipment.
We pay for it.
Right. So then, how are they helping you? By giving you military equipment that you pay for.
They're not helping us.
Yeah, so approximately, so their nominal GDP is approximately 540 to 550 billion. So that's how they afford it.
No one asked about their GDP.
No.
They asked about how they
pay. I asked you how they
pay for it. They have a GDP of $500 billion.
And where does it say that they spend their GDP on military equipment? Actually do some research into how they spend money on military equipment. Israel affords military equipment primarily through massive long-term military aid from the United States.
So
It's
they
already-
produce
Are you
half a
against
trillion
renting
a year from their GDP.
By what?
No one asked that.
That's you asked me how do they afford it? I'm telling you this is what their
And
GDP
you don't,
is.
no, you just said you
And
had,
bear
you
in
just
mind,
named the GDP.
this is coming from a
you just
Brit
named the
who has
GDP.
sat
You just
by
named the
and watched his
GDP.
country be raped by Islamists.
You just, oh yeah, 15%. Yeah, that's
how,
it.
how,
True.
how do you justify the
Yeah,
spike of
no,
10
don't
times from
fucking
2000?
no, don't change, don't
how
change
do you
the
justify-
subject. Don't change the
I'll
subject.
change it wherever I
Don't
want.
change the
I'll
subject.
change it whatever way I
You
want,
haven't
Hakeem,
answered
because you're
the
not going to sit on a
question.
high
You
horse
haven't
while you
answered
sat by
a
and watch your
question.
country get
You
raped.
haven't answered a question,
Yeah.
you little
80,000.
weirdo fucking
80,000 a year.
You
from
haven't
80,000.
fucking answered
80,000
the question. The
from
primary
8,000. I did answer your
source of
question.
their
I
military.
pointed out their
No, it's not.
GDP.
You just
I
pointed
pointed
out their GDP, not where they spend it. Not where they spend it, you fucking retarded.
Okay, well then give your link. Give your link and easy we'll pull it up. And now answer my question.
Look at the US military aid to the fucking Israel military. How much money are the USA giving to giving to the Israel military
They give
every
the
year?
munitions, and then Israel buy the munitions.
It's wrong that we do that.
They give them ammunitions, so the Israels buy the ammunitions. Wait, what was that
Yes,
statement?
Americans give them munitions, and Israel buys the munitions. Like you think that like Americans is like blank check, guys, it's all on the house.
No,
That's kind of what I think.
Exactly.
I
They
think
literally give them billions a year into their
Yeah, but that
military.
money, what he's trying to explain to you is that that money cycles back into the U.S.
What do they
economy
produce?
because
What do they produce?
Israel?
Haku, I'm trying to answer you, right?
What do they produce?
The military aid that is sent to them, they spend a lot of that on U.S. Military weaponry, and that supports American jobs and industry.
Yep.
Well, we might as well build a bridge to nowhere.
We hand them the money, they may spend it, they turn around and give it to one of our companies to build XYZ, whatever widget they want.
And then they give us access to advanced tech like the semiconductors and stuff like that.
What's
like,
no?
Israel has
Watch
a
this.
lot
Watch
of
this.
technology.
Allow me to retort, Haku. Answer my question. How do you account for England going from 8,000 rapes a year in 2000 to over 80,000 rapes in 2020s? How do you explain that?
Who gives a shit?
we know, we understand.
How do you explain it, Haku? Don't let him run from this.
Therefore, bomb
the
Iran.
rapes. Okay, we understand about it.
10
And
times.
you know,
10 times the
like
amount of
I-
rapes from 2000 to now.
Like I said
A
the other
year.
day. Like I said.
No, Prem, I'm not asking you. I'm asking directly to Haku.
Okay.
Hey.
See the way he won't answer,
shit.
or he's
I went the wrong
quote,
way.
unquote, disconnected.
Nova. What's up?
Said my claim for the reason. I
There we go.
literally did just say my claim for the reason. Are you retarded? I literally just said my claim for the reason, and then I asked you, what's your claim?
Yeah, we literally
Did anyone hear his
We didn't
claim for
hear
the
you.
reason?
There was like a weird cut when Prim said okay, and then it was like I thought she was gonna
yeah,
say
you must have cut out then, Haku. Yeah, that must.
All the way out.
Sorry. Right. I said that obviously crimes get reported at a way higher fashion. If you look at any fucking statistic about rape crimes in the past, they were the lowest reported crime.
Yeah, so 10x increase, but we
now
don't see
I
the
ask
same
you.
in America.
Now I ask you. Now I ask
No,
you.
we don't
now
see
I
the
ask
same in
you,
America.
Why would that be?
Why is there not a 10 times increase in America
Why?
then?
I ask you. I've answered your question.
Why is it
No,
in Germany's
no,
the same thing?
No,
France
we
is
can
the
go
same
question
thing,
for question.
but
if you want to
America's
do this
only increased by
legitimately.
50,000.
We're gonna go question for question. If you're too scared to answer questions back, don't ask questions.
I'm
mate.
not scared.
Just
I'm
don't
just saying
do
that
it.
your answer is bullshit.
So I'm going to ask
But
you
go ahead.
again.
Go
What
ahead.
is right? So I answered your question, and now you answer
It's
the
bullshit.
fucking question,
Yeah, go
retard.
ahead.
What is your claim for why it has increased?
Yeah,
Because of the mass immigration that you've taken in. Because of the mass immigration you've taken in. Because of the rape gang inquiry that you refused to read. Yeah, so I just answered your question.
Why would that
I
be?
just answered your question.
Yes.
Yeah, I just answered your question.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Do you want to ask a question?
Alhamdulillah.
Do you want to ask a question? Do you want to ask a question now?
Okay.
Do you want to ask a question?
Are you genuinely retarded enough to think that it's just because of reporting more rapes and not the massive immigration of like Islamist
Yeah, I am.
jihadists? No.
So then, are you genuine? Yes, I am. So then, are you genuinely retarded enough? Are you generally retarded enough when the reported rapes are 83 to 84% white males that are doing them?
Oh no, it's just reporting. They're just more reporting, bro.
No. So then,
it's all just
deal with the claim. I just told you.
I did answer your question. I answered your question the same way you answered my question.
80 odd percent are white male perpetrators. Yeah. White male.
No.
That's literally the stats. You can't just say no.
No. Okay. I have Rupert Lowe's message here, and it's predominantly Pakistani men.
Rupert Lowe's message.
Doing the
your own fucking politician, you dopey cunt.
Palestinians are doing the deed. Is that what you're saying, Tareyak? Or most of it?
Islam. But Haku wants to live in the ideology, more inclusivity, more diversity, more immigration, so we can increase the rapes more.
No. The United States are not going to do that.
They're just getting reported more.
No, the fuck no. And America shouldn't stand for it. And what America's doing right now is to put an end to that.
That's what we're doing now.
Putting an end to anything domestically in the U.S. How's us bombing?
Not yet.
It's to do with the increase of Muslims, but it's a predominantly white person problem. Yeah.
Hey, what color is a Muslim?
It's Pakistani
white. It's predominantly white person in North America, maybe because that's
no. I'm talking about the stats in the UK, brother. I'm talking about the UK, brother. That's what he was talking about.
It doesn't really add up because there's like over 40% of known human traffickers that are known to be female. So in Europe, so like that number doesn't really stack up.
So because women traffickers that the statistic that 80% of rapes are done by white men in the UK doesn't add up.
Well,
how does that correlate?
I posted the rape gang inquiry letter, Haku. You can actually read it.
Well, considering the fact that a lot of cases of rape actually are in relation to human trafficking trade, that would add up.
Speak. I'm going to retire for the night. It was really nice to talk to all you guys, and yeah.
All right, thank you for coming out.
All we can do is try to figure it out. But I'll see you later in the week.
Yep. Thank you for coming out.
Good night, Prem.
Good night.
Have a good night, Prem.
Thanks.
Take it easy, Prem.
Thank you. Good night.
It'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Sleep well.
Haku, when that study talks about the white males, does it tell you anything about like their religion or anything, or just their race?
No, it doesn't tell you about their religion. So they could be just a bunch of white male Muslims.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the thing.
And England stopped reporting on their religion, right? Initially, you did report on the religion, but then you took away the religion for some strange reason.
Well, religion. When the religion says you're supposed to take over the world, more or less, and if the world don't agree with you, you take them out. That's pretty rough, man. That's pretty rough. If you know what I mean. You'll bend the knee or lose your head.
How many countries have Iran invaded?
Sorry?
Oh, none.
What?
How many countries has Iran invaded?
Iran?
Yeah.
The only reason they've not is because they don't have the strength.
Well, there's the militias, the main militias that are formed in Iran that ended up creating like Hamas. We have prior organizations as well that are all related. They're all they're all with the same end goal, right? And they're all subsections of the former Ottoman Empire. Yes, actually, as a matter of fact. And if we take a look at what they do systematically throughout history, they have a complete system of feigning peace in infiltrating countries typically going for more liberal political views because it weakens the country, and then they end up taking over by mass numbers. And then they do, and then what they end up doing is they indoctrinate the children. They indoctrinate the children.
Right.
They
So
kill
zero
they kill the males, enslave the women. Like it's an entire process that's repeated over centuries.
We need to stop it. Everybody knows it's happening. We need to put an end to it. Let them be,
Zero countries. Zero. Thank you.
It's actually 10 to 12, but
that Iran is invaded. That's amazing. What timeline are you on?
in the last 50 years.
They lob bombs at everybody. They're doing it now, and they've been told to stop by their longtime friends.
Yeah.
Allies.
Why would you stop? Why would you stop if people keep bombing you, though? Why would you stop if people keep bombing you, bro? Why would you stop?
Here's the funny thing, though. The Iranian people are the ones who want the government done. They want the current government out. They are literally banded together and had practically an entire riot. Like, they want the government out. They don't want a Islamic rule.
Why would you stop? I'm still cracking up, brother. Why would you stop if someone dropped? I don't know. The last time I remember bombs getting dropped on somebody and they didn't speak up or do anything else was a place called Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But I could be just.
Do you think that was a good outcome? Do you think that was a smart idea? It was a good thing to do.
I mean, it's sad that it happened for sure. The deaths that happened. But it is well known. This has been talked about by many individuals across many countries from many political beliefs, and almost the general consensus across the board is that if they didn't bomb Nagasaki, they didn't bomb Hiroshima.
No, that's not the general consensus. That's a highly debated consensus. No, that's not a consensus. That's not a consensus at all.
They were in open talks to surrender to the USSR. We didn't want them to surrender to the USSR, but read your history books again, because the sort of relooking at that is that we didn't really need to bomb them, but we wanted them to surrender immediately. We also wanted to show off a cool bomb.
What did they do to get that bomb? What did they do to earn that bomb? Well, actually, it was two of them. What did they do to earn that?
There is literally no universal consensus between historians over the fact that you just tried to state. Don't do that.
Well, I'm back inside. Right,
I missed
the laptop right away. We're gonna have a you fucking goof
I
moment
love
right away
the
here.
fact that
right
we
away
now have lefties on the panel turn around and defending the Iranian regime that literally gunned down tens of thousands of their own
whenever defended the regime. Whenever defended the regime. Whenever defended the regime.
Turn around saying, "Well, they didn't invade anyone, so they don't deserve to be in thing." They mowed down tens of thousands of their own people, and now we have people saying, "Well, they didn't invade any country."
Wait. Tareyak. How many people have Israel killed?
Since when?
How many people have Israel killed?
Israel had killed. Is that what you?
Since when? Give me a time frame.
They started a war against Gaza. Since the 7th. Since the 7th.
Of October.
Ask the AI to include all deaths from starvation.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I know where you're going now.
Are we going with like a genocide?
Let me guess. The October 7 people, they were freedom fighters. Yeah, Haku?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
You
terrorists.
piece of shit, Haku.
I literally just said no, they were terrorists. I literally just said no, they were terrorists.
We shouldn't do anything about Iran, folks, because Iran didn't invade any countries.
You're the most bad-faith little pussy in the world, bro.
How am I bad-faith pussy? You're the one that's letting your country be raped.
No, literally,
You're the one that's letting your country be raped and say, no, the 10 times the amount of rapes happening, that's because they were underreporting before.
Stop talking.
You know what I'm saying? Even though you don't see that phenomenon in America, you don't see that phenomenon in Canada, you don't see that phenomenon in Mexico, but for some reason in Europe, you see that phenomenon across all the countries that welcomed in the migrants. But Poland's rapes have remained the same.
Keep dodging. So again,
yeah, let's talk about Israel.
You just asked me whether I thought they were freedom fighters, and I told you no, they were terrorists. And then you replied with, "See, you defend them as freedom fighters." If that's not bad faith, you're a retard.
We're long past bad faith, Haku. The mere fact that
Mate,
you and
you're a
Casey
fucking
here seem to be like,
If I
leave Iran alone.
literally,
You know, you're doing
if
the
you
whole
ever
Britney thing
come-
with the
if you
sheet
ever
over you
come
saying,
to the
leave
UK,
Iran
if you
alone.
ever come to
How
the
dare
UK, drop
Donald
your
Trump
location.
actually fight
If
a
you
right to
ever-
war?
Chaos
ever
country.
come to the UK, drop your location, brother.
80,000 British girls are getting raped.
What does
Say
it have
what?
to do with bombing Iran? What the? We get it. You hate Muslims, but what does that have to do with bombing Iran? You keep bringing that up like it matters at all.
Yeah, you say,
doesn't.
why do I hate Muslims?
How do you look at it, Casey? Casey Lee?
Well,
How do you look at it?
When we started bombing Syria, that increased the amount of Muslims going to Europe. In fact, destabilizing countries is bad if you don't want Muslims in Europe. Then you don't want to destabilize Iran. It's the opposite of what the current case has been made, right?
Yeah. So what is your opinion on the thousands of Christians that are being slaughtered by the Muslims in Nigeria?
We get it. We get it. Muslim is bad. Oh, well, but what does that have to do with bombing Iran? What does it matter? Muslims bad.
Because
okay.
where's the head of the snake?
Iran.
Iran.
Yeah,
Look at the confused. Look at the confused look on his face. Look at the confused look on his face. Wait, what do you mean where the head of it is?
Snake is there's two snakes in one. One head is in Saudi Arabia, and we're friends with them. We're really good friends with them. We
Yeah, because they're willing. They're willing to actually do business. Yeah.
Did you hear Saudi Arabia tell Iran to stand down and quit bombing them? Or they may have to hit back. They don't want to do it, but they might have to. Did you hear that?
Yes. Yes.
Yep. They're just bombing everybody.
Well, they said they would. So, to be
well,
fair.
they didn't.
Wow, if they said they would.
So when they say,
fair, they said
I'm going to
they
get a
would,
nuke
but
and I'm
they
going
wouldn't.
to end it.
Yeah,
So
just
we've
let
got to
them do it,
blame
guys.
Oh man. Well, you know, they said
It's just there's no correlation between
everybody.
We don't like Muslims, therefore we start bombing Iran. There's no
That's right.
if you actually like the positive outcomes from bombing Iran, there are not very many, except for Israel, maybe.
That gives Iran the full permissions to pull a Danny DeVito and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and just start blasting, you know?
Yeah.
We get to sanction them as we could sanction them harder. Like we have non-bombing
We took
them
all this money over there, give it to them. We're not going to develop any more nuclear weapons. And what do? They dug further in the mountain and made more.
Because we broke the deal with them. We had a deal with them that they wouldn't, and then we broke it off. Therefore, there was no deal that they wouldn't.
Like Tareyak, what was that thing you said about like 60 seconds ago about the
Yeah, like this whole thing that the left likes to do is like, yeah, Islam bad, but like they actually have no idea what actually Islam is like. And like I said,
okay, I'll give you
we can
Islam
rule out,
bad.
no, disingenuous piece of shit.
I'm not
Islam bad.
defending Islam.
Like we can rule out America and like what America's done in the past, all this kind of shit. Let's just look at Nigeria. Let's just talk about Nigerians. I done full streams on Nicki Minaj talking about the UN speech she done about Christians in Nigeria. Like that shows you what Islam does. They will hunt and they will try to take over the whole world.
Islam bad.
And they will mow down Christians in Nigeria. That had nothing got to do with what's going on in the Middle East. They still slaughtered them anyways.
Hey.
Chaos is in a cold spot in Canada tonight, huh?
Yo, I went for a walk to get some smokes and like it's cold tonight. Man, it's cold.
Yeah, it's cold. A little cold where I am even. Anyway, Casey, don't approve of this at all.
What?
I can't tell it.
Bombing. I'm against bombing. So
Oh, that's a dude. What the heck? I was wondering why I didn't hear a female voice up here. What?
let me hear about the confusing people.
disconnect.
There's one they use on BK Friday. It's pretty. I don't know what to say about it. It's pretty different. Yeah.
I just, even from a right-wing framing of like, especially because all the immigration stuff comes up, like let's spend the money instead of bombing Iran, let's spend that money to like actually patrol the southern border, because there's just myth that we can't do it. There's something with our technology or whatever. Like we spend $1 trillion on our military, but we can't stop people from crossing the southern border. Like
what
even
if we
from a
went
right-wing framing, let's do that instead. Let's fucking stop people from crossing our southern border without us knowing it.
What if we put automated weapons up there with rubber bullets and water hoses?
Let's go with
Yeah.
water hoses.
That'll do it.
Maybe the bullets, but there's a lot of ways we could do it. Like, let's not pretend like we can't do it. Like, we can.
Oh, we can't do it 100%. Will the left
And I was
let,
ready-
will the left let it happen? No, never.
I was,
And that's
I was
the
ready
right.
to
I mean,
do
that's
it. I was ready to do another you fucking goof moment on Buddy Guy flipping out there, but I didn't get to my laptop fast enough apparently.
Do you think the left in the United States will let that happen?
I don't think the corporate party, the Unit Party, will let
Well,
that
of
happen.
course. They can't. They need the labor.
Exactly. I think the southern border is basically the same no matter who the president is or who has charge of Congress. The southern border is basically treated always the same, brother, except for that.
Well, yeah.
That's one
Well,
time that Texas tried to do something.
if it's Democrat, the news services is going to be all for them. You know, backing them up. Whatever they do is going to be good. If it's Republican, everything's bad, no matter what. But they both let that go. It's been going for too long now.
Yep.
The border.
I agree. And I don't think you need to be racist to.
No,
that's the leftist frame.
I'm not racist at all.
No, I don't think so. That's all I was saying. You don't have to be racist to care about care about your border.
No, if they're legit and they do whatever they're supposed to, fine. Come on, baby, we need you. If not, you need to go by the rules. Even they will tell you that. Most of them, anyway.
You know what I think funny about the southern border thing is like, you know, Mexicans down in Mexico started telling Americans to go back to their country.
Yeah, go away.
They got
It's like-
houses
it's
down
like-
there for remote workers. For sure.
Probably saying you spoiled little rotten pricks. Get out of here. Go home.
That's like me. That's like me, like just squatting in Easy's house, you know, and then he like tells me to get the fuck out, and then and then he comes to my place and squats in my place, and I'm like, how dare you do this to me? That's what that's like.
Well, we do mess with the brain. I mean, we mess with them mentally. Every 4 years, it changes for them. So, health. I would say be legal. I think they should be legal. Go through the process, whatever that might be. But we tell them to come, then we tell them to go.
100%,
Then we tell them to go, then we tell them
There's
to go.
nothing wrong with immigration if it's done properly, right? And through like
No, we need it.
Yeah, like
It's
there's
good.
nothing wrong with it, but it has to be a level of control. Like
Yeah,
look
yeah.
over here,
Yeah,
Canada.
know what's
Look,
going on.
our medical system in Canada right now is so overtaxed because of the mass amount of immigration that's here,
See?
and a lot of them
See?
aren't even supposed to be here. Like we have people that are claiming refugee status that aren't real refugees.
Just to get health care.
Yeah, and they're getting more health care than natural Canadians.
There you go. There
That's
you
the
go.
crazy
Let
thing.
me
There you go.
let me try asking Casey maybe on the question I was trying to ask Trench earlier, is like, because I had brought up how in Iran, right, a lot of like the instability there, we had a hand in that, right? We had a hand in it when it came to, you know, in 1953, we had the CIA go overthrow the democratic elected leader, and then the Shah became very, you know, authoritarian, backed up by the U.S., and then then the, you know, the revolution in '79, I believe it was, and a lot of this is where the hatred to America in Iran comes from. But I was asking if, since that is the case, does not the U.S. have some responsibility to go and stabilize things again, since, you know, the people of the past destabilized it?
I don't like pretending like that's why we would be doing it, because we're clearly not. I don't think we're doing it because we care so much about the Iranian people and the history of, especially with like Libya and Syria. The history is that like the people, when we have to restart bombing a country, the people get really fucked over really fucking hard. So I don't like pretending like it's for the Iranian people that we need to destabilize and overthrow their government, even if that's a bad government that we don't that we don't like. The outcomes for destabilized countries are extremely fucked. Even a lot of Iranians, they don't like their government, but they've seen what happens to countries that we do this to, and it's not generally good for the people. So we need to find another way to quote unquote right our wrongs, if that's actually the goal. I think.
I like to think we are doing it as a big part of it for the humanitarian reasons for the Iranian people. I mean, they're shooting them in the street. Come on.
So, like, here's my question though. Here's my question to add on to that though. If you don't think that, if you think there should be another way to do it, what's the other way? Because at this rate, if they send in ground troops, it'll probably be a bigger massacre, right? So, like, what's the other way? To how, like, if let's say if the motivation is strictly and purely to help the Iranian people, let's say that is the motivation, then what is the other option? Because I can't really think of another option other than some kind of display of mass force.
The other option, I don't think there is this will be good for the Iranian people to overthrow their government.
That doesn't answer the question. I didn't ask if you think this is going to be good for the Iranian people.
I think you let Iran actually develop into a modern nation, and hopefully, and then you do what you can for them, but
they can't develop and form a modern nation. They're
Not right now. They can't.
Their mass intellect rate has gone down since Islamic rule, right? Their average intellect isn't even able to build like the modern day infrastructure here that we have here in the Western world, which is basic intellect level. We're talking over 70 to 9. We're talking you need like roughly about a 90 IQ and up in order to be a functional member of infrastructure building, and they have on average roughly around 70 and under. So like
that's basically like all of Iran is retarded.
What if we make it possible for them, the people, and say, here, we're going to stand back here and we're going to make sure you don't get, shot because you said, I want to vote, something like that. We kind of make it or help make it to where they can take over, have whatever kind of government they want without being a fear for their life.
Yeah, but that won't be like that. We're actually the Iraqi people keep choosing leaders, and we just keep saying no. Like that's the quote unquote democracy in Iraq right now. Is us just saying no to the people that they elect or whatever. Like let's not pretend like we're all for democracy or whatever. Because when they choose someone we don't like, it's gonna be if we can't.
Well, yeah.
We right back to where we started.
I thought we were talking about Iran.
I know I'm giving Iraq as an example of like let's give them democracy. And by the way, that was also Gaza. We said let's give them democracy, and they're like, okay, Hamas, and we're like, okay, fuck you, or whatever. And then the real shit starts.
Oh no.
Precisely, was they elected Hamas, and then October 7th happened, and then it was like, okay, we really just can't do business with these people because they're possessed by an ideology to wipe Israel off the face of the planet, and then to wipe America eventually off the face of the planet.
No matter what it takes. Question. Their life, your life, their life. It don't matter.
And that's why the important. That's why it's such an important fact to note that like this regime has literally gunned down tens of thousands of its own citizens. What do you think they think of an Israeli or an American if they're willing to do that to their own people? So my question to you, Casey, is: do you support Reza Pahlavi?
No.
So you don't actually want to stabilize Iran?
Is that the Iranian someone from the like king, they're supposed to be king or something?
Yeah, the son of the former king.
Oh yeah, do I support a dictator taking over that? But we like this dictator. That I don't think we should pretend like any of this is for the people of Iran.
Okay.
83.8. Iran scored 83.8 in the recent.
One sec, Chaos. One sec. Casey, what does Javid Shah mean?
The fuck? I don't know. I'm not playing Jeopardy, am I?
It means long live the king. That's what these people who were massacred by their own regime was chanting when they were gunned down by their own regime. Javid Shah, long live the king. Go educate yourself, you ignorant cunt.
Yeah, go find the poll about the Iranian people who want their fucking king to come back. Go find it. It doesn't exist, or it'll be very, very, very.
I've seen the videos.
Why would they? They didn't even want him back in the first place. We forced them to. We forced their fucking.
How do you know?
monarchy back? No, our CIA fucking. We backed their monarchy to overthrow their republic. That's a historic fact. They didn't want this. They didn't want them to begin with. We fucking helped them overthrow the government. That's how I know.
Wait, that would mean they wanted a democratic leader, and we helped overthrow that.
Yes.
Yes, they had a democratic leader, Muhammad
Shah.
Mossadegh.
The Shah, yeah.
No, they had Muhammad Mossadegh. Is not,
Yeah.
Who? We helped
Sorry?
him.
Mohammed Mossadegh, or however you say it's fucking
The
name.
elected leader of Iran. We helped the monarch overthrow that because they nationalized the oil. We didn't like that very much. I just
Again,
none of this is
all this is going to go back to religion. It will. Why do they want to blow Israel? I mean, put Israel out in the ocean. Why do they want to do that?
Why does Israel want to put Iran in the?
They're just trying to live, right? the Iran saying, we're going to nuke you. We want you gone. We're going to nuke you. I mean, look, Israel's like a little speck on the map over there, surrounded by people that hate them. And it was only anything it resembles freedom.
Israel resembles freedom?
I think so, yeah. Compared to the other ones.
Compared to the other ones, 5 million.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't live over there. I don't know.
So I don't know about freedom. Only if you are the right race.
Oh, as in being in Israel and being the right race, as being like being, yeah, okay. I won't disagree with that. But they have that right, don't they? They have borders too.
I believe in the self-determination of people, even if they want their religious ethno-states. But as long as they keep it within their border. But they actually don't.
Let's apply that to Iran. What you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Iran should have the government it wants, but the U.S. is a historically bad actor as far as choosing other people's leaders and fucking with them. We're always out for us, and it's or for others. But it's very transparent, so I don't like any of the framing that this is for the Iranian people or whatever. We didn't invade Iraq for the Iraqi people. We didn't start bombing Libya for the Libyan people. That's more clear than ever at this point.
How was the people of Iraq treated before? Do you know?
It was a harsh government.
Harsh?
Yes.
Yeah, you can say that.
Here's my question though, like why do you think Israel did the surprise attack on Iran in the first place?
I got a pretty good damn idea.
And I think I want to draw it's always like that Iran like attacks Israel through Hamas or whatever. But I think if you have that framing, and you have to say that like we attack Russia.
But like, can we answer the question though? Like I'm admitting here that Israel was the first to attack, but I'm asking why do you think Israel was the first to attack?
They don't like Iran because Iran gives weapons to their enemies.
Is that why, or is it maybe because they had massive nuclear facilities and nuclear weapons being formed? And maybe because they had a partnership with Palestine and other Islamic terrorist groups.
Yes, they do give weapons to Israel's enemies, people who they're fighting with, so they don't like Iran. It has nothing to do with their nuclear program, which was bombed.
It has nothing to do with their nuclear program. Like that's not a major threat.
This one here, no, it's not a short-term threat. It's a mid to long-term threat.
So you don't want to get rid of a threat. You don't want to get rid of a threat before it becomes a bigger threat. Like if you know somebody, if you have a neighbor next door and they're building up a way to destroy your house, and you know that you know that they have the potential to do that, you wouldn't want to put a stop to that before they go and do it.
I think we can make it. I think we could have done it through peaceful means, as we did before. We made an agreement with them that they wouldn't do that, and we release their sanctions or
The
whatever.
only reason they've not is because people has been stopping them.
Because
I don't
of
care
other
what they
countries,
say.
because of the influence of other countries going in and saying, "Hey, like maybe we should, put a stop to this for sure."
Yeah.
But if the conflict keeps arising and arising, and if there's an attachment to the same organizations that are consistently committing the same acts, and then you're becoming friends with those, right? If Russia just turns tomorrow and says we're gonna start funding all of North Korea's nuclear programs, do you not think that would be an international problem?
They do give North Korea a lot of help, especially with
They give them a lot of help, but they're not
Literally
actively
do.
funding their nuclear program right now. Like this is what I'm trying to say, right? I mean, there's no evidence to suggest they're funding their nuclear program.
I mean,
As a matter of fact,
they gave them the technology for hypersonic missiles to give them a nuclear country the hypersonic missiles. We should be extremely pissed about that. It's really fucked up that they did that. Like here's the means to deliver the nukes you already have. I don't know what your point was, but
my point is that if there's a danger ensuing, would you not want to eliminate the danger before it becomes a bigger danger?
Yes, but you can't obviously with peace. As we've already
can't
shown
always with peace. You can't. Some of the most successful stops to conflict have been by force, not necessarily by peace. Like the whole idea that peace is an end all be all, it doesn't necessarily happen. A lot of the times, the most peaceful moments we've ever had have happened because of force. Do you think we could have just ended Nazi Germany through peace? We could have just kumbaya our way out of Nazi Germany.
We're not talking about that Nazi Germany. We're talking about the situation that's already been proven that they will agree.
We can't just all hold hands in a fucking song circle and start sitting here saying, "Oh, everybody, let's just love one another and hope to God it's gonna fucking end."
No, but you talk things out before you bomb them.
There's been
how do you know they didn't
talking things out, and it's clearly not going well.
We've been talking for what 80 years.
Yeah, and we had an agreement with them that we broke. We said we broke up the agreement.
Why did we break it? Do you know?
Trump didn't like it. You have to ask him. I don't.
Well, of course he didn't.
He should have remade the deal. If we were so afraid
of the Islamic problem.
If they were so afraid of them having nukes, he needed to remake the deal because there is a deal to make. What
deal would guarantee them not having nukes or even having work on them, unless they were using it for energy,
a deal that
whatever.
requires that we check their infrastructure, or actually a third party, which was the original deal, is a third party UN org checks all their shit and make sure they don't make weapon grade uranium or whatever.
And what did they do? They buried it in the mountains where we couldn't get to it.
No, we were still checking it. They did not break the agreement. We were allowed into their facilities up to the point that Trump ripped up the agreement. They didn't break it. We did.
If he tore it up, no matter what you think about Trump, if he tore it up, there was a reason he tore it up. Not just because he got a whim or a wild hair or whatever you want to call it. No, there was a reason. We just don't know what it is and never will, probably. Something.
That's fine.
Something triggered
I think
that.
there's obviously a deal to have been made here, and bombing. And by the way, and we already bombed their nuclear stuff, and
we took it out.
Bombing much more than their nuclear stuff now. I don't think it is about the nuclear stuff. I don't think it's for the Iranian people. I think that Israel has long since been pissed off at Iran for arming their enemies, and this being alleviated. Basically, I mean, the whole thing is that that Israel is going to do it, so we went ahead and joined them, right?
Israel will do what they have to survive. Like I said, they're just a speck on the map over there. The land. I mean, really look at it. It's just a little city. This would be like, I don't know, somebody living in Tennessee and the rest, every other state around you trying to end you. What would you do?
And well, Iran hasn't invaded any other countries. Quite frankly,
No,
in fact, Israel is
not
one
long
that keeps
enough. They
invading
try.
countries. When did they try?
They sponsor terrorists. They do all this other stuff. They're constantly
What
shooting
terrorists?
missiles. I don't know.
Well,
Hamas,
but I
Hezbollah.
think it's important to note that Israel and Hamas, or Israel and some Palestinian like force or whatever, would still be fighting. Like Iran didn't invent Hamas or whatever, right? Like there is a fight there. There is Palestinian resistance.
Why do they
and
all
you
have the
called
same
something
colors on
up.
their flag?
Yeah,
Why do they have
the same. It has same image too, doesn't it?
Red, green, white, and black. And what does the red,
Are
white,
you
and black
positing
represent?
this as some sort of
Do you know?
actual? What are you trying to say? Just say it.
You really don't know.
What do you just say your point?
Do you know what Die Spinne is? Or Odessa?
I don't play fucking Jeopardy. Sorry. Just say your fucking point.
Okay, so like there's been like when the World War II ended, not only did the Nazis go into South America, but they went into the Middle East. That's why they have red, white, and black in their flags.
Oh, dude, what?
Nah, bro, World War II didn't happen. It was all propaganda.
You're You're saying that
you have no idea of the history.
Iranian flag is that because of Nazis? We're the one. The U.S. took in all the Nazis. They made NASA.
And what else? One second. And what else? And what else did they make? The Nazis went into CIA as well, correct?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, okay. Yeah. So they infiltrated your CIA in 1947, the National Securities Act. You can go type this up while we're doing it. National Securities Act, 1947. What did America do as well in that act? They also changed the Department of War into the Department of Defense. Note that Donald Trump, when he got back in office this time, flipped it back to Department of War, signifying that he's getting rid of all the fucking infiltration. And when you look at all the Middle East, the reason why they want to wipe Israel off the map is because they're lockstep and key with this whole mission of wipe the Jews off the map. All these Islamists, they love it. They love my country.
It's from the colors of the flag somehow, and some weird connection to the Nazis. What?
1947
1947
It's
act.
not a weird connection. It's not a weird
And
connection.
What's the connection? The colors on the flag that aren't the Nazi colors? What the fuck? What's the actual connection?
Red, white, and black. Those are the Nazis' colors.
Considering Al
Is there a real
Husseini
connection?
aimed to eradicate Jewish presence in the region and worked with the Nazis on propaganda aimed at the Middle East. Al Husseini is a major benefactor of or sorry, I think that's the wrong word I'm using here, but he's a major proponent of Hamas way back when.
Not related with
there's
Hamas.
There's Haj Amin as well.
Excuse me, you got somebody back in the back. Easy, I think.
Like these are
1541, 1965, something. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Keep in mind, and you also stated Palestine didn't form Hamas. You also stated Palestine didn't form Hamas. You did earlier. Yeah, you said Palestine. Hamas didn't come from Palestine. Is what you said.
But I said Iran didn't create Hamas.
Oh, I thought you said Palestine.
That's all.
Okay.
Palestinians fought on the Allied side. It's true Al Husseini did have meetings with the Nazis, but the only forces from Palestine were fought on the Allied side.
But Al Husseini also aimed to eradicate the Jewish presence in the region.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm a Palestinian.
Hello, Palestinian.
Yeah, I'm a Palestinian. I've been listening to you. I hope that you remember me, Snakey. What's up?
Oh, yeah, I remember. You're welcome.
But when you fought with me, but we fought with love.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you something. You see, the way I've been listening to you guys, but I'm sorry to say that it seems to me that no one among you have any idea about the conflict in the Middle East, the relative of the conflict, or the history of Palestine with Israel, or whatever is going on there. What you are doing here, with all due respect to you, you are only listening to those news that being controlled by Zionists in the West, and that's what you are doing. But you are not looking into the box from different angle. You are looking into it only from one side, which is the Western news side that's being controlled by Israel. I have one simple question for you. Anyone of you know anything about the non-proliferation treaty? Non-proliferation treaty. You know anything about it?
What?
Anybody?
Can you repeat it? I'm kind of hard of hearing. What did you say? The 30? I heard.
Non-proliferation agreement, the nuclear arms.
Non-proliferation treaty.
Oh,
Non-proliferation.
No, I don't know.
You know what is that? This is an international. This treaty allowed the international community to do checks on your nuclear weapon, and Israel is not part of this treaty, and they are the only country in the world who are not part of this treaty, and they are not allowing anybody to check on their nuke, and they deny that they have it. If you go to Iran or any other country in the world, they are all members of this treaty except Israel. Why? Why they are not allowing nobody to check on them? They destroyed Iraq and they killed more than 5 million innocent civilians in the name of this fake news about chemical weapons, which they did not find until now. They destroyed Iraq because Iraq rejected only 2 UN resolutions. If you come to Israel, Israel rejected until now more than 75 UN resolutions. They never implement any one of them, and nobody say nothing about it. And I'm willing to read all of them for you, one by one. But nobody is saying nothing.
Are you talking about the non-aligned movement?
I will write it for you.
Yeah, put it over in the chat.
Chat. Except you can look into the live chat, and you can read it for yourself, please. Look it up.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah.
The right to go, it's the same, but in different name. As I told you, they have the right to go to any country who has a nuke, to check on their nuke and to make sure that they are using those nuke for peaceful sources, not for war or whatever.
Oh,
now,
non-proliferation.
The only country who is not member of this treaty, and they reject this treaty, and they don't allow them even to come into Israel. They don't recognize them. Why is that? They are the only country in the world.
Yeah.
Why?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing for Japan. Like Japan's even part of that treaty, but they have nukes and it's well established. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the whole kind of like dynamic that you're trying to play out here is that it's like, well, Israel secretly has nukes, so then Israel's just as guilty as Iran. It's this whole thing of like trying to like lower Israel down to the same level and say, see, we're no different to Israel and all this kind of shit. My counter to you, allies, who is Cyrus the Great?
Come again? What's that? I'm sorry, I can't. My English is not as good as yours.
Yeah.
So I just looked it up, Aladdin, just to be clear. North Korea originally signed and withdrew in 2003. India never signed, and Pakistan never signed as well.
Yeah, but they allow them to go and do inspections on their nuke, don't they? Yes, they do. I'm talking about Israel. They never allow them to check. You see, even though they are not a member of the treaty, but they gave them the permission when they asked to go and check onto the nuke. They allow them to go and do their inspection. They do their job. But Israel, they don't.
Japan does not have nuclear weapons.
Now, anyway, I would like to ask you another question, if you don't mind me, please. I hope that you can understand me. Now,
you say Canada doesn't have nuclear weapons?
I said Japan. I said Japan.
Oh.
So Terak said Japan had nuclear weapons.
Oh, okay. I was like.
No, he didn't say that. Did he?
Japan is going.
No. What I'm saying is like Japan technically signed that treaty, but it's well established that Japan does actually have nukes.
And by the way,
they have nuclear facilities. They don't have nuclear weapons. Do not.
I was living in the house for 12 years. And
we're not going to let that happen.
May I ask you, anyone among you, have you ever been to the Middle East or to Palestine? Anyone among you, please, by accident?
I've been to the Balkan region.
What is that Balkan region? What do you mean
I would
by
like
Balkan?
to go.
I've been to Macedonia. I've been to North Macedonia, and I was in Albania for a couple hours.
No, I'm talking about the Middle East.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that's the closest I can get. And what I can say is that the Islamic rule in Albania is caused quite a bit of war-torn situation.
No. We are not talking about Islamic ruling. If you are talking about the ruling, now Israel and Netanyahu, baby, just declared it. Bin Gafir and the others, they said it's already their holy war. They are using that Tanakh, they are using the Talmud, and they say Amalekite. I don't want to talk about that. We all know that. It's already holy war for them, and they declare it for the great Israel or whatever. We know that. That's not the issue. Now, I ask you if you have been there on ground, so to see the reality by your eyes, to see the facts that you can never see in the Western media. That's what I'm asking you. ever
If I
been
had
there?
if I had the money to go, I'd love to go see a
You see,
couple
now
of those places.
let me tell you something, please. I will mention
There's a
things.
lot of structures I'd like to visit. A lot of them. Anyway,
Can I mention some massacres? And I want to know if anybody know anything about this among you.
Yeah.
Yo, please, have you ever heard about the Haifa massacre in 1937, Jerusalem massacre in 1937, Haifa massacre again in 1938, Balad al-Sheikh massacre in 1939, Haifa massacre again in 1939, Haifa massacre again in 1947, Abbasiyah massacre in 1947, Al-Kinasa massacre in 1947, Bab al-Amud massacre in 1947,
Mhm.
Jerusalem massacre in 1947, Sheikh Baruch massacre in 1947, Tunutra massacre in 1948, Jaffa massacre
Allah.
in 1948. I can mention them
Quick
all.
question. Quick
All
question.
those massacres being done by Israeli.
Quick question.
Why nobody ever spoke about
Yeah.
those massacres?
Quick question. If Israel's so evil, okay, if Israel's so evil and they're just a bunch of Islamophobes, why is 20% of the Israeli population Arab Muslims?
And who told you that 20% are Arab? Have you ever been there? And do you know that they are
Oh,
thirsty?
okay.
Wait, Aladdin, what you're talking about though, the Battle of Haifa, would you be saying the same? Would you be calling it a massacre if
excuse
the
me.
Arab militias would have won?
Sneaky. I didn't speak about one Haifa. There are 4 or 5 massacre in Haifa being done by Israeli IDF.
Well, that's okay. Well, wait a minute. That is not a widely accepted label, right? That in April 1948, the Battle of Haifa. All right, there was many different battles. This was a civil war going on between the Arab militias and the Jewish. What I'm asking you is, if the Arab militias would have won, would you still be calling it a massacre?
Excuse me, Arab, they were fighting for a foreign nation that invade their land and occupied their land. Say, that's what we call it.
you're not going to get an answer.
You know what is a Nakba, which was 2 days ago?
I understand. No, I understand because they took over. They took control of Haifa. I'm asking you though, if they would have never took control, would you have called it a?
Let me finish.
No.
First of all, let me answer the person who asked me, and he said 20% of the people of Israel are Arab. Let me tell you something. Whom you are calling Arab, we call them Arab 48. They call them the Arabs of 1948. Those Arab, they are third citizen in Israel. They are not second or first, and they didn't have any choice but to be member there, because they told them either you stay with us, take the citizen, or get lost out of this land, go out. So they didn't have any choice but to accept to be a third citizen, and they are living there. But they are not.
Yeah, like it was like 70,000 Arabs that were told they have to leave.
Can I finish, please? Yeah, it's like, for example, I'll tell you, let's say, assume that I'll come to your house, Nikki, and I will tell you, oh, my ancestors 3,000 years ago were living in this house. So this house belongs to me. Get out, give it back to me. What do you think of me?
Were they?
Yeah, if I will tell you, this house belongs to my great grandfather. He was living here 3,000 years ago. So
well, if you could like historically like show the link between my property and your grandfather, I think you'd have some justification. Yeah.
So in this case, no. In this case, I have to use your ano, and I tell you that Italians, for example, I hope that Italians won't want to restore the empire, the Roman Empire. I hope that you see, boys, they have the right. I hope that Christians will not come and tell you get out of Bethlehem, because our historical God and Lord came from Bethlehem and he was baptized and everything. So Bethlehem belongs to us. Get the hell out of this country, Israelite. That's ours. So what do you think about that? Do they have the right to do that?
I don't
yeah,
think
so
they would.
no, I agree with you. No, they wouldn't have the right to do this. But
so why Israel has the right to come and say, get the hell out of here? This land belongs to us 3,000 years ago. Romans Empire can do the same. Native Americans who they are living in USA, they can come to you and tell you, get the hell out of this land. This land belongs to us. And history say that's our land. Why you are here, white people? You don't belong to this land. So do they have the right to do this? You see, I'm using the same.
But like, is there a legal way to track ownership of it? Some kind of history or documents, records? I mean,
well, like no.
I know what he's saying.
What I was gonna get to here, though, is like if we were to like just like go back in time, right? Like, you know, the earliest known settlers that were recorded there were the Canaanites. So, like, should they have been the ones that came and did it instead? Right, like
Yeah.
what you're doing in history, a lot of times what happens is there's civilizations that have taken over other civilizations, but we'd have to get into like why the civil war in Haifa started to begin with, right?
Excuse me. Civil war is one. Civil massacre is one of so many. It's only one. So
Okay,
you
but
pick
you
up.
keep bringing up massacres, but you're avoiding the other
No. It's in the
massacres.
please. You just
What
put
about
online.
what about the 2019-2020 protest crackdown? What about the Iranian and Kurdistan insurgency? What about the 1988 executions of political prisoners by Ayatollah? What about the 1981 and 1982 Iran massacres? What about those? Like
I'm trying to let's get back
He's-
to what like let's
Speakeasy's
the
working on
massacre I
something.
think is like it's kind of like a emotional language we're using. What I'm asking you, right, is what led to that happening?
The ethnic cleansing.
What led to that happening? That they are the owner of the land fighting an illegal occupation, so therefore they massacre
Owner of the land?
Let
Well,
me fin- let
see,
me
if you
finish.
go back, what happened
Sneaky,
is
sneaky.
they
Let
were
me ask-
under British ownership, and Britain was going to leave.
No. What is the bill
Yeah,
for?
so the
You know what
Arabs
is
and
the
the
bill for-
Jewish there fought over the land.
Sneaky, you know what? You know what is the Balfour Treaty? The Balfour, who was the foreign minister of UK during that time, and what did he say in that treaty? Have you ever heard of the Balfour Treaty?
The end result is that like 90% of Palestinians were ethnically cleansed during this Nakba. And I'm sure
Yeah, I
it
mentioned this. There was like 70,000 Arabs that were told they have to move.
700,000. No, they weren't told they were.
No,
they
not
were
70,
marched out.
more than 700,000.
700,000.
We can dismiss this whole.
Okay, if it was 770, I find it odd that the number is just like an extra zero. What a coincidence.
No.
But regardless of what it is, what happened was it was under the British mandate, right? And it was a port city. And when Britain was leaving, the Haganah and the Arabs there, they started fighting over who owned it.
No, can I answer you, please?
The British tell a very particular
Yeah,
story about that massacre.
No.
And it was decided to get. It went to the Israel or the. It went where it went. Never mind.
Well, the Jewish people won. That's what happened.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
overpowered the Arabs.
Sneaky. Please let me answer you. You see what you are doing here? That's what I'm
now
doing.
it's snaky.
Yeah,
Now it's sneaky. Now it's
I
sneaky.
don't know. Speaky. I'm sorry, Speaky. My apology. My bad. Sorry. Speaky. I'm sorry. I do apologize.
It's speakeasy.
Yeah, Speaky. I said sorry. It was my bad.
Yeah.
I
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay, I'm not speaking. Knows that I'm not that type who use the F word, or I don't know how to speak this way. So my apology if I said sneaky by mistake. I do apologize.
No, you're good.
What's happening here? That they are twisting the history, and you are reading the other side of the coins, which is the wrong information of the history. What happened there? That's why I mentioned to you, if you know Wa'ad Balfour, which you call the Balfour Agreement and Treaty, before the British left Palestine. Arabs were not fighting among each other. Balfour gave an agreement, especially to King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, that they will withdraw out of Jerusalem and they will let Palestinians take control of the land. But what they did not write there, they never write in the treaty that they will never let someone else replace them. So what they have done before, while they are leaving, they were replacing themselves with a Jew. They brought all those Jews from Europe, from Eastern Europe, Western Europe.
Why is that?
Let me finish, because they were expelled by European, and they didn't have anywhere to go to. So they claimed that Jerusalem is their holy land. So to save them from that crusade and from what's happening to them in Europe, they moved them they asked them if they want to accept Argentina or Brazil or Palestine. They mentioned 4 destinations. So they choose Palestine. So Balfour moved them gradually to the land of Palestine. So when Arab protest and told Balfour, why you are doing this? Balfour answered them. He was so tricky, so deceptive. He said, we never mentioned in our treaty that no one will replace us. We said we will pull out, but we never said that someone will replace us. So they replaced themselves with the Israelite.
If I can, that's the third point here is like what I tried to say earlier is like it's not like Iran created the fight between Hamas and Israel. Like, it's not like they created Hamas to attack Israel. So
So
my problem earlier was saying that
yeah.
Iran like attacked Israel through Hamas.
Here's how we dismiss Here's how we dismiss this whole claim that the Israelis just hate the Arab Muslims, or they just hate Muslims in general. 20% of the Israeli population is Arab. Well, technically 16% is Arab, specifically Arab Muslim. Point to me one country. That's over 2 million. That's over 2 million Arab Muslims in Israel right now, living in Israel right now. Point to me one Muslim country that has a population anywhere near that.
Please don't be that high. They have Durzi who claim to be Muslim. They are not Muslims. They have Ahmadi who claim to be Muslim. We are not Muslims. They have the third group.
It is about 60. It's correct. It is about 16%. No, he's right. That statistic is
You ask me a question. Can I answer you, please? You ask me a question, so I hope that you listen to me as I listen to you, please.
He's claiming that because
they are Arab, and they are serving the Israeli military, and they are fighting with the Israeli. They claim to be Muslim, but for us as a Muslim, they are not Muslims. They don't belong to Islam. They have totally different religion. Now, in regard to what you call Hamas, okay, I'll ask you a question. How old is Hamas? Hamas was born 20 or 25 years ago. Israeli been killing the Palestinians since. Yes.
Whoa. Hamas was founded in 1987.
Never mind. Hamas, I will grant you that Hamas was
founded in 1987.
Okay, I agree with you.
It was literally was broken off of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood movement.
Okay, in 1987.
I'm assuming you're a Muslim. Is that correct? I'm assuming. If you don't want to say I don't, that's up to you.
No. My name is Aladdin Dawa. I am a Muslim, of course.
Okay.
Knows me. I'm a Muslim. I'm a Palestinian Muslim, and I spoke with the speaker several times. And I said that to you. Yeah, I'm a Muslim. Yeah, I'm a Muslim. Now, what I'm trying to tell you here, you just said a very good point that Hamas was born in 1987. Now, Israeli been killing the Palestinians from 1947 until 1987. Palestinian cried to United Nations, to European Union, to USA, to Russia, to Arab community, the entire world. Save us from all those massacres. Help us. They are killing us. They are torturing us. They are spilling us. They are taking our lands, our homes, blah, blah, blah. They do everything to them. They kill them. We've been seeking. Nobody pay attention to us. Now, when they decided to stand up by themselves, after they gave up the people to help them, they gave up that the entire world doesn't want to help them. So decided they to stand up for themselves. So therefore, Hamas was.
Was Hamas standing up? So hold on. Was Hamas standing up for Palestinian people when they claimed that Israelis were starving them? Yet they found out that it was actually Hamas's own military that was starving the people.
Excuse me. Who surrounded Israel? Now I'll ask you a question. Who controlled the electrical sources, the water sources, the energy sources, or living sources in Gaza? Who control all that?
Israel does.
So what about all the relief packages that were sent to Palestine and they decided not to handle?
Israel
or what about the women? What about the women that came forth in Palestine that were saying that they were being forced to commit sexual acts in order to receive care and aid?
Excuse me, please don't talk to me. That's what I'm telling you. You are talking about Western.
No,
media.
I mean this is coming from nonpartisan. Like this is coming from nonpartisan reporters. So they don't adhere to a political stance.
Israel's cutting off food right now to Gaza. It's cut off.
Not right now. Israel is cutting water. Israel is cutting electricity. Israel is cutting medication. Israel is cutting fuel. Israel is cutting gas. Israel is cutting it. If they can cut oxygen, they will cut it. They cut all.
Right, but you're missing the point of what I just said. There were relief packages sent to Palestine. Holy crow! Let somebody talk for 2 seconds. There were relief packages sent to Palestine. Okay, and Hamas has literally been caught trying to blame the lack of blocking the relief packages, when in reality they were just caught recently being the ones that were controlling the distribution of it. And there's even been women who have come forward, and these were nonpartisan reporters that were taking part in this reporting, that literally reported that women were being forced to commit sexual acts in order to receive care and aid towards their families. So how does this make sense?
What Israel controls all the food and everything into Gaza. The UN, as long as every organization that was trying to get food into Gaza would reported that Israel at different times would block their blocked that date. And by the way, they're blocking.
I'm not
right
denying that. I'm saying that there's
You're right,
instances here. There's instances here of Hamas creating issues within their own populace and then adding that blame on to Israel. I'm not saying that Israel is devoid of any responsibility here or accountability. Like to be honest, personally, from my perspective, I think the entire conflict is an age-old like tiresome thing, and but at the same token, like we're now shifting to a point of, well, it's all Israel, and then we're saying that, oh well, Hamas is for the people, but in reality, I don't really think Hamas is for the people. Hamas has caused just as much damage to their own people, arguably. Like you gotta look at this introspectively. I'm not talking like bombs and shit. They're not out here bombing their own people necessarily, but what I'm saying is that there's plenty of other damages that are being caused, and Hamas has been an active force since 1987. One that has never been about freedom for the people. It's all been about Islamic rule and furthering Islamic rule, and that's all it's ever been about.
But
and
Chaos, we can
Islamic rule.
Yeah, Chaos. We can eliminate like Israel and America from the equation here, right?
Yeah.
Allah, why are there Muslims killing tens of thousands of Christians in Nigeria?
First of all, can I answer the person who was talking, please? Let me tell you something. I
It's
will
not
grant
just in Nigeria.
I don't go to Nigeria now. Let me stick to Palestine. I grant you, for the sake of the argument, Hamas is an evil. They're evil. They should be removed. I granted you that. Now, Hamas was born in 1987. Where were you before?
No, Allah, answer my question about Nigeria.
Let me please finish with him.
He's not going to.
Kindly, please, one by one, please. Now, to the gentleman who was talking, where were you from 1947 until 1987, where Israeli was raping, killing, torturing innocent Palestinian children, put them in prison, etc., blah, 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 until nowadays? Where were you from 1947 to 1987? When we were crying to the United Nations, we were crying to Europe Union, we were crying to you in USA, we were crying to China, we were crying to the Islamic, to the Arab League, to everybody. From 1947 to 1987.
I wasn't even thought of yet.
One sec, Chaos. Don't go down the debate. Yeah, we grant all that, Allah. Why are Muslims massacring Christians in Nigeria?
I don't know anything about Nigeria. If Muslims massacre innocent in Nigeria, that's not an Islamic, that's against Islam. Because Allah says, "Who killed an innocent man."
That's what they always said, Allah.
No, you ask a question, so let me answer, right? Ask a question. At least listen to my answer.
We'll make good faith with it.
You see, so let me answer you, please. Now, with all the respect to you, Allah says in the Holy Quran, whoever save a soul, it's like saving all mankind. And whoever kill an innocent soul, it's like killing all mankind. So if they are doing this to the civilian, that's not accepted. And me as a Muslim, I condemn that, and I consider that's an act of terror, which is not accepted for us as a Muslims, according to Islamic Sharia law. You see, this I answer you directly. I don't know what's happening in Nigeria. I have no idea about it. But I'm answering you the question according to what you are telling me. Okay? That's the answer. It says in the Holy Quran, in Surah Al-Mumtahana, chapter 66 or 60, verse 7 and 8, Allah says, Allah does not forbid you from having those from among the disbeliever who never fought with you in regard of your land and your religion as your friends, and treat them justly and fairly. Live with them like you live with other Muslims. Allah said this in the Holy Quran. Allah said in chapter 5, verse 5, Allah allowed me as a Muslim to marry a Christian woman and a Jewish woman and have family with her, have children with her, share my love with her as my wife. So how will Allah tell me to kill them? Well, He's telling in chapter 5, verse 5, to marry one from among them. Where I practice that, and my wife happened to be one of them for the past 33 years. And I live with them with love. They are all Catholic, born again, Christians around me. I've been living with them for 40 years. With harmony and love. Because Allah ordered me to do that. So I'm following Islam as a Muslim. I hope that I answer. Now, if you want me to ask you the same question, if you don't mind me asking you with all due love and respect, you are a Christian.
No, I'm not Christian.
No, to others, are you a Christian? I know Speaky is a Christian. Now I'm asking those Christians who are telling me, because you said why Muslims are killing a Christian. So I assume that you are a Christian. Now, with all due love and respect, why is it Christianity is based on killing innocent Jesus on the cross in the name of love. And without
There we
killing innocent Jesus
Yeah.
on the cross in the name of love, you have no love and salvation. So Christianity actually is based and built on killing an innocent soul, innocent person named Jesus.
No,
And
that you have that totally perverted. You have that totally perverted. Christianity is not based on killing an innocent soul. Christianity is based on the idea of self-sacrifice, and that the son of man, or the Word of God made flesh, sacrificed himself on the cross for the sins of all humanity. That's a totally different idea. It doesn't justify the killing whatsoever. As a matter of fact, it literally states that he sacrificed himself willingly for
He
such
could
a
have stopped
feat.
it at any second.
The only religion in terms of any Abrahamic based religion that is prescriptive in terms of killing and in terms of faith by the sword is Islam. That's the only one. Not even
Excuse me,
Judaism.
your name is Cruz. Your name is South. Because
Chaos.
I'm
Chaos.
over 6 years old and my eyesight is not good. So how can I?
It's chaos.
Oh, chaos. Okay, chaos. And I hope that you allow me to answer you. With all due respect to you, my friend, you said that Jesus went to the cross willingly, which is not fact according to the Bible.
Yes,
Well,
it is. Yes, it is.
Listen to me, please.
I'm listening to you, but I'm not gonna let you spout
No.
heretical
Please,
false.
as I listen to you,
narratives,
I listen to you when you give false information about Islam, and I answered you. I didn't
It's
cut
not
you
false
off.
information. It's not. I can
What I'm
back
telling
it
you
up.
also is not false information. Will you please relax? Learn to listen to me as I listen to you, please. Will you please be kind enough to listen to me? Okay. Now I will ask you a question. Why have you done this to me, gentleman? South. I don't like what you have done to me. When I ask you why have you done this to me, so I'm not satisfied with this. Now you said that Jesus went to the cross willingly. If Jesus went to the cross willingly, why did he ask his father or he asked God and he told him, why have you done this to me?
That's not what happened.
This is where we always go to.
He was quoting.
Let me finish, please. Give me 2
I
minutes.
already know what you're gonna say. Go ahead, finish. But I already know what you're
So
gonna say.
listen to me. Will you please be patient as I am patient with you, please?
Yeah, go ahead. No, I'll listen. But I already know what you're gonna say.
Thank you very much. God bless. You know it, others don't know it. Okay? Now, if you read in Matthew chapter 27, verse 46, Jesus said, Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani, my God, why have you forsaken me? Jesus said in Matthew chapter 26, verse 39, and Matthew chapter 26, verse 49, let this cup pass away from me, yet not as I will, but as you will. So we have two different will here, contradict each other. The will of the Father and the will of the Son. The will of the Father is to crucify him. The will of the Son, he said, let this cup pass away from me. Don't crucify me. I don't want to die.
Here's the part. Here's the problem with that, right? The very crux of your argument here, is why oh Father, why have you done this to me? Right? That part, right? Jesus was directly quoting King David, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, he was quoting Psalm
yeah, he was. Yes. No, he wasn't
Because
quoting Samuel. No, he was directly quoting King David when he said that. So he wasn't actually like pleading. He was literally quoting King David. And if you read the entire quote from King David, it's contextually, it's quite a bit different than what you're trying to say. Also, there's something called the triune. So God's will and Jesus' will is one and the same. Again, Jesus is the Word of God made flesh, right? So another nature, another part of God's nature essentially became flesh. Right? That's the whole idea of Jesus, and that's the whole conceptual point of what he of what he is, what he was, and what he is. Right? He is God. By all means.
If I may, I think people telling other people about their own religion is sort of cringy. I think it goes both ways. Like both ways. Like,
not really, because I've been studying Islam.
One sec, Casey. What is taqiyya?
Excuse me, Casey.
You
If you're studying Islam, can I answer him?
Yeah, taqiyya means that like a Muslim is required to lie about their faith to protect their faith.
The Bible, I will show you the word.
Real quick, Allah. I just have a real question. What is the death penalty justified for apostasy? Yes or no?
This is actually Abrahamic law in the three religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. And there are reasons for it, and there's a different way to explain it. You can find this in the Old Testament, and you can find this in the New Testament. It's a law.
So it's that you justify, yeah. It's justified to kill someone if they leave the faith.
Can I go back to the first gentleman who was talking to me? Let me tell you something. You
just answer his question, man. Just answer his question. Don't divert from the question.
No. I answered his question.
He said yes, it is justified.
Oh,
I said
and he says, it's in Christianity and Judaism too. It's justified.
It's not in Christianity.
I said
exactly.
You see both words in my mouth, which I did not say. Now let me go back to the gentleman. The first gentleman who spoke about Islam, he said that he studied Islam. My friend, I've been studying Christianity. I studied comparative religion for more than 30 years in 4 different languages. And I know what I'm talking about. And I'm still studying until now. I am over 60, so I know what I'm saying. Now, you spoke about the will. You don't know anything about the Christology or Christian theology when you speak about the will. You should learn what they says about Godhead, Trinity, which you spoke about. If you come to the Orthodox, they say that the Father and the Son, they have one nature and they have one will. And the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father alone. If you come to the other denomination like Catholic and Protestant, they say that the Father and the Son, they have 2 different nature and they have 2 different will. And the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, not the Father alone. So they disagree on the will. I quote you some verses right now, which you did not allow me to finish, where Jesus says, not my will, but your will. Let be your will, not my will. So we have 2 different will that contradict each other. And you read that, I will repeat myself, Matthew 26:39, Matthew chapter 26:32, and Luke chapter 22, verse 42. And Jesus actually told the Jew, why you want to kill me? I don't want to be killed. And you read this in John chapter 8, verse 40. Jesus was talking to his enemy and who told them, but now you seek to kill me.
Which verses did you say again? Which verses you say again? Because we're gonna read the context on this.
John,
right?
That's what I'm giving you. I
Matthew what?
I said Jesus says, let be your will, not my will. In Matthew
what?
26, verse 29.
26.
But if you believe that Jesus is God and then God is omnipotent and omnipotent and everything, then he knew what was going to happen. So it doesn't matter.
Casey, you don't have the expertise.
No, it's pretty basic. But like, if he knows everything, then he knew he was going to be sacrificed. So therefore, it wasn't unwilling. It's just pretty basic.
It is done willingly. If you follow it contextually, if you follow the entire story of Jesus contextually, it was done willingly. He literally knew it was going to happen the entire time. He literally prepared his apostles for it. Whether or not he wanted to die is neither here nor there. He was willingly he willingly took on the sacrifice, right? If he didn't at any given point, he could have just given in to the Pharisees. He could have just gave in and just bit his tongue instead of going into markets and flipping tables and calling them out on their heretical activities. He at any single point in time, he could have made a situation easier, but instead he doubled down every single time. The funny thing is that I believe there's even a quote where he pretty much states, I didn't come here for peace. I came here to create a divide. I came here to cause problems, essentially, right? Like, this is the idea of that, where everyone seems to think that Jesus was this guy that was just, all about peace and was just all about love. But in reality, yes, he was about love, but he wasn't there for peace. He was there to make you think. He was there to make you, face the hard truth and face the hard reality. So like what you're doing here is you're conflating his statement and his quotation of King David for a unwillingness to die for the cause that he died for.
Can you show me that? What did King David say that, please?
Yeah, sure.
Now you ask me for the sources. I post you all sources in private chat. The verses that I quote, it is there where he says, will, not by my will. So we have 2 different will. And my advice for you is to go to BibleHub.com and read Christian commentary for those verses. They will tell you they have 2 different will. And to run away from that, they will tell you, yes, the will of Jesus as a human
being. David, the quote comes from Psalm. The quote comes from Psalm 22:1.
22
You see, when I
verse
told
1,
you
written
when
by
I
King
said
David.
Psalm 22, when I said Psalm 22, you told me no. I actually
No,
know
that's
it.
not what I said. No, that's not what I said.
That's what I said. That's what I
Jesus
said.
was
That's what I
quoting
said.
Psalm 22. That's a Old
That's what
Testament
I
verse.
said. That's what I
Yes.
answered you. You told me
Okay.
no. It
But,
was
but
not
you're
Psalm.
saying
You said that.
no. You didn't say that until after. First of all,
Yes,
if we're
I
gonna
said
get
it.
into,
You may play back. You may play back the recording
you
and see it.
told
I
me
told you no.
Matthew and Mark. You said in Matthew and
No.
Mark, why did
Vicky,
Jesus say,
can you
my
play
God,
back,
my
please?
God,
You
why
show
have
him.
you forsaken me? And I said he
No,
was quoting King
my
David.
friend, I know that I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Psalm chapter 22, start from verse 1 all the way to verse 16, and you're talking about verse 16 when he said, "Burst my hand and feet." I know all those this. I know it in Hebrew. I know it in English. I know it in
Right,
Arabic. I know
right.
it in
But
Japanese.
so if he's quoting
I
King
know what
David,
you're talking about.
what is the context behind what King David said it?
Can
That's
I
my
answer
question for
you
you.
now?
Why did King David?
Hey,
Why
one at
did
a
King
time.
David
One at a
say that?
time.
Why did King David originally make that statement? What's the context behind
Now,
King
can I
David's
answer you,
statement?
please? Can I answer you, please? Now, me as a Muslim, I always go when I go to the Jewish Tanakh, Hebrew Jewish Tanakh. I go to the Hebrew sources. So my advice for you, you write down this Chabad.org. Chabad.org is the biggest Jewish Hebrew link online. Now, if you go there and read the commentary of Rabbi Rashi and what he said about that. Now, what you read, this is exactly the Jewish rabbi and theologian answer you. And they say that Christian corrupted the Hebrew Jewish Tanakh by add, delete, and change to impose Jesus and Trinity and God of the Christian on the Jew. But there is nowhere Jesus was mentioned. Now you quote Psalm. When you come to Psalm 22:16, there is a difference between the word kare and karu. Kare is like a lion, and Kare was written only 2 verses before verse 16 or 3 verses, where you translate it as like a lion. But into 22:16, you change the word Kare to the word Karu, because Karu sounds like Kare, and Karu means burst. So the Hebrew original doesn't say Karu, it says Kare, like a lion. So I'm asking you now a question. Why did you change the word Kare to the word Karu, where you can read the same word 2, 3 verses before, and you try to translate it correctly?
The New Testament is based off the Septuagint. It was written in Greek. And the Septuagint is also the best well-kept Old Testament or whatever.
Excuse me. Which Septuagint you're talking about? Because there are 3 different Septuagint and they are different from one another and they contradict each other, and I can name them for you because they don't have any
Well, pick your favorite. But the New Testament is written in ancient Greek, and as well as
let me tell you, please. You want me to tell you the story of the Septuagint, the Greek, and what happened?
Really?
It's easy for me to tell you.
I don't. We don't need you to tell us the story of the Septuagint and why it happened. The whole reason that it was written in Greek was because that was pretty the spoken language, right? And even then, there's still Aramaic words used in the
Most
original.
people didn't even know how to read and write back then anyway.
Yeah.
They did what they could.
And like, I mean, if you want to get into conflating like translations, then why do Islamists consistently try to say that the Bible states Allah when it's Elah, which is another variation of Elohim or I am, which can also be used in the plural sense, which also works for the Trinitarian view.
So I'll answer you. By the way, the word Allah, if you go to the Arab Christian, all Arab versions of the Bible, they all say Allah, they don't say Ilah. Any Arab version of the Bible.
Really? They don't say Ilah? They don't say Ilah or Elohim?
If you read Arabic, I'll post you right now, and you choose any Arabic version of the Bible, you by yourself. Go to any Christian Arab link and post the Bible. Start from Genesis 1:1.
So you're talking.
Can I finish? Let me answer you, please. Please let me answer. Just be patient with me. The first verse in the Bible says, في البدء خلق الله. It says Allah. The first verse, the fourth word in the first chapter of your verse, Genesis 1:1, it says Allah. The first page of book of Genesis has the word Allah more than 35 times. They don't say Ilah. They don't say Joshua or Yahweh. They said it Allah. They call him Allah. So you have a problem with the Arab Christian as well, not with me. If you have any Arab Christian, bring him right now and let him read it for you. You see?
Okay, but if we look at the original, script, the original scripts that it was written in, right? So either in Greek, right? Like predominantly in Greek, right? And even we can even see this in the Ethiopian Bible, which is one of the oldest Bibles like across history, right? So we look at the original translations and the Aramaic word that they use is Elah. Right. If we want to go back to the Torah, right? We want to go back to like, you know, the earliest days of the written Torah, we see Elah, we don't see Allah. We see Elohim, we don't see Allah. As a matter of fact,
we say Ilah. Who told you we don't say Ilah? We say La ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. When I say my testimony,
I didn't say you don't say it. I didn't say you don't say it. What I'm saying here, right? I'm not saying you don't say it. What I'm saying here is that there is a consistent argument from Islamists that the Bible consistently states Allah. And Christians and Jews alike both argue against it. Both argue against this consistently, and one of the biggest arguments is by stating Ilah, right? And the funniest thing is that when we look into, like, if you really want to get into it, like this whole, like, you know, Islam versus Christianity thing, you have a problem called the Islamic dilemma, right? The entirety of the Quran requires the Christian doctrine and the Jewish doctrine to affirm it, which it doesn't. And the funny thing is, so if it does affirm it, it's still false. And if it doesn't affirm it, it's false, because from your perspective, it's been corrupted. So if it's been corrupted and it affirms the Islamic view, then it's false. If it doesn't affirm it, which it doesn't, then it's false.
Excuse me, stop listening to people like David Wood. You sound like a smart man to me. That's why I'm discussing with you. Please don't allow them to make fool of you and brainwash you.
No, I've been studying this up. It literally makes sense. There's nowhere in Scripture.
No, I will debate with you right now. I will debate with them right now what they call the Islamic dilemma. Now, I will prove to you that they lied to you, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to make.
Is that right?
Yeah, I will do it right now. I will do it right now. You want to debate the issue with me right now? But please forgive me. Don't be mad. If I will prove to you that they.
I mean, you still haven't even proven the whole thing with Psalm 22. You still haven't proven it.
I actually answered Psalm 22, but you
really no, you didn't, because I asked you what is the context behind it.
I just told you. I just told you.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I asked you why did Jesus quote King David. You have not answered that. You have not answered it.
You see, you are jumping all over the place. You talk about.
No, I'm not. I've been waiting for that answer this whole time, and you've been jumping from one.
Okay, go one at a time. Go one at a time, though. Okay.
No, Speaky. Can we have a debate now, back and forth, 3 minutes each? We talk about the Islamic dilemma.
Yeah. I'm sure everyone on the panel wouldn't mind.
I will do it. I will do it. But before that, let me tell you something. I answered you in regard. You see, actually, I answered you in regard of the will. I showed you the verses in its own private chat. What it says, not my will, but your will. You have two different wills that contradict each other.
That's not what my question was.
Let me finish, please. He said one at a time, please.
Just let him finish.
You see, I gave you the evidence. I gave you, according to the Christian theologian and Christology, what they say about the will of God, that they disagree. Some of them, they have two different wills. Some of them say the same will. Okay, I proved that to you. I spoke about Psalm 22:16, and I asked you, why did you change the word ka'ariyah to word ka'aru? You totally ignored that. I gave you a verse from the Bible where Jesus told his enemy, why you want to kill me, where he didn't want to be killed, in John, where he said, why you seek to kill me? Why I am here as a son of man to teach you about God. Abraham didn't do so. I show you all those things and you totally ignored them.
Okay,
now,
okay.
So the Islamic dilemma. Speaky, can you
no,
please?
hold on. I'm answering. You got to go. You got to go. I'm answering. I'm answering. Okay. You. What was that last part you just said? What was that last part you just said here? Was the whole? Why do you want to kill me? Are you saying you trying to use that as a way to say that he was unwilling to die? You're saying, oh, why do you want to kill me? I'm the Son of Man. I've come here to save you. He's asking why somebody wants to kill him, and that apparently means he's unwilling to die for the sacrifice that's to come. Where do you track that? Where does that track? How does that track? Where's the logical reasoning behind that? Because as far as I can see, that's just questioning somebody saying, hey,
I'm here for you. I'm here for your benefit. Why would you want to kill me? At no point does that ever allude to him saying, I'm not willing to die for what I'm about to die for. At no point.
I listen to you actually. I mute myself when you speak. And that's what I do usually. Now, please listen to me as I listen to you. First of all, Jesus didn't give himself willingly. If you read one of the most important verses, John 3:16, God so loved the world that he gave. He gave. So Jesus was giving by the Father to his enemy to kill him. So therefore, the plan of your Father, of your God from eternity, relax, your keyboard is broken. You're fighting your keyboard.
Oh no, I'm just tapping my fucking table right now.
You break your keyboard. Just relax. Okay, please.
Pretty loud, kids.
Will you mute yourself when you use your keyboard, because it's
I'm not using my keyboard. This is my keyboard.
Okay. Anyway, now let me tell you, John 3:16, God so loved the world that he gave. So it was God who gave Jesus his enemy. It was your God who mastermind and planned the killing of innocent Jesus from eternity before the coming of Jesus to be killed for your salvation as a price for the sin of Adam and to prove his love to you. So he was given by Father or by your God. He didn't give himself. Number one. Number two, I showed you
they are one in the same. They are one in the same. He gave himself. You're missing the point.
Why you
They're
don't
one
have
in the
patience
same.
like me? You just learn
Because
to
you
be
go on these run-on tangents and you just you just don't
That's
like
why I
to
say
stop. It's like you like to
will not
hear
let me
your own
speak.
voice.
Speaking, you told him so many times, let him speak. He will not let me speak. You repeated that several
I just
times.
let you speak for a whole 3 minutes, man. What are you talking about?
No. I speak for 1 minute and a half and you cut me 10 times. That's what you have done.
And you jump from point to point to point, like you're speaking at 1,000 words per freaking
I'm answering
second, man.
all the points that
what
you
is
brought
this?
up.
What is this? A Tech 9 rap battle?
Speaking, I'll be quiet until you feel.
If you want to have here's the thing. If you want to have a debate on something, sure, I have no problem with that. But number one, track your points. Like we have to go point for point.
Chaos, you're giving him the advice that you should be taking yourself. You track the points. You gotta.
I'm trying to, but this guy's like.
I'm seeing this happen so often now. Like it's like you assume the answer that's coming to you guys, and then you start answering before the other chance has a side to get it off. Like I
fair enough.
I find that the power I have in debates is letting people talk themselves into the hole. You'll never get that if you don't let them finish.
Okay, fair enough.
Right? I get he has an accent. Maybe it's harder for you to understand his accent. If that was the problem, though, you would just say, what was that word you say? Don't interrupt the argument. Just let it go, man. If there's something you disagree with, write it down, put it in the memory bank, and address that after. Right? This is
valid.
That's valid. You may take an optical win, but who's learning anything if this is what we're doing, right?
No, that's valid. That's valid. That's valid.
Can I speak? I appreciate you actually. I'm glad that you still remember that I always write notes. I'm happy that you still remember that. By the way, I always write notes. Whatever you say, I write it down and answer you back from the words that comes out of your mouth. Any word that I quote it because you quoted before me, trying to respond to you. So I hope that you can do the same with me. Now, what I was trying to tell you here, where you interrupted me, to prove to you that Jesus didn't go to the cross willingly. I showed you those verses and you ignored them. You did not explain them to me. Now I was trying to show you John 8:40, what he said. Ye seek to kill me, a man that has told you the truth, which I have heard of God. Up to the end of the
John what,
verse.
sorry? John what?
John 8:40.
8:40 or 8:14?
No, 8:40, 8:40.
Okay.
So can I continue, please? Now, one of the most important verses in the Bible, which is I love in regard of crucifixion, Hebrew chapter 5, verse 7. What did Jesus do? Who is on the days of his flesh, when he had offered up prayers and supplication with strong crying and tears unto him, unto God, that was able to save him from death, and was heard in that he feared. Jesus was praying to God. He was crying to God to save him from death, from the crucifixion. Now, if you read in the Bible tells you that God accepts the prayers of the righteous one. But those are not righteous, God will never accept their prayers. And you read this in the Bible in Psalm chapter 91, verse 15. So are you telling me when Jesus prayed to the Lord to save him in Hebrew 5:7, God did not listen to his prayers according to Psalm 91:15 because Jesus was not righteous? So this is what I will tell you now. I hope that speak will allow us to talk about the Islamic, what you call Islamic dilemma now, me and you. We can have 3 minutes each back and forth as long as you want, even 10 hours. I'm willing to do it now.
Well, I'm kind of confused
It's
here
going
on
to
what you
debate.
said.
Do
I'm
it
a little
swords of
confused on
reason.
what you just said, right? Because you just said something to do with John 8:40, but then you went on this tangent that sounded a lot more like like Jesus quoting Psalm 22:1. So like I'm kind of confused as to how that led into each other there. Because John 8:40, Jesus is confronting religious leaders seeking to kill him, right? So what does that have to do? Because he's confronting them, right? Like he's confronting them. He's meeting them. He's meeting them head on, right? And he's essentially creating confrontation based on it, right? Highlighting the hypocrisy of the leaders, etc., right? Claiming that they claim to follow God when they actually are seeking to kill a man that's there to tell them the truth of God. So I'm not really sure how John 8:40 had anything to do with what you just went on about.
So it's my turn to speak. With all due respect to you, you don't pay attention to what I'm saying.
I'm trying to. That's why I'm asking you. Like I'm asking you to
Please,
clarify, right?
no,
Because maybe I
you
misunderstood
misunderstood me.
something, right?
No, I didn't do that. You misunderstood me. I never connected
Okay.
840. Can you please listen to me? I never connected what you
Chaos, I want you to come, go.
40 with Psalm 22:1. I didn't do that. I connected what you call a while ago, Matthew 27:46. You connected to Psalm 22:1. So I quote you all the way to 22:16, and I show you the difference between Kari and Karu to prove to you that it has nothing to do with Jesus, but you totally ignore what I said in Hebrew.
Kadi and Kato?
Can I
What?
finish, please?
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. I don't understand the word, so I'm trying to get clarification on the word because I don't know if it's your pronunciation or what. I'm trying to figure out what the word is, right?
I explained it a while ago. You were not listening to
No,
me.
but I don't know how to like Kadi and Kato. What? Like what is that? A K? Kadi? What? Like, is that like Kadi? Kato?
It's not personal, but I can't hear some of it either. I hear it, but I can't make it out sometimes. It's not personal.
Yeah, like I'm not trying to be rude. I'm genuinely trying to get clarification on what you're saying here. Right?
Okay, can I answer you now, please? The verse 22:16 says in Hebrew, if you read in Hebrew, say, Kesasavovoni kalvim hadlis merian hikivomen kariye yudai reglai. That's the verse if you read it in Hebrew, chapter 22, Psalm, verse 16. Kesasavovoni kalvim hadas merian hikivomen kariye yudai reglai. Kariye. The word
Oh
kariye,
yeah. Okay.
kariye, okay? Kariye means, okay, like a lion. Karo
Yeah.
means
Yeah.
burst my hand and my hand burst. Now, when you go to the original Hebrew, which I've read to you now, Psalm 22:16, it says Ka'arieh. Ka'arieh means like a lion. It doesn't mean burst. You change the word Ka'arieh to the word Ka'aru because they sound the same. Ka'aru means burst. But if you go to the original Hebrew right now, any Hebrew, Tanakh online, it says Ka'areh, not Ka'aru. Now my question
Karu, hold on. Karu has more than one meaning. It doesn't mean to birth. It means to dig a pit, bore, make a banquet, also to bow down, to roof, even to roof.
Just a minute. Just the word in Hebrew is not karu. The word in Hebrew is kare, not karu. That's what I'm telling you. The word, you change the word
right, but if
to karu. If you read, let me finish. If you go to verse 8, actually, I think if I'm not mistaken, verse 8 says kare, the same word, and you translate it correctly like a lion. But when it comes to verse 16, you translated birth, the same word in your Bible. So why did you change the word kare to the meaning of the word karu? That's what Jewish are asking you, not me. I'm quoting from the Jewish sources. Can you answer that, please?
I actually haven't. This isn't something that I've been privy to beforehand. This is something that's new on my radar, to be honest. That question.
If I can interject, Dean, are you aware that for one, the ancient Hebrew doesn't specify like vowels or whatever. So like there's debate whether even Yahweh is how you pronounce it because the vowels aren't there.
Yeah.
And second of all, it was literally a dead language for 1,000 years. Like we don't have perfect understanding of ancient Hebrew. So I mean, why are we like chopping at the bits on this like this pronunciation or this
like I said, most people didn't even know how to read back then. Less write. I mean, they left it up to rabbis, whatever, the priest, whatever, to tell them, pass it on, verbal. It's a wonder we have anything.
Yeah, it's not written in Hebrew. It's written in ancient Greek and it was based off of the Old Testament was in ancient Greek. That's why I mentioned.
But we're lucky to have that. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, like the funny thing is like again, like I don't really know too much on this question, but like just with a quick little bit of like diving into this rabbit hole. I can find that there is a Septuagint influence, which I mean, again, which was completed by Jewish scholars before the Christian era, right? And it contains the pierced interpretation, right? So this suggests that the variant was already in existence long before Christianity. So you're blaming Christianity for changing it when in reality, it was already changed by Judaists as it is. Right, so that's and again, like this is as Casey had already stated, there is the whole pronunciation problem, right? So like the whole interpretation issue.
No, it's not mine. I just posted to you the Hebrew Jewish Tanakh and the commentary of Rabbi Rashi. It's on private chat. You can click on it and look it up. So I quote you what the Jewish are answering you, not what I'm saying. So I quote from the Jew. So
right. What I'm saying is that the Jewish are the ones who literally caused the very issue that they're questioning about because they were the ones who wrote the Septuagint.
The Septuagint is a different topic, which I can explain. I told me,
You're not getting the answer. You're asking for an answer, and I'm giving you an answer, and you.
No. I'm telling you. That's why. With all due respect to you, it seems to me that you do not have also enough knowledge about the Septuagint. Do you know how many versions of Septuagint do you have, and what are they? Do you know them, please?
Sorry, repeat that.
Do you know how many versions of the Septuagint do you have, and what are they, please?
How is that relevant?
No. Because you are quoting the Septuagint. And I will show you that you, Christian, among yourself, you disagree in the different version of the Septuagint, and they contradict each other, which you are using. You have more than one Septuagint.
What I'm stating is the Septuagint was written by Jewish people. It was completed by Jewish people.
That's right. So what happened after? No. Can I answer you?
And the very dilemma that you're claiming here with the change of the word from kare to karu, right? The very change that you're claiming is one that has already been stated to be caused by the Septuagint, which again was written by Jewish scholars.
Now, can you give me
the era of Christianity ever had influence in that regard? So
can you give me 3 minutes to answer you, please, without no interruption?
Holy crow, 3 minutes.
Sure.
I guess so.
At what point in time was the Quran written? When was it written? I mean, like.
If you
if you want to speak, if you want to speak, if you want to speak 5 minutes, if you want to speak 5 minutes, I'll mute myself and I'll listen to you. I have no problem. I will not say holy crap or anything. I'll listen to you and I'll write notes. You want me to? I'll pass you the mic. Speak as much as you want. And when you are done, please tell me and give me the 3 minutes to answer you back. Please, okay? You say whatever you want. I'll mute myself. When you are done, tell me that you are not. Okay? So I'll answer you in regard to Septuagint. Please, okay? I'll
There's
mute
over
myself.
2,000 distinct manuscripts, but those aren't different versions. Those are the different manuscripts that form together the Septuagint, because there's no defined singular Septuagint. And those were done in like 1000 BC, or 3rd century and 1st century BC. So those are before Christ, and those are before, Christian influence. So I'm not really quite sure how Christians could have influenced the Septuagint when there was already, to the degree that you're stating, when there's already 2,000 distinct manuscripts before the era of Christ. You're already running yourself into a circular problem here. But go ahead, have your 3 minutes, speak.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you giving me the permission to speak 3 minutes. That's so kindness of you. That's gentle of you. And speak it to let me speak 3 minutes. God bless
And the
you.
rest of us are being real quiet too.
So, can you please answer him? Now, the Septuagint translation began in the 3rd century BC and spanned 4 centuries later, ending in the early 2nd century AD, with the accession of Book of Proverbs and spanning many centuries until it include the translation of the entire book. By the way, there are major differences between the Hebrew Tanakh and the Septuagint that you have in your hand, such as, for example, difference in the text and differences in the numbers of the books. The Septuagint includes 7 books in addition to the Hebrew Tanakh, and it is complemented by the Book of Esther and Book of Daniel. What did the Jews say about the Septuagint? Listen to this. At the beginning of the 1st century, AD, at the beginning of Christianity, the Jew believed that this were holy book, like philosopher Philoni and the Jewish historian Josephus, who lived in the 1st century AD of Christianity. But after that, the Jew start accusing the Christian of distorting the Hebrew Jewish Tanakh to suit their needs. And the Jew and Christians began to say, our text, your text, our Tanakh, your Tanakh, our book, your book. So Jews start disagreeing with what he calls Septuagint, and they said that Christian corrupted the original Hebrew to suit their needs. We find actually in the Talmud that the Jewish accused Christian of distorting the Tanakh. Rabbi Ishmael, who lived in the 2nd century AD, he said in Al-Mukhilta that the Tanakh translation distorted the Tanakh in the Septuagint. He said that Christian distorted the Hebrew Tanakh in the Septuagint. Michta in the Aramaic word meaning standard. Up to then, I don't want to mention that. Now, the original manuscript of the Septuagint do not exist anywhere. You only have copies after centuries of the original manuscript. And these copies themselves are not identical, and they contradict each other, and they have differences in between each other. So what you call the Codex Sinaiticus does not correspond to Vatican or Alexandria or other meaning that you do not have. Now you have several versions of the Septuagint, and they contradict each other. Those are, number 1, the Aquila's copy, which is one of the most
You're a bad
important
man, EJ.
for you. The Samichus copy, the Theodosian's copy. Then they followed up with one copy, what they call it the origin. He is the one who bought the famous, what you call 6-part series. So you Christian among yourself, you disagree on the Septuagint. You have 4 different versions. They contradict each other. You don't have an original manuscript. Therefore,
Okay, time's up. You told us what all we done wrong. What have you done wrong, bud? What
3 minutes, please.
all we done with the Quran? I mean, I'm sure it's perfect and everything, but
Please. He said my 3 minutes. I still have 1 minute. I don't need to
I
continue
think
this
you've been
one.
talking like 5 minutes, dude. I'm not running the clock on it, but I'm pretty sure you've been talking at least 3 minutes. But anyway.
I will keep quiet. I will not talk. You want me to stop? I'll mute my mic. I just muted myself.
Well, I was waiting for it to. I was waiting for you to address the Islamic dilemma. I thought that's what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, something.
It seems like you're going into a Christian.
I'm ready speaking. I'm very much ready. I'm very much ready for it. Go for it.
Okay, start it off. Go ahead, start it off. You've already been running on a tangent. Might as well.
Well, that's what I thought. That's what I thought you were addressing, right? So that's what I was waiting for.
So, speaking before we start, what he called the Islamic dilemma, will the gentleman be kind to respond to what I said about Jews saying about the Septuagint? And how say they that the Septuagint corrupted?
Yeah, sure. I don't personally, from my worldview, it doesn't matter what Jews say about the Septuagint personally, because as far as I'm concerned, at the end of the day, they not only killed the Savior, rejected the Savior, continue to do so. But I would argue that at the end of the day, from my worldview, that there is nothing corrupted within it. Now you can state that different denominations.
Even if it is like chaos, you're going kind of where he wants to lead you with this argument. This is what I see in this argument. I will concede. Just say you concede to Aladdin everything he says that's wrong. The Bible's corrupted. The Bible's reliable. Whatever you want to say the Bible is, does not take away from the Islamic dilemma. So you
it doesn't.
Feed all of this to him. Sure, the Bible's corrupted. The Jews say the Christians are wrong. All of it. Now you have to address, if the Bible is corrupted, why does the Quran affirm it? And if the Bible is reliable, then Islam is wrong, right?
That's pretty
dilemma. So don't let him go off course with you, Chaos. I'm gonna teach you this. This is what the Dawas will do here with these debates.
I like it.
Off course.
Yeah,
I've watched.
I don't know what he's doing.
Times.
This is the reality.
Just running around.
That's why he's laughing. He knows I'm right.
Yeah.
No. You know I'm laughing, speaking.
It's to be honest, it's hard to track. Like it's hard to track at this point because like
it makes it that way.
I'm getting asked like questions. Like I'm getting asked questions that in my eyes like are completely irrelevant. Like,
that's his talking point. That's his point to point out weakness or something.
I'm laughing because you jumped to save him, because you're his savior. Therefore, I'm laughing because you know that he said at the beginning.
I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty new in this whole
Septuagint. No. He said Jew accepted the Septuagint and they agree on it. So I showed them an evidence from the Talmud and historical evidence, and Jewish rabbi says no, we disagree.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
He never said that.
I did not say that. I said the Jewish.
I said why you're bringing it up, and it is a highly debated thing in Christianity, but it doesn't. This is a good way to get away from the Islamic dilemma. Right?
No. I'm not getting away from Islamic.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, and hold on. Here's the thing. Hold on. Hey, hold on. You just put words in my mouth. I never said that Jews all agree on the Septuagint. I never said that. What I said is the Jews are the one who compiled it. No, it did not. Listen. That is not what I said. I said the Jews are the ones who compiled the Septuagint. So if they are complaining about something, an obscurity or something that is something that they are saying Christians influence in the Septuagint, it doesn't make sense because they're the ones who compiled it. And you also said that it was in the 1st century BC. It was actually 3rd century and 1st century BC. So
and when was the Quran written?
And
again, what does this have to do with the Islamic dilemma? Because this doesn't change the Islamic dilemma.
I want to start.
There you go, Chaos. Get him.
How many persons? I want all of them together to debate me on the Islamic dilemma, not one.
No,
How
this
many
is me and you. This is
all
me
of
and
them.
you. You can't
All of
change
them
the fucking
together.
terms of it now. This is me and you. What do you
Excuse me,
you want to
No,
talk?
no, he's asking that because I stepped in. But go
Yeah.
ahead, go ahead.
No. Speak.
I'll stay out of it this time. I'll
speak.
stay out of it.
Please, you speak. You know me.
I do appreciate the save though,
Can I
because
say
like I am
something,
doing
please?
this, right? Like, so.
Can I say something, please?
Stay on point, Chaos. I'm muting.
Speaking, can I say something, please? You know that I do not use the word F or whatever or B. So please, gentlemen, if you are talking to me, I hope that you can. I know it's a slang language for you, it's normal. But for me, with all due respect to you, I don't like to use such language. So I hope that you can avoid using the F word like you used it a while ago. Please. If you don't mind, I hope that you can do this.
Gordon.
I will give you all the time you want.
Engaging with you, I can understand you don't want me to swear at you.
Are you jumping? I thought you were not jumping.
Respectfully. Since you asked respectfully, I'll do my best to refrain, okay?
Yeah, I'll
do no, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to him.
I haven't got a long time, dude. I just want to say one thing to you, Aladdin. Just as a very simple man who's hard of thinking, I just want to say to you, I love the way that everyone today was having, like, they were all building sandcastles, okay? They were all building sandcastles, looking at each other's sandcastles, and then you came in, and then what you did, is you tried to destroy the foundation of the very sandcastle that props up your sandcastle. And you did it so beautifully. You pointed out that there are all these different versions of the Septuagint, and that your Quran itself affirms that the revelation that's given in those texts is the very thing that props up your own religion. So thank you for destroying yourself. God bless you. We have the Injil, and I pray for you every day, my brother. Come to the true faith. Come to liturgy. God bless.
Thank you very much. You see, speaking,
I love that guy.
You know what's happening? That's what I call keyboard warriors. They come hit and run. That's what I love.
No, Dave's a good guy. He's probably out doing something. I just wanted to say that. He is a good guy.
Shotgun you, he armalite you, he goes away. He's like a sniper. Hit and run.
That's usually his time on panels is very short normally.
Yeah. Chaos.
So Allah, if you're done with your thematics, are we gonna get into the Islamic dilemma here?
Come on, let's do it. I'm waiting. I'm still waiting.
Well, I told you to start it off. No.
I want you to start. You claim that we have an Islamic dilemma. You claim that
I said it first. I said it first, boy. You started off.
You claim Quran affirmed the Bible. I want you to prove that.
No, the Quran does claim that that the Bible, and that I didn't say the Quran confirms the Bible. What I said is that the Quran claims that the Bible and that the Torah confirm Islam. However, it does not. That is what I stated. For instance, if we take a look, let me actually look up the direct surah, because I don't remember the actual surah, but it's one of the surahs here, where Allah tells Muhammad that if he is, if he is unsure, essentially, this is not verbatim, paraphrasing. If he is hey, I'm not done talking.
I'm helping you out.
Okay,
chapter
sorry.
10, verse 40. I'm helping you out. Chapter 10, verse 40. Carry on.
10:40.
Yeah, this is the verse you are looking for. I'm helping you out.
Yeah. So it states that if you are unsure, right? So, and of those, here it is. And of them are those who believe in it, and of them are those who do not believe in it. And no, this is not the one I'm looking for. You gave me the wrong one. Fuck. But the one that it states, where he's telling Muhammad that if you are unsure of this faith, then look to those of what they already hold, right? So what they already know, right? So the scriptures, they're talking about the prior scriptures, right? And it will confirm it. However, if we look in the scripture, both Christian and Judaist, none of them confirm Islam at all whatsoever. So this is the Islamic dilemma. The very definition of the Islamic dilemma is that by stating that if the Christian Bible is corrupt, or if the Torah is corrupt, then Islam is false, because you have to go back to it in order to confirm it, in order to confirm your faith through the prior scriptures.
And so if it's corrupt, then it's false. Then Islam is false. If it is not corrupt, Islam is still false because it does not confirm it.
So for me to speak now, you see, the funny part is that you are throwing a claim without no evidence, like going to the court of law, telling the judge that he's a suspect, he's a criminal. The judge will tell you, submit the evidence. No, I have no evidence actually, but I heard, they said it doesn't work this way. I even
trying to find the direct verse right now. Actually,
don't speak over me. It's my turn. Please, I mute myself when you speak. So control yourself. You should learn how to have self-control. That's an issue with you. Now, I gave you the wrong source.
He's doing well. Trust me.
Now another person is jumping and speaking. It's my mic. Why everybody start jumping when I speak? I thought you are a good moderator. Do something about the speaking.
Go ahead. It's a common theme on the panel.
No, this is debate. This is not a discussion. This is a debate.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You're good.
I respect you as a moderator. That's why I said you control it.
Yeah, now, I get it. Don't worry. Go ahead.
I gave you the wrong source, and I mean to do that. I said 10:40.
That was me. That was my bad. It wasn't Speakeasy's fault.
Yeah,
I'll go to mute.
Let him talk.
No, they're afraid to have a discussion, not me. Oh, you see? He knows that his brother is being stuck, so therefore he's trying to save him. He's the savior now. I gave you the wrong source. I told you 10:40 because I want to know how knowledgeable you are, and unfortunately, you know nothing. Now I'll help you out again. It is 10:94. So I'll pass you the mic, and I want you to quote me 10:94 and explain it to me, okay? You made a huge mistake, which made fun of yourself, with all due respect to you. You said Quran confirmed the Bible and the Torah. I challenge you to show me the word Bible in the Quran. The word Bible comes from the root word Greek biblios. Biblios is a collection of books. Quran never ever says Bible or spoke about collection of books. Quran was talking about Injil, not Bible. So Injil, the Quran is talking about, is different than your Bible. So this is another mistake that you made. Now you made two mistakes, I correct you. Now I'm cheating, I'm helping you out. 10:94. I'll pass you the mic and use it against me. Give me your best shot in 10:94, okay? Now I'm giving you the correct source.
Well, it's funny. I didn't really need your help. I already found 1094. The reality of the matter is you keep actually saying that I said one thing when I said something different. I never said the Quran affirms the Bible. Never said that. I said that the Quran, if one is in doubt, they are to turn to what they had before them, right? So what the prior scriptures, right? Allah tells Prophet Muhammad to consult the people of the book, those who read the previous scriptures, if he has any doubts regarding his revelation, the Islamic revelation, affirming that the true is consistent across divine messages according to the Islamic view. However, there is nothing in the Bible or in the Torah that confirms Islam. So again, I didn't make any mistake really here. The only mistake I made was trusting you in thinking that you were going to be good faith in helping me find the proper verse, because I didn't have the proper verse ready to go. Doesn't mean I don't know nothing. Do I know loads about, am I a full scholar on Islam? No. Do I know some things? Yes. And I do know that this is a verse that clearly states that, and this is clearly stating that this is an affirmation. This is stating that you need, in order to confirm against your doubts, you need to go back to what is before. Like, if you go back to what is before and it doesn't confirm it, then it's already false. Here, I'll mute my mic. I'll keep the same spirit you've been doing. I'll mute my mic for you.
Hey, re-examination. I was wondering when you were going to join. I seen you in the chat there. I was like, this is the conversation I thought you love.
I just watching and observing, because obviously this has been going on for a while and I didn't want to interrupt the flow of anything.
It's a debate. Why everybody's jumping during the debate? That's a debate. No one should interrupt and cut off during the debate. Am I correct speaking? Is this a debate or an open discussion?
You were just saying hello. He just saying hello.
I was saying hi. I was just saying hi to re-examination.
And I'm just saying that I'm not here to interrupt the flow, but I'm here, just if there's a break in the flow. But I want everybody to go ahead. Hey, Chaos Nova, been a while. Good to see you. All right, please continue.
Yeah, don't say hi to me, Reed. Don't do it. I know you got all them books behind you. Jesus. How you doing?
Now you see, speaking, I cannot play this debate on my channel because they're making fun in the middle. Because I don't find them really sincere ability to.
You wanted the floor, you got it.
Wait, making fun of the what?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you said making fun of the what?
No, I see that they're making fun of the discussion. Nobody is sincere, and they're cutting off every now and then. Everybody come and say something while we are having a real sincere discussion.
Oh, no, I came backstage. I just came backstage. He said hello. He saw me in the chat, and then we're going forward. That's all. We're good.
Because usually, speaking when you do a debate, you send everybody backstage.
No one was making fun of the debate.
Let's all pretend we're at a picnic table. We're at a picnic table.
Everyone on the panel has been respectful, letting you guys debate. If you want to set up a 1v1, we could set it up so that there's nobody on the panel. And
I'll do that. I got no problem with that. That gives me more time to prepare. I don't got a problem with that.
I'm just a rude old man. I promise you, I've been being good.
1v1. 1v1. 1v1.
Yeah, let's put them on swords of reason. Let them figure it out.
yeah, I was saying hi, right? Bring a new person on the panel. But yeah, you can continue to your conversation. We're not.
Yeah, and here's the thing: you still haven't really answered the problem, right? You keep saying that I made the mistake, but the biggest mistake here is you taking the whole Islamic dilemma debate because it's circular. You're gonna keep running into issues. The direct quote, if you want the direct quote. So if you are in doubt, O Muhammad, about that which we have revealed to you, then ask those who have been reading the scripture before you. The truth has certainly come to you from your Lord, so never be among the doubters. The problem with that is there's nowhere in the Bible that ever confirms it. As a matter of fact, there's not even a single line in scripture through Old or New Testament that even states Muhammad is going to ever come in the future, right? And the funny thing is scripture in itself from the New Testament, from a Christian perspective, Jesus is the first and the last. He's the last prophet, right? So he's the last to come. So that's already a big issue right there. So you have a massive contradiction here where you are told to go back to prior scripture to confirm your message, and that prior scripture does not do so. So that's me reiterating myself for probably the fourth time here. You still haven't really addressed it. You just keep you just keep making claims and making claims and not really answering the problem.
Now it's for me to speaking. I hope that will make sure nobody will speak for at least 3 to 4 minutes. The gentleman spoke twice, and I did not cut him off, and he repeated himself twice. Now we are really talking real. One of the things that he said, and I love, he said Jesus was the first and the last, and he was a prophet. I love it. We've been trying to tell you for more than 1,140 years that Jesus is a prophet, and you are fighting with us, and you are telling us that he's God. Now you are telling me that he's a prophet. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's a very good point. When you say that he's first and the last, and he was a prophet, the last prophet. Thank you very much. Now you quote for me, which I helped you out, chapter 10 of the Holy Quran, which I know that you know nothing about, Surah Yunus, verse 94. And you said that we as Muslim, in order to confirm our doubt, we have to go to what is before us, which is what you call the Bible and the Torah. We don't say Bible, we say Injil. Now, the answer is very simple. Was Prophet Muhammad in doubt? No, he wasn't whatsoever. Did Prophet Muhammad ask them anything? The answer is no, he did not ask nothing. Now, ask them about what? Allah was telling Prophet Muhammad. The answer is asking those who became Muslims from the people of the book about Prophet Muhammad, that he was prophesied in their books. And after they read about the prophecy of Prophet Muhammad in their book, they accepted Islam. And they mentioned them, such like Abdullah ibn Salama. So therefore, that's what was Allah telling Prophet Muhammad to talk to, whom they accepted Islam from the people of the book. Prophet Muhammad said clearly in an hadith, sahih, authentic hadith, Wallahi la ashuk wa la as'al, which means Prophet Muhammad said, I swear by Allah, I do not have doubt or ask. And you can read this in all Islamic interpretation. Now, the funny part here, you are reading text out of context. You didn't read the entire context, because the answer for your question in verse 94 is in verse 104, which you have no idea about. Unfortunately, as I told you, all you do copy paste from David Wood and his group without going and looking up into the source by yourself. So you allow them to play with your brain, to play you around. If you read in verse chapter 104, Allah said, say, O Muhammad, O people, if you are in doubt as to my religion, then I do not worship those which you worship beside Allah, but I worship Allah alone, who causes your death. And I have been commanded to be one of the believers. Then you read in the tafsir of As-Sa'di, he said, Prophet Muhammad say in the same verse, O mankind, if you are in doubt about my religion, meaning if you are in doubt and confusion, then I am not in doubt about it. I am not in doubt about my religion and my faith. Rather, I have absolute knowledge that it is the truth, unlike you who have a doubt in your religion. So the answer for your question is in verse 104, which you totally ignore. And Allah said in the Holy Quran, in chapter 2, verse 285, which means the messenger had believed in what was revealed to him from his Lord. He believed in everything and he ever doubted nothing. So this is the answer for you. Now I'm asking you once again, can you show me where does it say that me as a Muslim, I have to go back to the Bible that you have in your hand? I'm not talking about the Injil. I'm talking about the Bible. Bible, what you hand is not Injil. Allah is telling me to go back to the Injil that been revealed to Jesus during the time of Jesus. Therefore, when Allah spoke about the Injil in the Holy Quran, Allah always spoke about the Injil in past tense. Allah never spoke about the Injil in present and future. So if Allah was referring to the books that in their hands during the time of Prophet Muhammad, Allah will speak about the Injil in the present and future. But Allah spoke about the Injil in the past tense during the time of Prophet Muhammad, which prove what they had in their hand is not what was Prophet Muhammad is talking about. Therefore, Allah spoke about the past tense, not the present and future. The one in the hand of Jesus during the time of Jesus, not during the time of Prophet Muhammad. I hope that this answers your question. Give me your second evidence, please.
Okay, so let me steel man this. You're asking me to, you want me to respond to your question of where does the, because I think there's a couple questions there. So you want me to figure out where in the Quran it says to go back to the Bible, right? And then what was your other question? Sorry, I've been trying to write these down, but again, like you speak relatively quick here. I need to like in order to respond here, I'm kind of trying to figure out what you're asking.
I was asking you, can you please present me another evidence that me as a Muslim, I have to go back to your Bible?
Right.
I explained to you what is the difference between Bible and Injil. Allah referred to the Injil, which was during the time of Jesus. Allah is not referring to the Bible in your hand as you claim. So can you show me any other evidence in the Quran?
Right. So that's the part I was wondering there is you're saying that he wasn't stating that what I understand as the Bible is what he was talking about, right? But however, the Bible was wrote prior to the Quran. Am I correct? Right? I think everybody can agree to that, right? The Bible was wrote prior to the Quran.
I agree with that. I agree. Okay. As the Tanakh was brief.
So when it says what came before you, right? Like so what was presented before you, what you had before. Where does it state in the Quran, Injil? You're asking me to say Bible, to find where it says Bible, but where in the Quran does it say Injil for you to go back to? Does it say that? No, it says what is before you, right? So it said, right? And what was before the Quran? The Bible and the Torah, right? So your whole point here of like, well, because I think it's the Injil and the Injil is not the Bible. Well, I mean, we have stronger evidence historically, that backs up the Bible, right? That your own Islamic scholars can't actually back up most of the claims that are made in the Quran. You know that? But so the whole corruptibility feature is already null and void here. So and this is the point, like you're still dodging the whole thing. You're using something that doesn't track in order to devalidate the argument of the dilemma. You're saying, well, because it was the Injil and not the Bible. Okay, well, the differences between the Injil and the Bible aren't drastic enough for it to change anything. Because again, if the Bible is false, Islam is false. and if it's not, it's still false. Okay. That's the real problem here. Now, as for a secondary verse here, whether or not there's a secondary verse, that one, to be honest, I'm still getting deeper into my Quran studies here. But what I can say is we have Surah An-Nahl 1643, where the verse instructs people to seek knowledge from those who possess previous revelations if they are unsure about the nature of messengers. It says, and we sent not before you except men to whom we revealed our message, so ask the people of the message if you do not know. Or maybe Surah I don't know how to pronounce this properly. Anbiya, did I say that right? Anbiya, 21:7, which is also similar to 1643, where the verse repeats the instruction. It repeats it, and we sent not before you except men to whom we revealed the message. So ask the people of the message if you do not know. Who were the people of the message during that time? Who were the people of the message? It would have been Jews and Christians, right? So again, there are several verses that state that in order to affirm your faith, in order to affirm it, if you are in doubt, you have to go back to Christianity and go back to the Jews in order to affirm it. But there's nowhere in the Bible and nowhere in the Torah or even in the Injil that have anything that state a validation of Islam. And you still have yet to prove otherwise to that. You just keep positing arguments that are not helping your case. And there's another point you said earlier where you thank you for saying that Jesus was a prophet. Jesus being a prophet doesn't remove him from being God. That doesn't remove that whatsoever. Him being the last prophet means no difference in whether or not he is the word of God made flesh. Holds no bars on that whatsoever. So that was a nice little segue that you tried to do, but yeah, complete bullshit.
Please, if you will say complete bullshit, I will respond the same as well. So I told you, please, I am not fan of this language, so please be respectful to me as I'm respectful to you, okay? We are talking religion, we are talking salvation here. We are not insulting one another. So please try to control yourself and stop using such.
Intending an insult. I was just I said, I'll try my best, but I'm a full-blown Canadian, man.
I appreciate you trying your best. I appreciate that. Just please. Okay. Now, can I answer you? Is it possible for me? You quote 3 verses from the Holy Quran. Now you quote chapter 10, and I refuted your claim, and you totally ignore what I said. You never even committed about anything what I said. It's my turn to speak, right? You did not even say nothing about it when you quote the verse, and I refuted it. But you totally ignored what I said. I was expecting you at least to try to refute what I said about 10, chapter 10 of the Holy Quran. Now you quote me again. You see, the funny part here, you are repeating yourself and you are still saying Bible. And I'm telling you, you made a huge mistake here. You said, oh, when it say before you, how do you know it's the Injil? It doesn't say Injil. I'm sorry, my friend. This is again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. You are trying to make fool of yourself listening to them. Actually, the word Injil was mentioned in the Holy Quran 13 or 14 times. And when it says before you, in regard of the Christian, it refers to the Injil. And you read this very clearly, mostly in chapter 5, verse 46, verse 47, and Surah Al-Fatih, verse 29, Surah Al-Hadid, verse 27, Surah Al-Umnar, chapter 3, verse 3, Surah chapter 3, verse 48, chapter 3, verse 65, chapter 5, verse 66, and so many other verses where it says that Injil that Allah is referring to when he's saying before you in regard of the Christian and the book that they received. So when you say there is no where it says Injil, you are mistaken. So please watch this video again, write down the chapters that I quote and read it for yourself. It doesn't say Bible, that's for you. You quote again,
That's not what I said. I didn't say the Quran doesn't say Injil. What I asked you is where does it say in regard to the question of
control yourself,
confirming?
please.
You said it doesn't say Bible to confirm. I said it doesn't say Injil to confirm.
He lost
It says what is
control. Now he's
for
panicking.
you. But if you're gonna twist my words, if you're going to twist my words,
He is panicking. He's panicking. Speaking. Let him.
I'm not
please.
panicking. I'm the
It's
least
my
panicked
turn.
I've been in a long
It's
time.
my
He's
turn to
not playing
speak.
the knocking
It's
sound.
my
so I'm
turn.
not panicking. That's not an
Speaking,
invitation to
it's
play the
turn,
knocking sound, by the way. That's not an invitation.
Vicky, do your work as moderator. Come on, jump in. It's my turn, isn't it? You're watching or you're laughing, and you know that he cannot control himself, and he keep jumping all over me while I'm talking. While when he speak, I mute myself. Now you should learn how to, you should learn how to please have some self-control, like I'm doing. I really want to cut you off, but I control myself because it's not proper for me to do so. So I expect you to do the same. Now, you quote again text out of context, out of ignorance, to suit your needs as a Christian, because you heard David Wood and his group saying that. So you bring it here thinking it's correct. You quote chapter 16, verse 43, and chapter 21, verse 7. فَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلَ الذِّكْرِ, as those people who came before you, people of the message. You need to learn what we call text and context. You have to read the context. The word dhikr, which you mentioned, فَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلَ الذِّكْرِ, has more than one meaning in the Holy Quran. And I'm telling you, one of the meaning is the people who came before Prophet Muhammad. I'm telling you that. And guarantee you that. And it was mentioned twice. But the verses that you quote, it's come as the scholars, the people of knowledge. It doesn't say as the Christian or those Christian and Jew who came before you. The word adhikr came in the Holy Quran actually. One of the meaning is Quran. We call the Holy Quran also the same word that you quote in those verses, which is dhikr. You read this in chapter 3, verse 58, Al-Hijr, verse 6, chapter 15, verse 6, chapter 15, verse 9, chapter 36, verse 11, chapter 38, verse 1, chapter 38, verse 8, chapter 41, verse 41, chapter 54, verse 25, chapter 68, verse 51, and many other. The same word that you quote in 1643 was used in those verses, but the meaning here is Quran. Dhikr also, the same word came as the people of knowledge. And you read this in chapter 3, verse 18, Surah Al-Nahl, verse 43, and Surah Al-Anbiya, verse 7. So please correct yourself when you quote the verse and make sure that you are giving the exact meaning. You twist the meaning. It's my turn. Don't speak over me. I never speak over you. I'll give you the last chance. If you will keep speaking over me and you cannot control yourself, I will leave in peace. I don't need to continue this. Now, to the last time, I will ask you, give me your best shot. You said that the Quran affirm your Bible, or Quran is talking about the Bible, the people of the book, which is the Bible. Give me any Islamic sources said that the Quran was talking about the Bible that in your hands. Was talking about the Injil, not the Bible in your hands. Please, I'll mute myself. You have all the time.
Yeah, so You're talking about context, right? So in languages and cultures where words have multiple meanings, you're right, context definitely matters. When something says, for instance, before you, so if we're taking the meaning of scholars, for instance, as an example that you used, when it says before you, right? So who would be the scholars before? Again, these would be the religious scholars of that time would be Christians and Jews. There's no other option for it. Give me another faith basis other than Islam that existed around that time. There's none, right? So there's nobody that would have been before Islam other than Christians and Jews. So you have no other context to say, well, it says to turn to the scholars of Islam, but if it says before you and if it says beforehand, who would that be? It can't be Islamists because that would mean that they can time travel. Like it's just illogical, right? Like you're trying to use context to combat me, but it's the context is right in there. Like you can change the variation of the meaning by using the word for sure. But if it says before you, the context is already there for that word to give you the meaning of the word. So even if it's scholars or whatever, like, you could say, well, because the word can mean the Quran, but so it can mean a holy book. So if it's the definition of holy book, and if it's before you or beforehand, what else is there? You don't have anything else there. This is where I'm saying you're already in a circular argument. You're continuously trying to find ways to pivot yourself out. And then you're like trying to scramble my brain by running like verse this, verse that, chapter this, chapter that so fast that like, bro, I feel like sometimes I'm listening to like Tech Nine's new like album drop, bro. Like, what is this? Like, did Token just come out with a new Islamic track I didn't know about? Like, is he speaking Arabic these days? I don't know, but like, the reality of the matter is that you keep saying that you've refuted something and you still haven't refuted anything. There's no refutation. All you're saying is that, well, the meaning of this word changes by this based on context. But then with the context that's already given, it's already quite clear as to what it's speaking about. It's pretty clear and concise. It doesn't get more clear and concise than that. Before you. What was before you? Before you. Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. Before you.
Can you zoom in closer, actually?
Before you.
Thanks.
Like it doesn't get more clear and concise than that.
Chaos, are you asking what's the Injil?
No, I know what the Injil is, but the Injil is the Injil is based off of Islam, is based off of Islamic perspective.
Bad boy.
According to Christians, the Bible is essentially synonymous with Injil. Islamists just use Injil to state that the Bible's corrupted because there's specifically something else given to Jesus that he didn't actually pass on to his guys to make books that formulate the very Bible that you read today. What?
Yeah, Chaos, you're saying you know what the Injil is, but are you asking
once again, you are
not the
he's
Bible,
asking,
what is it?
No, he's helping you out. He's telling you ask Allah, what is the Injil?
What I'm saying is he's trying to use the word. He's trying to use a change in the meaning of word. So he's saying this word means this, but it also means XYZ and fucking sorry, pardon my language, and freaking B and H and G as well, but and it's all based on context, which makes sense in terms of language. Like if I'm speaking German, there's words that in German that have multiple English meanings. But if we use the context of the very thing we're discussing here, if you take before you, so even if the meaning changes to scholar, because he tried to use scholar, well, this word could mean scholar. Okay, it doesn't mean anything. So the scholars before you. Who are the scholars before you then? Those would be Christians and Jews. That's what I've been saying this whole time. It doesn't change anything. Just because you change the meaning of the word, the context is still there to support the fact that the people that you would have to go to for the affirmation would be Christians and Jews.
Right. So to really to clarify, Dawa, are you talking? Are you? I think
it's debate between me and him. Why you're jumping in?
Because I think I can help clarify something.
No, I understand what I said. I don't need
Injil's a lost or altered
original.
You mean
you're trying to help them out?
Right.
Okay, maybe not for you, but hold on.
Help him out. Okay, unmute myself. You feel that he was cornered? Speaky jump in to save him. Now we are jumping to save him as well. Okay,
I'm not, okay. I didn't know you're a prophet too, but anyway, the point is, I'm saying that maybe there's a difference in understanding here because perhaps Dawa, and I might be wrong, but I'm trying to help the conversation. Are you saying that there are parts of the Torah, the Tanakh, or the what we would call the Bible that you don't accept? Let's say the Old Testament. Let's stick to what we call the Old Testament as Christians. Do you accept what the Jews call the Nevi'im and the Ketuvim, meaning the writings and the prophets?
I don't know. Am I debating with you or debating her or both?
I'm trying to help the conversation because I think you're talking past each other in the Injil.
Just, I will answer you if you will be honest. Tell me I'm trying to help him out. So therefore I'll answer you. Because he never mentioned anything about Nevi'im or whatever. I know those are the first 5 books. You are quoting them in Hebrew. I know what you're talking about. So he never mentioned
No, they're not the first 5 books. The Torah is the first 5 books, not the Ketuvim.
Relax. I'm answering you. Now, tell me that you're trying to help him out. I will let you join. I will answer you.
I am not trying to. Okay, I'm trying to help the conversation.
Excuse me. This is a debate. You know what is the meaning of a debate? A debate that's mean 2 persons talking to one another, exchange mic with a time.
You guys have been chasing your own tails for a while. So
there is no
well, it's an open panel, and we allowed you guys to go on. The examination is
I thought it was a debate
something because it seems like you're talking past each other, right?
Dean,
you see all these squares on the screen that are other people that are here. Look, here's the thing. I think you're talking past each other because what's going on is he's talking about the people that came before, which I would argue, incorporate what we recognize as the New Testament and Old Testament scriptures. But in the Injil, you would not recognize everything from the Old Testament, correct? That we would call the Old Testament.
I actually answered him a while ago, but with all due respect to you, seems to be that you did not hear me or you were not able to understand my English. And of course, for him, he is not paying attention whatsoever. Because whatever you say,
I am paying attention.
Let me answer him. Just relax. Can you please control your have control of yourself, please? He's asking me. Let me answer. He's trying to help you out. He's trying to save you, actually. So let me answer.
I'm asking which books of the Old Testament you recognize.
So I am answering you. So when Allah says in the Holy Quran, before you, Allah is not referring to what you have in your hand, what you call the Old Testament or the Hebrew Jewish Tanakh or the New Testament. Allah was referring to the Injil. And he said that there is no Injil. It doesn't say that in the context. I quote him the word Injil. In many contexts, refer to for them. That's mean the people who follow the Injil during the time of Jesus. Not what you have in your hand and you call Bible. Do you understand? So therefore, when Allah mentioned the Injil in the Holy Quran, Allah always speak about the Injil in past tense. Allah never spoke about the Injil in the present and the future. So if the Injil, correct Injil, was in the hand of the Christian and the Torah was in the hand of the Jew during the time of Prophet Muhammad, so therefore Allah was supposed to reveal the verse in the present and future, or in the present at least, to prove that Allah was referring to what is in their hands. Let me finish, please. But Allah says this in the past tense because Allah was not referring to what is in their hands. Allah was referring to the Injil that was with Jesus during the time of Jesus. So this verse is an evidence what was in their hand during the time of Prophet Muhammad is a corrupted one. Therefore, Allah referred to the before them, not with them. Allah said with them, I will tell you are correct. Allah didn't say with them. Allah said before
Well,
them.
Allah, real quick, I got a question. The leprechaun, okay, the green flame here. Should man bow to Allah or should man bow to man?
In
Like,
Allah
should we bow to?
or tell me that Prophet Muhammad, Allah bow to Prophet Muhammad. I know we are going, man only bow to Allah. You'll bring me the verse. Prophet Muhammad,
so we
Allah
should.
pray to Muhammad. I know what you are going, which is not the topic. Now let us.
Yeah,
take
but
first
I'm talking about the Injil. I'm talking about your holy book. So I'm just trying to just like make sure we're all on the same page here. Should
we
we
are
bow
talking
to?
about the Islamic dilemma. So please stick to the topic.
No.
It's not. No. Speaking, is it Islamic dilemma or not? No.
Yeah. So can you answer my question? So should
what
we
is the
bow?
topic,
I think he's tying it into the Injil here.
Yeah. So Allah,
no, another
just
savior.
simple question: Should we bow to God or should we bow to man?
We bow to God alone. Okay, you are the one who bows to man.
So,
bow to Jesus.
so
Not
why did Allah tell Iblis to bow to man?
Okay, there are two kinds of bow according to the Quran and according to the Bible. There's a bow of respect and a bow of worship. So when Allah, like when you say in your Bible, they bow to many kings, many leaders, many president, like they bow, brothers of Joseph bow to Joseph. Did they bow to Joseph as a sign of respect or bow to him to worship him? It's a sign of respect. So therefore, when Allah told Iblis to bow to man, to Adam, so it's a sign of respect ordered by Allah to give to Adam. It's not a bow of worship. Otherwise, if you consider it as, let me finish, you ask a question. If you consider that as a bow of worship, I want you to give me an Islamic source that says that it's a bow of worship, and I will use your argument against you, and I will tell you all those who bow to the king and leaders and to priests in the Bible, so they bow to them as a sign of worship. So therefore, you are associate a lot of partners with your God, and you bow to mankind.
Yeah, so we should only bow to Allah. We should only bow to the sovereign. We should only bow to God. But Allah put Iblis in an impossible situation because it was either bow to Allah or break that bond that you could only bow to Allah and then bow to man. So how'd you square that circle?
Holy crow, we got some silence for a minute. You don't like my whole problem with this Injil.
Don't let him run from this chaos. Don't let him run from this.
No, I'm running away. Don't worry.
I thought he was running.
Yeah, they always run
from this. I'm running. Yeah. You see.
They always run from your Lucky Charms.
Just will you please relax, everybody? Let me answer. Vicky, that's the first time I see you unjust and unfair in a debate as a moderator. You ate your words, and I'm not using you to do that. You said let's debate the Islamic dilemma. It's recorded, and we started that. Then after that, it's a conversation. Then after that, you start jumping and say, no, it's an open panel topic. You see, you ate your words because you realize that your brother was cornered. So everybody start jumping to save him. And I have no problem with that. I have no problem to discuss with all of you at once, at any topic you want to ask about Islam. Now, the gentleman...
Anyone's trying to save me. I've been called out several times throughout this whole thing. I don't think anyone's trying to save me.
The gentleman asking me about the word bow. And I showed him, and I told him, bow down. There are two types of bow, according to the Quran and according to your Bible. And there are bow of respect and bow of worship. Now, can you give me any Islamic sources say that the bow of Iblis to Adam was a bow of worship, as you claim? If you will do this, if you will use it against me, I will use it as well against you. And I will tell you that all those who bow to king, who bow to priest, who bow to leaders, in your Bible, and when a brother of Joseph bowed to Joseph, so that's
Allah, I'm not Christian. That shit don't work on me, honey.
Excuse me, what did you say? What did he insult?
That shit don't work on me. I'm not a Christian.
He's saying because he's not a Christian, so like he doesn't appeal to the Bible.
So no. May I ask what's your? So if you are not a Christian, you are jumping to save a Christian man. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I go back to Heraclitus proving the flux through the flux.
No. I'm asking you a specific question. Yep. Why you are jumping to help up a Christian man against Muslim if you are not a Christian?
Well, because I stand for the truth.
No. So the truth is a Christianity for you.
Yeah. the way, the truth, the life?
So why you
Or
are
do you not believe Jesus said that?
You just said I'm not a Christian, and now you are telling me you
Yeah.
believe that. So are you a
I
Christian?
believe in truth. And Christians speak a lot of truth. But
And by the
Taoists,
way, with all
these
respect,
Tawagandists,
I am the way, I am the truth,
Look,
and I am the life to you in
Look,
this channel.
here's the thing. Here's my problem with the Injil, right? Here's my problem with the Injil. The Injil is
No,
only
I'm not yet
posited.
I did not answer your claim yet. You just spoke and they started
Well,
jumping.
you've been running, bro. You've been running all on the like.
No. I've been answering them. They are trying to save you. They are trying to save you, and I'm trying to answer them for three
No
gentlemen.
one's trying to save me. I've been called out several times.
That's why Speaker was laughing so hard that he covered his face.
Saving me. He was calling me out for my lack of ability in the debate. That's literally what do you like? What? No one's saving me. Look at the comments.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember earlier. I told him he has to let you finish, right? Like, I wasn't, I wasn't saving anyone. I simply asked a question earlier. That's all.
And again, my whole thing with the Injil is that this is strictly from an Islamic viewpoint. Christians don't posit this. Jews don't posit this. Like according to Islamists, that there's some version of the Bible that no longer exists that would have been beforehand, and that apparently the stories the books written by Mark, John, right, like et cetera, are all just a telling of his life and inspired by his life and not actually the events. I reject that entirely. Like this is my whole thing. Just because the Quran states Injil doesn't mean that it's now suddenly saying that when he says the books before you is talking about something that no longer exists and it holds no weight to past, present, and future when it's literally a prescription. So if it's saying what is before you, right? Like then it's still my argument still holds weight.
Well, this is why I asked if that's what you were asking him, Chaos, because you keep saying the Injil is the Bible, and he's saying it's not. So then you would be asking, what's the Injil if it's not the Bible?
Oh man, I wish I tracked
I don't know why
I really wish I tracked.
when I asked this earlier.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no,
right.
I really wish.
That's why
I got caught in my head. I think
I clap my hand for Speaky. I clap my hand for Speaky. He gave $1 million question when he did not know how to answer.
Right. Well, that's why I was saying it's like, do we agree on what books we're talking about?
He's asking that question without asking that question. I'm like, what are you doing? You're confusing everyone here.
I'm confused. I was getting. I honestly like. I'm like. This is. It's been a little confusing for me because he jumps from one thing
I would
to the
say
next.
if you want to do this type of debate, you definitely should look a little more, especially like into the Quran and into Islam.
Yeah. Apparently,
does
accept
a law you can get tapped on, right?
Apparently.
What I would be curious of, I'm going to play this because I'm pretty sure Aladdin understands this. I'm going to play this as I put it on the screen, and I'm curious. Aladdin, what your like answer to this is. Like, I'm just wondering if this is not talking about the Bible.
Actually, this is the verse I was about to quote.
Okay, yeah, I'll play it for you here.
No, I know. I'm an Arab. وقفينا على آثارهم في عيسى ابن مريم مصدقا لما بين يديه من التوراة والإنجيل من التوراة وآتيناه الإنجيل في هدى I am aware. I'm an Arab.
You don't have to do it in the. I thought you had to do it in the. You know how he's kind of like a song, how it comes out. You know. Right. There's more of like a rhythm to it. I thought you had to do it that way.
You are the sound that you're playing is different than the one you post on the screen. By the way, it's not the same one.
Oh, did I play the one right under it? I played the one under it.
You play something different than the one on the screen.
This is the one I meant to play. So, do you have to do it in that tone? No.
No. If you want to do it in the tone, if you want to read it, it's okay. But it's better to do it in the tone.
Okay, I thought you had to like chant it like that. But anyways, I was gonna ask you: is that not because it says confirming the Torah revealed before him, and we gave him the gospel containing guidance?
That's one of the verses that actually, when you ask me what is the Injil This is what that was the first verse I'm gonna quote actually and answer you. And I told you I clap my hand for you because this is what you are going. You've been telling him from early time. Ask him about the Injil. Ask him what is, but he cannot catch you up. So therefore,
Wait,
you stand up and you
547.
straight and ask me.
Wait, guys. The
I can't read
547
your
it
mind.
says,
I can't read your mind. Now, first of all,
guys.
gentlemen, let me tell you something. I will
Right.
comment 1 minute on what you said, then I will answer the question, what is the Injil? A while ago, when you quote and they said, well, they can ask those people of knowledge. You said that those people of knowledge are blah, 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 Christians. You see what you have done here, unfortunately? What you are doing here, you are reading the Holy Quran in a Christian context and perspective to suit your needs. You are giving your own interpretation that suit your needs as a Christian to impose on me your Christianity the way you see it. So you are reading the Quran
I'm
in a
not doing that.
Christian
I'm not
way,
doing that.
not an Islamic way.
I'm reading
That's
what
my
it
answer.
says.
Like what you have
Read
done.
547.
Now let's go
Read
to speak.
547.
Let-
Read
I will-
547. Can you
I
read
will read it for you.
547?
I will read
Muslim?
547, 544, 548. Believe me, I will read
Read
it all.
547. It says, let the people of the
Speak, I
gospel.
answer you. I will answer your question. What is the Injil? So can they
It
stop?
says, let the people of the gospel judge by what has been revealed in it.
Now I will answer the
That means-
question of speaking.
Hold on.
I'll answer the question with a question.
Hold on. That means
Speak.
at the time
What?
of Muhammad. Hold on. That means at the
What
time
did
of
you say? What did you
Muhammad.
say? No. What did you say?
547.
No. What did you say? Did you insult?
I
Did you
said,
insult?
no, I didn't. I said
insult Prophet
547.
No.
I did not
Did you
insult
insult
you.
Prophet Muhammad? If he
No, I
insulted
didn't.
Prophet Muhammad,
No, I
He
didn't.
did not. Let's move
I
on.
did
Hold
not
on.
insult
No, I didn't
Muhammad,
hear an
dude.
insult. What?
What I said is 547 says, let the people of the gospel judge by what has been revealed in it, by what Allah has revealed in it. And that's at the time of Muhammad. So the gospel at the time of Muhammad, not the time of Christ, at the time of Muhammad, 700 AD, was supposed to be judged by the gospel people, by the Christians. Supposed to look in that, or were judged by what Allah has revealed in the gospel at the time of Muhammad.
It doesn't say the
Not in the
Christian
past.
gospel.
So can I answer him, please? Will you please make sure that everybody will be quiet for 3 minutes speaking? So I'll answer his question. He quote verse from the Holy Quran. And I will answer him. Then I will go back to your question. What is the Injil? Okay? Because you allow someone else to jump in and answer the question. You just quote from the Holy Quran, chapter 5, verse 47. وَلْيَحْكُمْ أَهْلَ الْإِنْجِيلِ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فِيهِ وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْفَاسِقُونَ, which means let the followers of the gospel, the follower of the Injil, judge by what Allah has revealed therein. And those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed are the transgressors. So this verse is talking about people like yourself. Actually, this verse is a condemnation verse. It's not a confirmation. This verse and an evidence what they have in their hand is a corrupted one. Allah told the followers of the Injil to judge by what Allah has revealed therein. Why? Because they were judging according to the corrupted gospel that they have in their hands, not to the Injil that Allah has revealed to Jesus during the time of Jesus. The first word in the verse in Arabic, it is وَلْيَحْكُمْ. You know, grammatically, وَلْيَحْكُمْ, what is it? Grammatically, we call this as a command verb. So Allah is commanding the followers of the Injil to judge by what Allah has revealed therein to Jesus, because they were judging according to the corrupted. So the first letter, وَلْيَحْكُمْ, wawla, this shows you that as a command. Allah is commanding them to judge according what's been to reveal to Jesus. Because if they were judging according to the correct one, Allah will not command them to do so. If you continue, the verse says actually, if you read in the Holy Quran, Allah said, Injil was revealed to Jesus and Moses was revealed to Isa. Allah was talking about the Injil that was revealed to the time of Jesus and the Torah that was revealed in the time of Isa alayhi salam. The most important in the verse here, the verse that we quote 547, is the word anzala. Anzala is it is past tense. Now Allah used in another verse where he spoke
This is
about
so
it in
utterly.
let me answer, please. I said 3 minutes. The word anzala.
Why do you need 3 minutes? Why do you
Yeah,
need
you
3
don't-
minutes, dude?
3 minutes. Because he
See,
wants
when
to
you ask me
confuse
a
you.
question, just
He wants,
let me
he wants,
answer.
he wants to get you. He
Why
wants to get
you're
you to
asking
a
me a
point
question
that
and
you're no
you don't
longer
give me the
able to
time to
trust.
answer. And a speaker is watching. He's I don't know what
Why?
to do.
Okay, let me just ask you this. Let me ask
No,
you
let
this.
me answer you.
Why
You
would
ask
why would
question, listen.
Allah? Hold
No,
on,
no,
hold
no.
on a
I'm
second.
not yet
You don't
done.
need
I'm
3
not yet
minutes.
done.
You don't need
I will
3
not
minutes.
answer your other question until I'm done. Either you
Hold
let
on a
me
sec,
continue
man. No,
answering.
why
No,
do
no,
you
no,
need 3
no.
minutes?
Toronto,
me-
let him finish because this is just kind of how it works. So just let him finish.
Wow.
No, no, no. And you see the big disaster.
Well, I think
of-
it's fair to ask a clarifying question if your answer is going to be long, right?
I know exactly. Thank you. Now, this is the thing, man. Why is the law telling them to judge by a corrupted book? Why would he do that? What kind of God does that? Can you explain that?
What does it say that Allah judged by a corrupted book?
He's telling them to judge by what Allah has revealed in the gospel. You're telling me
No,
it's
no,
corrupted?
no, no. You see,
Why
you
would
are
he
not
do that?
listening. You are listening to me. You are not hearing me. I will repeat myself. Please concentrate with me and listen to the words that comes out of my mouth.
He's
Because if
saying
you
the Bible's corrupted. He's saying what we have in our
no,
Bible
no,
is
I did
corrupted
not
and
say
doesn't.
that. Let me finish, please. He will please pay attention. Please. I will repeat myself. I said that this verse is a condemnation verse, not a confirmation. This verse proves that what was in their hands during the time of Prophet Muhammad is a corrupted one.
How
Allah
does
was
it prove
not.
that? How does it
Let
prove
me
that?
That's what I
finish.
said.
He
That's what I'm
commanded
talking
them.
about.
He's
That's why you cut
commanding
me
them.
off.
No, you're just
Let me
making up
finish.
stuff. You're just making up stuff. You're adding to it.
No,
It's not
no,
what it
no, no.
says.
I'm not adding.
That's
You
not
are
what it
making up
says.
stuff.
That's not what it says, bro. You're not.
Yes, it
You're not.
isn't. I'm teaching you.
No,
You
it
don't
isn't.
teach me my
No,
Islam,
you're not.
please.
You're not teaching me
Don't
anything.
teach me.
Look
No,
what it
no,
says.
don't teach me. You listen and learn, please. When you ask about Islam,
What a
listen
joke.
and learn.
What an absolute joke. These people try to. You're literally changing the words of the book in order to protect your false religion.
Well,
It literally says,
no, no, no.
let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has
Turns to
revealed in it.
insult. This shows how you ignorance. You become an argumentative. You don't want to learn. Actually, you don't know Arabic, and this is all about Arabic language. The word in the verse is anzala. Anzala is past tense. I will use another verse where Allah used the word nazala and anzala. Nazala was talking about present and future. Anzala was talking about the past. The verse that you quote says anzala. Bring an
What
Arabic.
word is it replacing Anzala with in the English?
Yes, anzala. It is the وليحكم أهل الإنجيل بما أنزل. أنزل.
What's Anzala mean in English?
That's why being revealed in the past, revealed in the past. Nazala.
Yeah, he revealed it.
So
He
then
revealed it, but he's
wait,
commanding them to
Allah,
judge
I
by
just
it
want to
now.
understand what you're saying because
That's why
you're
he's
saying that
cutting me
word
off.
means revealed in the past. So you're saying this verse should say here, so let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in the past.
Yes, what is revealed
Yeah.
in the past
He
to
revealed
them.
it in the past. He
So
revealed
you're
it in the
saying
past.
that's what it should
Yes,
Telling
say
them
here.
to judge by it now. Telling them to judge by it now.
Speaking, did you understand what I just said, please? You
Yeah, I'm
understand?
asking. Yeah, I'm trying to clarify.
Very
So
good.
you're saying this English translation is wrong, and it should.
I don't
say,
know. I don't need English
No,
translation.
it
I'm
says
reading the
revealed.
Arabic
That's past
original.
tense. That's
I don't know
correct.
anything about English translation. I am an Arab and I read Arabic. I don't
I
need
understand, but you should know the Arabic to English because you know both, right? I'm asking you,
Yeah,
is
of course,
this
of course, of
English
course.
translation
No,
wrong?
just no, no, no. When you
This
say
is by Dr. Mustafa Kadab. He's wrong here in this English
I don't know,
translation.
I don't know who's this Mustafa. I'm trying to answer you.
So do you know any of the
100%
Muslims
correct.
listed
100%
here?
correct.
Masab Dil Halim, Usmani, Amudadi. I can't say these names probably
Excuse me,
correctly,
excuse
but
me.
do you know any one of them?
I'm sorry, Speaky. Speaky. What is the meaning of has revealed? Is it past or present and future?
It's past
It
tense.
depends.
Yes.
Wait.
Very good, very good, very good. So the verse is telling
Hold
you
on,
has
hold on.
revealed
The point is,
in the
no, he's
past,
commanding
not
them
in the
to judge
present
by it
and
now.
future.
That's the
He's
thing, though.
commanding them to judge by it in the present.
Exactly, and that's what I've been saying this whole
Judge by it
time.
in the present.
What would be before?
joke.
What would be before?
Can I
If it's
speak?
past tense, what would be before? Your claim is
No,
all
this
based
is
off.
no, you guys, you're going off course. He just asked you about revealed being in the past. Allah, can I ask you right now? If I was to ask you, do you know the truth because what's revealed in the Quran?
Come again, I cannot catch you. What's that?
If I was to ask you right now, do you know the truth because of what's revealed in the Quran?
Yeah, of course.
And so are you only meaning about what was in the past or the current? And if you're saying the past, which one?
Excuse me. Quran, when Allah, that's what I was trying to quote the other verse. When
Which
Allah
Quran?
speak, let me finish. When Allah speak about the Quran and mention the Holy Quran, He doesn't say anzala, He said nazzala, which means present and future.
No,
So
no.
let me finish. No, don't cut me off.
But you're
Listen,
answering something I
let me
didn't ask
answer
you,
you.
Aladdin. I didn't ask you that. I'm asking you right now.
I'm answering
right
you.
now, if we talk like normal human being back and forth, and I was to ask you, is the truth revealed in the Quran?
Yes.
And you would say yes, okay. And then if I ask you, now I ask you, which one? Is it the one of the past or the one in your hands today?
It is the same Quran.
That's not true. You know that's not
Yes,
true.
it is. No, it is.
There's many versions of the Quran.
No, now I'm asking
there
you.
is.
No. Just a minute. That's what. Now you are shifting the topic. Let me answer the question.
No, I'm not. I'm not shifting.
Now,
I'm sticking exactly to what you're doing here. If you're gonna say this means the old gospel, I can say that to you about what you just said yes to.
Let me answer you, please. Now I know you're going. Now you are saying that we have different versions of the Quran.
Well, yeah, that is a truth.
No. Just let me please. I want to make sure that I catch you correct. And you said that the one in the past is different than the one we have now.
The one in your hand today, yes.
You said that. Now, can you give me any Islamic sources said that the one in the past during the time of Prophet Muhammad is different than the one I have in my hands now? Any Islamic sources? I don't need your Christian sources. I need Islamic sources. Share it with everybody. We will read it together. So what you are doing here, speaking with all the respect, I respect you. You are reading Islam again in a Christian context to suit your needs. There is nowhere in Islam whatsoever.
Is there a dispute?
Now, I challenge you
Muslims?
and everybody in the panel. Speaking, I challenge you, how many are you in the panel, to give me any Islamic sources said that the Quran during the time of Prophet Muhammad in the past is different than the one in my hands. Islamic sources.
Was there versions of the Quran that were destroyed?
We will come to this after you present the evidence. Don't change the topic. Speaking, present me this question.
It's not changing the topic, it's on topic.
Give me the evidence that the one in the past is different than the one in my hand, please. That's your claim. And I accept your claim. It's rational, logical claim. I have no problem. I need the evidence.
What's the qira'ats? What is that?
Give me the evidence. Al-Ahru al-Sab'a wal-Qira'at al-Ashara, and word of all that. Give me the evidence that the one during the time of Prophet Muhammad is different than the one in my hand. Don't ask me different questions. Give me the evidence. Speaky, please. Please, Speaky. I know
there's Sahih al-Bukhari, right? That acknowledges multiple different recitations, right?
Of course, it doesn't say the different recitation during the time of Prophet Muhammad is different than the recitation in my hand. Does it say that?
Yeah, that's different authorized readings, right?
Does it say that they are different than the one in my hands now? This is my question.
Different authorized readings.
I'm not talking about the different recitation.
Yes, they're different.
No, it doesn't say that it's different than the one I have in my hands now. That's the point. You said it's different than the one in our hands.
Yes, I don't know why you're making me repeat myself.
No, can you post the hadith on the screen? We will read it together. And can you post the link in the private chat? I will open it as well.
Okay.
Is it the translations or the modern translations that would be the variants?
No. Speaking, you're going to chat GPT.
Okay, just wait. Just give me.
He's getting the links, Ala. Real quick, just real quick, Ala, just to go back. Sujud, that means to prostrate or prostration, correct?
Who's talking? I just explained this a while ago.
The leprechaun. Easy's getting the link for you. I just want to clarify something real quick.
No,
you said
someone asked me this question. I answered this question. I answered it a while ago twice.
So that is prostration. That is the same word used in both contexts.
I was asked about the sujood to Adam, Iblis to Adam, and I answered this a while ago.
Yeah. And then one sec. In Surah Fulisiyat 41:37 it says, "Do not prostrate to the sun or to the moon, but prostrate to Allah who created them. It is if it should be Him that you worship." So that's the exact same word being used, where he told Iblis to prostrate to Adam.
That's what I'm telling you. There is the word sajada has more than one meaning. Exactly like in your Bible. The word sajada. Now, I will ask you a question. When the brother of Joseph bowed to Joseph, they sajada. Does that mean that they worship Joseph or not?
We're not talking about worship. We're talking about bowing.
No, that's it. Sajada
do not prostrate to the sun or to the moon, but prostrate to Allah.
Sajada is an Arabic word which means bow down. Any Arabic dictionary.
You can only bow.
Now, when
you can only bow to Allah or bow to man.
Listen to me. When brothers of Joseph bow to Joseph in the Bible, did they bow to him as a sign of respect or as worship?
Yeah, I only bow to the logos.
No, I'm asking you a question. Answer my question. In the Bible, it says they bow to king. They bow to priests.
I'm not Christian.
Leaders. They bow to Joseph. Joseph's brother.
I'm not Christian. I'm not Christian. To stop deflecting. I'm asking you specifically. It says that you should only prostrate to Allah.
Now you are again telling me I am not a Christian. A while ago you said, "Are you?" No, I am the way.
Because you can't use the Bible against me, bro.
So if you are not a Christian, why you are defending the Bible?
Yeah. I'm questioning you about Islam.
You see,
I'm questioning about your faith.
So let me answer.
So why can't you answer this question? If the Injil is perfect, why is there this contradiction?
Here's my issue with the whole
Speaking.
Don't let him run away from this chaos.
I have to step out. Speak. I have to go. It's almost.
Oh man,
every time.
All right, no. Okay, can I get? I've been waiting a long time.
I was trying to find. So there's the Sahih Muslims that have a verse on breastfeeding that was removed.
Speaking. I'll give you 2 hours to look for the evidence. I have to go somewhere, then I'll come back. I have to pray. It's Maghrib time.
Okay, well, I won't be on
my
in 2
time,
hours. But
it's almost 5:30.
I'll be on tomorrow.
Maghrib
So back again tomorrow.
Dang it, man.
Yeah. Panel. Not a debate. Panel.
Okay, real quick, Dawa, question. Why in Islam did Israel have a sacrificial system?
What does it say in Islam that Israel has a sacrificial system?
Doesn't it recognize the Torah? Doesn't it recognize the first 5 books?
No. You said in Islam Israel has a sacrificial system. What does it say that?
Yes, yeah. Don't you recognize
Where does
Moses?
it say that in Islam? I need to go.
Irrelevant.
Where does it? No.
Irrelevant.
You have a claim. Show me the evidence.
Absolutely irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant.
No.
As long as you
but you are running away.
As long as you recognize the Torah, you have to recognize the sacrificial system.
I have to go. God bless. Okay, I'll be back if you are online within 2 hours. I have to go and pray Maghrib.
No answer. All right.
You take care. Take care. God
no, it's really my Maghrib prayers now. It's 5:45.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
I'll be back. If you are online within 1 hour, 1 hour and a half after I finish prayer, I'll join you again, inshallah. No problem.
Terak will probably be streaming then. So
thank you very much.
Yeah,
I appreciate you cooking me. I appreciate you all baking me. I appreciate you all destroying me. Thank you very much. Cook me next time. Microwaving me, whatever you want. Enjoy the moment. You destroyed me. God bless.
All right. God bless. Take care.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. No, but seriously, I've been waiting a long time trying to ask that question because it doesn't matter if it's in the Quran or not. If you recognize Moses, you recognize the sacrificial system. If you recognize the first 5 books of the Bible, you recognize the sacrificial system. If you recognize Dawood, also known as David, you recognize the sacrificial system because, the sacrificial system is a reference to Christ in the future. They deny the crucifixion. The crucifixion is an absolute reality. And I wanted to ask if he recognized the book of Luke, because at the end of the book of Luke, Jesus says to the people, the 2 men walking down the road to the city of Emmaus, O fools and slow of heart, Luke 24:25, O fools and slow of heart to believe all that the prophets have spoken, ought not Christ to have suffered these things and to enter into his glory? Luke 24:27, it says, and beginning at Moses and all the prophets, he expounded unto them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself. And one of the first
why would they accept a Christian book the Christian New Testament book. They don't.
Well, that's the thing. It's like if you have if you would say, well, we have the Injil. Well, what's the Injil? Show me the Injil. Where are these stories? If
the
it's
Old
not
Testament, plus a couple other Jewish texts.
There's nothing to prove. There's nothing to prove that there's a prior version of the New Testament that ever
Oh, it's not the
existed.
New Testament.
No,
Well,
but that's
I mean,
what they're stating. They're stating the Injil.
The New Testament. Hold on,
is
it's a selection of books that the Christian church decided. Some they ignored, some they went with. It's their religion, and they chose the books. The same with Islam. They chose the books.
That's a difference in worldview, but sure.
Yeah, but
the
point that the point that I'm getting at here is according to the whole Injil like debate here is that there's a prior version of scripture that Jesus would have had essentially, and there's no evidence of
the Old Testament, the Torah.
It's not just the Old Testament. It's essentially stating Jesus' original message. They're trying to say that there's a message that Jesus had that was a continuation of the Torah, essentially, that is different than the scriptures that we have now. That is the whole idea of what the Injil
They
is.
rewrote the Jesus story.
And
that's the Christian books. They rewrote it basically.
Right, and my problem with that is that there's nothing to support that. Nothing.
The whole basis of Jesus is the scriptures, the gospels. So that's the whole point. So they say, well, no, there's this secret other source about Jesus that we can't even show you, but we're going to assert that it exists, that yours is corrupted. And that's why I was waiting very patiently to see if I could ask him about the book of Luke, because if you don't have the gospels, where is your source of Jesus that you can call divinely inspired or attesting to its inspiration or to have been affirmed by some what some might call a normative authority, or those who God had entrusted with His oracles at the time. So
no
that's
reason to believe any of the religions. But if you believe Islam, then you believe that you believe these books, and therefore you believe what they say, and they say to trust this story or whatever about Jesus or whatever. Internally, it's fine or whatever. I mean,
but I would say hence the Islamic dilemma.
It's actually that's the whole point of the dilemma is why. That's why he was laughing whenever I was trying to help Chaos get the question.
I definitely dropped the ball.
I know,
but if Christianity can ignore
I've had
books
back
about
and forth
Jesus.
with him about different stuff in the Quran. He knows I know this stuff well. So he was laughing because what I just brought up. If you read what I brought up, it says, "Then in the footsteps of the prophets, we sent Jesus, son of Mary, confirming the Torah revealed before him, and we gave him the gospel containing guidance and light, and confirming what was revealed in the Torah, a guide and a lesson to the God-fearing."
Doesn't count. It's not in Arabic.
Literally saying we gave him the gospel.
In their story,
they use the word Injil. That's why you have to press. What is the Injil? That's what you have to press, because he has to tell you if it's not the Bible, what is it? Right? That's why the examination is pointing out the story comes for them to mention anything about Jesus, son of Mary. This comes from the Bible. So where are they getting it if it's not the Bible?
Well,
And then they'll get into this thing where I've seen normally what happens is you'll go into another spot where he'll say, well, actually though, this part here is saying that the Quran confirms the correct parts of the Bible and denies the corrupted parts of the Bible. But then you just press on that where it shows the parts that are confirmed correct are a contradiction to the Quran.
Yeah.
Right. You just got to learn these ones, and this is still to this day, it's my favorite debate to watch. You can ask my wife. I've watched so many of them. Like it's Islam versus Christianity, and the Islamic dilemma comes up a lot in these debates. This is probably one of my favorite, if not the favorite, debate to watch. I enjoy them.
It's part of the reason I enjoy the whole debate culture is because it's actually been helping me with my new insurance thing that I've been getting into, because I do this. It's easy for me, especially being ADHD. This isn't a cop out, but it's easy for me to get sidetracked. I'll hear something that triggers me or makes me interested in what they're saying to some degree, and then it sidetracks from what I already had in mind to counter, and then I get caught up in something very easily. I'm noticing that, definitely noticing that, That's why I enjoy the culture. But another thing that he got me sidetracked on that I didn't get to respond to.
That's gonna happen though when you debate any Muslims, especially the Dawas. That's because that's what they do, right? That's their whole thing is to debate Islam. So that is a well known technique with these Dawas is they will just gunfire a bunch of different things at you to make you forget about the main point. That's why you forgot to go back to that main point and press okay. Well, then, this doesn't matter. I can confirm to you the whole Bible's corrupted. Everything, the Bible's just wrong. I wrote it yesterday. Fuck it. Okay, I'll do this to you. Now tell me why you're confirming a book that is completely corrupted, written by me yesterday.
Yeah.
And then if he says no, we're not. We're talking about the Injil. What's the Injil? You have to push that, right? You have to make sure he has to give you, if he's saying the Bible is not it, he has to give you what it is, or else he can't just say, well, that's not it. It's just this made up thing that nobody knows anymore, right? But yes, that is the tactic. And I just read Army Nahman's chat. That is a debate tactic in general. It's like gish galloping, right? Where they just fire a bunch of fucking points at you.
Yeah.
Right? But with Islam debaters, I notice, especially the Dawas, that you have to, because they know the Quran well.
Yeah,
right? They know it well. The things that even that they'll act like they don't know. See how he gave you a verse that was wrong and shit.
Yeah.
They do that shit on purpose.
I knew the verse. I just didn't know. I didn't know the numbers. I didn't know the numbers. I've been
that's why you don't say, you don't do if he gives you a number, you'd be like, no, I'll figure it out. Yeah.
I think Chaos did really good, don't you?
To be honest,
I think you wore him out.
The one thing that that irritated me too on the more recent end of the discussion was where he's like, can you give me evidence of different versions of the Quran? The very the part that irritated me was the very what is it the Uthmanic, I think, the Uthmanic collection, which is what they have now, I believe, was all based off of a it was all based off of a prior collection that they ended up destroying. And my question to him was going to be well, then why did they destroy the prior collections that were put together to create your current one?
Where does the Quran say they destroyed the prior collections?
He's gonna say, where does it say? But your own Islamic historians, they acknowledge that this happened. This is historical fact.
Well, that's why when he asked me bring it up, I was trying to remember what it is. It's Sahih Muslims that they include a narration that's from Aisha that's it's about breastfeeding, and it's the verse is in there 10 to 5 times or 10 to 15 times or something, but that's no longer recited in Muslim. So that seems like removed content to me, right? Yeah. And that's always their thing about the Bible. Well, there's actually scriptures that should be in there that aren't in there no more. That's always their thing, right? So I can just flip that on them every time. But he knows I know this shit good. I think once he realized I was ready to just get into it, he's like, yeah, we'll come back in an hour so I can get ready for this. And then the thing with Tareyak, it doesn't work, right? Because he was trying to talk about the Bible with Tareyak. I'm not a Christian, so that doesn't work on me.
Yeah. Notice that one of their tactics is just to have the conversation about Christianity and trying to poke holes in Christianity, which means none of the debate is actually poking holes in Islam, and that's when it's it's these tricks that they do. The Speaker's Corner in England is a beautiful way to see Bob's Corner. He is a beast at exposing these motherfuckers.
Fuck yeah, he is. I like him. I love Speaker's Corner. I love that shit. That's actually what got me into liking the Islam versus Christianity debates. I love that shit. I want to go there.
It was God Logic for me, watching him do it with the spoon.
God Logic's great. Yeah,
he's let him cook. He's really cooking them with the spoon. I love that.
Yeah, God Logic's probably one of my favorite apologist debaters. He's really good at it.
I just went to church this Sunday. I started at a new one, and then he was like, he had a really good message about like
Actually, that guy that was up here has debated God Logic a couple times.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
the first time he came to my channel, he said, "You're listening to God Logic too much. You're using his arguments," and I was like, "Well, I mean, just because I'm using the same argument, it's just a right argument. It doesn't mean it's his."
Yeah, exactly. And the Islamic dilemma argument's one that's been like around for a long time, like really long time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. But listen, guys, I got to wrap this up. All right, this went a little longer than I thought I was going to, but I was having fun with it, so can't complain. But does anyone have anything they want to let the chat know or anything before you guys go?
Massive shout out to Easy for putting this on. Like I said, like the debate was thing, and then the dawa, like having the dawa buffet afterwards, that was beautiful as well. Chaos, just one quick question.
Yeah.
Do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
Sorry? Oh, what the? Oh, you dick. You dick.
All like 10 seconds is like, what the hell did he just say?
That was the Irish goodbye followed by a Canadian hello.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thanks for letting me up, Easy. I had a good time. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for coming up.
Y'all have a good chaos. You did good, my man.
Oh, thanks. I definitely.
Casey, put on your freak face. Shit. Put on your Friday night freak face.
I don't have it toggled right now. So.
Excuses. Bye.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on. Not what I came up here to debate religion, but thanks for having me on.
It happens. I heard. What side are you on again for the current war?
I'm an anti-war.
You're anti. Okay. So did you message me in the Discord?
Yeah. I said something. I'll go ahead and I'll at you. I'll at you in there. All right. Are you?
Oh yeah, you did it in the Message me on Discord
I'll
so I
message
can
you.
message you directly.
Will do.
Yeah, all I would say is thanks for having me up. Let me have that little practice session, I guess. And thanks for the advice, definitely, too. I was definitely thinking over it. I could see how I was circularly running myself into a bit of a hole. So,
I always say the best thing to do is just like for the sake of the argument, just say, you know what, right now, everything you say about the Bible's right. Go ahead. It's corrupted, da-da-da-da. Now let's get back to the main point. Right, because it doesn't hurt your argument at all.
Right.
You could be an atheist, banging hookers every weekend, sniffing blow off their assholes. Okay, wouldn't make any difference. You could still give this argument. Okay, don't let that. That's the trick, right? To get you into that. Don't let that ever happen.
Yeah, appreciate it. And oh yeah, by the way, best chat ever. So.
Facts.
Stop walking around.
Examination.
You stop walking around, Jack of Blades. How about that? Okay, you stop walking around. How about that? You're only allowed to roll around in a wheelchair from now on.
That's a threat. Anyway, so I just wanted to say, Speakeasy, thank you so much for having these panels, especially late at night. It's always a good time. Just say, what is tomorrow? By the way, there's a debate tomorrow, isn't there?
No, tomorrow is actually what I was gonna do for tomorrow is gonna get moved to next week.
Got it. All right, cool.
And then next week, because I want next week to be all Iran war debates.
Nice.
All
right,
we got a couple more days now to see what happens over there, and then I'm sure people will have even more opinions about it.
All right, all you guys, be sure to like and subscribe and share Speakeasy's channel. It's the best for debate in the business. Keep going. See ya.
Based. Appreciate that big time. And everyone in the chat, you lovely chat. You look at that, 50 away. 50 away. We got so close. I know I missed a bunch here, didn't read them. All right, let me see here. Chaos said, let Tareyak talk, damn it. Shit. We love Trench, right? Even though he's fucking crazy sometimes, We still love him. Johnny McVito, knock knock. It's not VK. What the hell you doing? Get up there, OGTK. Let's go. Thank you, Spartacus, for the 2. Joseph with 5, just to show some support. Spartacus said, chat is moving too fast, 1v1. Laugh my ass off. I mean, if you would like to keep that 40 for VK, you're more than welcome. But yeah, we don't do 1v1s normally on panel. I'll just like set them up randomly, but if we did the pay for thing, it takes away from that Friday night. A lot of people, that's why actually one of the people who tried like copying the idea of verbal combat, they tried doing it every day. They're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this every day, everyone's gonna love it. It just gets repetitive, right? You're doing the same thing every day. Doesn't work. Okay, listen, often imitated, never duplicated. All right. Tiny Pink Nugget said, we advise all goats to be safely locked in barns until further notice. They might be allowed out now, though. I'm not sure. We gotta ask Tiny if they're allowed out now. I'm not positive. Support Goat Lives Matters, guys. GLM, you know what I mean? Goat Lives Matters. Haiku is currently taking donations from Idol for his hurt Fifi. Shit. Shout out to Tiny and thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you big time. Let's go, Tiny. Let's go from Rule Over 2. Shout out to you. And a gifted membership from Rule Over 2 as well. Shout out to you. Thank you for that. And welcome to our new member. Original Vintage says, Speaky, you are the GOAT of open panel and 1v1 debate content. I'm always listening when I'm working, always away during the week, makes the days more enjoyable. Keep being awesome and see you VK soon. Let's fucking go. Shout out to you, Original Vintage. I appreciate that big time. Jack of Blade sending in $1 just to show some support. Are you crazy? Says I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. And let me see. Did I miss any up here? Oh shit, there was a couple more up here. Speaking of war, Easy brought out the guns today. Yes, brought out the guns. All right, fucking the beast. Trench, pick your hair, bro. It's Wild Brillo up there. Shout out to you. Truncated Visual says warmongers will never make as much as a merchant. Thank you for that, Truncate. And Trench also said, big ups Yak and Speak Easy for tonight's debate. No breaking ranks regardless of debate outcome. Not one step back. We want the same positive outcomes against this degenerate age. That is true. That is true. We do want the same outcomes, right? But the breaking ranks thing, I don't know if I agree with that. I'm that asshole, Trench. I know. I get it. I've come to the understanding that the way I am with calling people out, even when it's my own people, sometimes it loses friends, but the ones that stick around are the ones I want anyways. Okay, so I'm okay with that. All right, I've come to terms with my reality. All right, I'm an asshole. All right, that's the way God made me. Okay. But I'm the kindest asshole you're ever gonna meet. It is now safe to release the goats, Tiny Pink Nugget says. All right, based. It's now safe to release the goats, everybody. You can release your goats. Thank you, Tiny. And Jack of Blade sends in another $1 just to show some support. Legend. Thank you very much. Look at that, 260 out of 300. We almost hit it. Put some W's and crowns in the chat for chat. All right. Yeah, legends. Yeah, legends. All right. Now I'm gonna be sending you guys over to Terak's. All right. Let me see what Terak's doing tonight. Over here. Tareyak. Why does he never pop up right here? Instead, I always have to put in his name. Hey, open panel post debate cope. Let's go. There you go. You guys are gonna have a open panel, so go jump on his panel. Tell him why he's wrong. All right, tell him why he lost the debate or why you think he won. Whatever your stance is, okay. Whatever your stance is. But listen, I can't thank you guys enough for coming and joining us. All right, Spartacus coming in with $1.11 just to show some support. Legend. I mean, 26101. Okay. Well, I was gonna say it's almost all even numbers. It's close. It's pretty close. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty close to even. Sneaky. Man. He did that last time though. I don't know if anyone remembers. He kept calling me Speaky. Today I'm pretty sure he said sneaky a couple times. Shit. Hey, what can you do when you live in the shoe? Yeah, deal with the smell. All right. But yeah, go show Tareyak some love, even if you're not gonna stay there. Go hit the like, hit sub if you're not subbed up yet. And listen, remember, it can be 30. Oh yeah. Also, I'm gonna be streaming on Rumble daily as well now too. All the streams are gonna be on Rumble now too. So make sure you go help out on the Rumble side too. All right, go over there, give a follow if you're not following yet. All right, but listen, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. That's still even. 26282. It did get added. What do you mean? It's still even. 26282. That's all even numbers. Come on now. Pay attention, lady. All right. Listen, remember, 32,000. Best fucking chat on YouTube. Hands fucking down. All right. Love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And, I'm not on the right thing. There we go. For now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?